Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Race Production. Glad to have you here today. We are the least watched, but the most informative station you'll ever have. We just don't tell you what's going on. We tell you how to get away from it. But it's up to you people to decide what you want to do. We have our three guests today, me, Guru, and my daughter, Duchess. Hello, everybody.
I watch it a lot. Does that count?
You're the only one. I have to pay you for do that.
Well,
you pretend to pay them.
next time I'll put both eyes on the screen.
Nothing's clear at the bank.
Well, Lady Jane, your mom got mad at me again today. She got so mad she put starch in my shorts, and when I sat down, I got 2 cracks in my ass. Anybody have a bandage?
Not big enough.
I got some dental floss.
That come with a leaf. I'll take it.
At least it'll help floss your teeth a little, you know.
Wow,
try doing that standing on your head.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to figure out which one of these babies I'm looking for here. Oh, yeah. There we go. All right. Hold on here. We're going to start this off first.
What?
And then we'll start talking.
What do you want?
Okay, here we go. Anybody can see it?
Let me come back. Yes, we can.
Okay, a little test. There we go.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment, which states none of the funds made available by this act may be used to implement Section 24220 of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. My amendment is simple. It will defund the federal mandate that requires all new vehicles after 2026 be equipped with a kill switch that can disable a vehicle if the vehicle has monitored the driver's performance and that the vehicle determines that the driver is not performing well. It's so incredible that I have to offer this amendment. It almost sounds like the domain of science fiction, dystopian science fiction, that the federal government would put a kill switch in vehicles that would be the judge, the jury, and the executioner on such a fundamental right as the right to travel freely. But here we are. It is federal law that this is mandated, and so I am offering this amendment to defund this mandate. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I actually need 2 minutes, if that's possible, Mr. Chairman.
We'll do 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Lobbying in mid sentence. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Let me be clear. The act that the gentleman is trying to defund does not require auto manufacturers to install kill switches. It does not do that. Passive drunk driving technology is a vital tool in safeguarding our loved ones and other innocent people on our roads. This new technology offers a lifeline of hope to not only save lives, but to prevent the lifelong emotional toll and gargantuan costs these accidents inflict on families. Deadly drunk driving accidents can echo across generations, but we can seize this opportunity to stop such tragedies. Between 2019 and 2021, Florida saw a 31% increase in drunk driving crashes. In Mr. Massey's home state of Kentucky, 190 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in 2021 alone. That was a 26% increase. When we saw these grim statistics, we acted in a bipartisan fashion in Congress. And how often do we see that? Both Republicans and Democrats supported the HALT Act to require auto manufacturers to make this passive technology standard in new vehicles. The sponsor of this misguided amendment will tell you that he worries about privacy concerns. We heard the same inane calls with seatbelt requirements, but you don't have a right to engage in potentially fatal behavior that we know poses a major health threat to public safety. Passive drunk driving technology is pro-police. This anti-drunk driving technology lightens the load on police officers, allowing them to focus on more pressing safety concerns. The importance of this technology goes far beyond statistics. It's about saving lives, preventing heartbreak, and making our roads safer. It's a passionate call to action to prevent alcohol-impaired driving from shattering the lives of those we hold dear. This amendment, I understand, was dubbed the Kill Switch Amendment. And it does not require a kill switch. It simply requires passive technology to help us prevent drunk driving. In the name of the 406 people that were killed by a drunk driver in my own state of Florida last year alone, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Let's take steps to reduce deaths due to drunk driving, not increase them. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Drunk driving is a serious problem. That's why 31 states already have a law to implement interlock ignition technology, where if you've been convicted of a DUI, that you have to pass this test in order to operate your vehicle. But this federal law that I seek to defund goes far beyond that, and I regret that I have to spend some of my time reading the law to the other side of the aisle, but I will do that. This law that was passed in a 1,000-page bill 2 years ago requires that automobiles can passively monitor the performance of a driver, not the blood alcohol content, but the performance of a driver of a motor vehicle, to accurately identify whether that driver may be impaired. Not drunk, it says impaired. And prevent or limit motor vehicle operation. That's a kill switch. Now, the question is, how much time do you have once your dashboard tells you that it doesn't approve of your driving? What if you're a single mother and you're out in bad weather and you're trying to avoid some obstacles, ice perhaps, and you've swerved 3 times and your dashboard says, swerve 1 more time and you're going to be put over to the side of the road, that you'll have 100 yards to park this vehicle in the middle of nowhere with your children in the back seat. This isn't some fantastical scenario. This is what will happen if this is implemented. And this is the law. I have read it to you here. Now, you maybe should have read it 2 years ago when you all voted for it on that side of the aisle, but it wasn't a bill that was 1,039 pages long. So I can understand how you don't know what the law has in it, but I've read it to you. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Member is reminded to direct his remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More than 10,000 people die every year from drunk driving crashes. Drunk drivers are 7 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash than a sober person. So you would think that the Republicans would want to do something about it. Democrats have done something about it and said that NHTSA now will have drunk driver prevention technology. You know, this technology has the potential of saving thousands of lives. And I don't see that you're agreeing that we should be saving those lives, and I would say we should all vote against the Drunk Driver Protection Act. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
And has 2 minutes remaining.
Well, we actually don't know how this technology is going to work, and they don't know over at the DOT either, because we've sent a letter to them that they haven't responded to yet, asking them, will this have cameras inside the car? Will it monitor your eyes to see if you're focused on the road? Will it have cameras on the outside of the car? How will it know what your performance is relative to the road that you're driving on if it doesn't, in fact, know which road you're driving on? Will it need to know where you are when you are driving? If so, who has access to this data? Who has access to those cameras? Will the Fourth Amendment be followed? Will you require a warrant for your insurance company to access this data? Will you require a warrant for the government to access this data? Once your car's been disabled and now you're on the side of the road with your children in it for reasons you don't understand, how long until the police show up? Or what if you truly are disabled and you're over to the side of the road? Does anybody show up? How long do you have to get out of the vehicle? Who decides when your vehicle kill switch is disabled and you get to drive again? Who's going to adjudicate that on the side of the road? What if it's rush hour traffic? What if you know you've already got points against you according to your dashboard and it's monitored your performance, and now there's somebody's pet in the road? Do you swerve to miss it and get your car disabled? What if there's an emergency vehicle approaching from behind you and you know the right thing is to swerve off the road and let that vehicle pass? What after you've done that 3 times and now your car says do it 1 more time and we're going to leave you on the side of the road? This is in the law. This will become law in 2026, every vehicle manufactured after that. And it's not about drunk driving. If it were, it would just be about blood alcohol content. This law has far more than that in it. It violates the Fourth Amendment. It violates so many amendments. It violates things that are so fundamental to our rights. They're not even in the Constitution, like the right to travel. And so I urge support of this amendment. It will defund the law that was passed 2 years ago that the other side of the aisle doesn't even know exists. And I yield back.
So, who wants to be the first owner to buy a 2026 car?
Well, you know, it's funny you bring that up because I was just thinking about to bring this up recently, knowing that this is where things are heading. It's no accident that I'm making my own RV next year. And one of the reasons why I'm doing that is because I don't want any of the AI bullshit in it. And, you know, as I was contemplating that recently, I realized I think it's a good time to say for people listening that if you want to not have a vehicle that's run by AI, you better consider that this is probably the last year or two to buy a vehicle that's not totally run by AI. After that, the only way you're going to have that option is if you buy a used vehicle or if you do what I'm doing and make your own from scratch.
We got another guru in here, Guru.
Cool. Guru of greenery. What's happening? In the market for an 85 Chevette. There you go. I doubt that has much AI in it.
My favorite car is the 65 Goat GTO. I love that sucker.
Mine is the one wheeler that you pedal. It was much better than the Flintstone car. It was a step up.
Gurus unite. That's right.
Guru of greenery. Greenery. Cool. Elaborate, if you will. Greenery meaning. Curious about that.
He might be like you.
Maybe.
He might be wearing a leaf.
So yeah, that's just reality, you know. That's where they're heading from the mainstream manufactured cars. Of course, we've talked about this for quite some time. None of this is a surprise. We know where this is going, and lo and behold, we figured they were going to use the alcohol thing as kind of the forefront to sell it, and sure enough, that looks like to be the case.
Now,
You
really,
know?
if they really wanted to stop a car from, a kill switch on your car when you're driving, why don't they just get rid of booze? But they won't do that because it's taxed. They can tax it. You know what I mean? It's money making. Go
Well,
to the roof.
you get a lot of people bitching because that's a vice that slaves have to cope with their slavery, right? So then you might actually have a real riot if you do that. Almost like as if you try to outlaw cigarettes, you know?
Hey, if I'd have to quit, I'd quit. That means I wouldn't have to pay taxes. I like the devilish lettuce.
Well, the reality is you just get people like me who would go underground and we'd be having a heyday selling on the black market like we already do anyways, you know?
Hey, right. Here's another pack for you.
There you go. That just opens up the market for us even further. So I condone the idea. Absolutely. But yeah, of course, it's not about the drunk driving thing. I mean, that doesn't hurt to, generate more revenue based on it. I'm sure they're looking forward to that part. But yeah, it's just an excuse to get autonomous vehicles that totally drive themselves on the road and get people used to the idea that
controlling you.
by 2029, I believe, is the projected target date that there will be no man-powered or man-driving vehicles on the road anymore. It'll start to disintegrate by 26, 27. By 29, all the vehicles that we drive ourselves, they'll be off the road, except mine.
The only problem, yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I have to be your driver. Guru's saying some stuff here for you, Guru. He likes devil's lettuce.
I like the devil's lettuce. Okay. Anyone remember the saltwater engine guy, Stanley?
I never heard of that one. Never.
Yeah, I remember Stanley Meyer. Mm-hmm. Stanley Meyer, Waterfield. Yeah, yeah. I got that video saved somewhere.
Do you really?
Lots of guys Yeah, lots of guys creating free cellular energy devices as well. Government steals all those patents. Well, they buy them out and shell them, of course. This is Andrea, by the way. Andrea. Yeah, I'm incognito. Oh, cool. Well, welcome, Andrea.
I'm in. She's incognito.
Incognito.
Andrea. That sounds familiar. Andrea. Yeah. I'm not sure that's what was on my messages or not, but
Yep,
I'm not sure.
maybe. Maybe.
Could be. I still got it, but yeah, could be. Anyway, welcome aboard, Andrea.
What was the name of the troll that we got rid of a few weeks ago? That was the medicine troll. What was her name? Do you remember?
Oh, I forgot. What was that?
I'm also high as a giraffe balls. That's pretty high. Yeah. I'm guessing you measured that, you know.
Oh, I come here to save you from Ruski once. Oh, okay. Remember Ruski?
Oh, back in those days. Wow. Been off trolling trolls. Cool.
Trolls. Wow, that's a long time.
Well, anybody who stands as high as giraffe balls is welcome in my vicinity. So we're off watching the volleyball game get hit by the tsunami at the height of the giraffe balls.
Yeah.
Gigi, that's right. It was Gigi. Dan
Gigi,
remembers. Gigi was the medicine troll. Gigi, remember? It was like Gigi or something like that. Yeah.
Can't remember. Damn, Andrea, you look just like Wonder Woman. You're beautiful.
I remember now. I remember the avatar.
Yeah. That's a hell of an avatar.
Cool. Did you ever come up and voice with us? I don't remember. You might have.
I don't know.
At this point, everybody looks familiar. You know, you get to that point where everybody's.
You're more than welcome to come on up, Andrew, if you want to. You too, Dan.
Act saves lives. Yeah. I love your show. Yes, it was on your pen. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. I vaguely remember that because of the time passing, but I do recall the avatar now.
Do you really? I can't remember. Son of a gun.
Well, that doesn't surprise me all that
much. What? I got a memory like a hawk. Jeez, wow.
Memory like a hawk.
Yeah.
Have we tested Hawk's memories?
Well, I mean, I can see, but I can't remember. I got good eyes. Yeah.
You mean you fly backwards to retrace your steps?
Yeah. I was using my face back then.
My own face back then. Okay. Gotcha.
Man,
well, good to see you again. Well,
yeah, really. Sorry I don't remember you, but I remember the name. So familiar.
Guru of Greenery. Well, I like the sock name as well. Good choice. Yeah, so that is the case. You know, that's where things are heading. And it's really coming down to that with everything anyways, you know, regardless of technology or whatever it is, if you want something done a certain way, you got to do it yourself. And that's the way you should do it. You know, your house, whatever machines you're using, you know, lately we've been on an expedition about computers. And this is all preliminary because I know what's coming down the pipeline. That's why I'm taking some more initiative right now to learn stuff that I didn't really put at the forefront because I didn't really need to. And I still don't need to immediately. You know, we still got computers that are not totally slave machines yet, but they're going in that direction. And by the time they get there, it's okay. I'm no stranger to building computers. It's just been a while since I've done it. And now I'm learning how to build them with our own operating systems that aren't tied into Microsoft and whatnot. So, you know, we
It's a
got
shame though
solutions
that
for everything.
it's a shame that you can't buy a regular electric car with all the bullshit on it.
You
Really.
can, you're just not from the mainstream market. You know, that's like same thing with the supermarket. If you want to get healthy food, don't go to the grocery store. You just got to know where to access it. You got to know where to look, and you got to know that it's even there. And that's why we're here, talk about that stuff.
Well, the problem is you got to watch out who you're giving your money to just make sure the guy does it right for your car. You know, you don't know who it is. You got
Well,
to really
that's the
do your
same in
homework.
the mainstream, you know. And let me tell you something. How many cars do you know that run for 100 years without problems, you know?
Mhm.
Same thing in the mainstream. Look at these shit box houses that the corporate slaves live in. All the maintenance and the bullshit that you have to go through living in these. With the exception of the hotel that I was living in, you know, I've been staying in an array of places worldwide for quite some time now. I've already showed you the Cobb House. These things are solid as a rock.
It's just yeah. I know you're good, but these politicians, you got these people who are poor, homeless. They don't have a dime. They're starving. They're freezing. Some of them, and they're talking about a car. Put a kill switch in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, that just tells you that your government don't give a shit about you. Don't even
Why
care
should they?
about you.
They're
Yeah,
not,
that's what I'm saying.
you know, they're not their government. They're not
Mm-mm.
there to give a shit about other people. They have no reason to give a shit about other people.
But
That's
people think they
spoon,
do.
yeah, and that's
That's a bad thing.
spoon-fed minded to think that, right?
I mean,
If you're
actually,
if you're poor
go on.
and if you're poor and homeless, take responsibility for that. Do something.
A lot of people don't know how. I wouldn't know how either if I didn't talk to you.
Do
You know,
do something
it
to
was right
learn.
there in my front of my face, but I didn't. You
That's
know,
right. That's right. I didn't know how either. I wasn't born with that information. I had to learn how. You see, the thing is, it's all about two things: attitude and courage. Those are the two things. Finding the answers takes the right attitude, the right mindset, and courage, and removing excuses. That's what it takes. Most people, most slave-minded people, are not interested. And so it's their problem. And they'll stay that way until, if and when they ever become interested. And unfortunately for them, most of the time, they become interested when they're in such a rock and a hard place that they have no option at that point. They're going to die otherwise. That's lazy-minded, you know? Instead of being ahead of the curve, as far ahead of the curve as you can think of, and think, okay, I better learn what I need to learn so that I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket and ready to have my ass handed from me. And I better make sure that, you know, I'm covered in different cases. And that's where it always comes down to the individual.
well, there's going to be a lot of people who's going to have their ass handed to them. I'm telling you that right now.
Good.
Many people I talk to, yeah, they don't even care. Yeah. You know, just pacify me. You know, yeah. Lie.
Right. And the number one reason why I say good is because if you're full of excuses in life, well, you reap what you sow. So nature's going to come at some point and show you the consequence. So good. That's what people need.
People better start realizing. Go on.
You can only be irresponsible for so long before it starts catching up to you.
I don't think people believe it that they're going to be corralled up, put into a 15-minute city in a concentration camp. Honestly, they want to get rid of 6 to 7 billion people. They want to kill, eradicate.
Right? I don't think people believe that was going to happen in Nazi Germany. And so here you have a great example where it's nothing to do with belief as far as reality goes. Whether people want to you know, problem is this whole thing about belief. Forget belief. The idea about believing is not the thing. Just understand reality. You don't need belief, you know. The reality is that happened, and this is happening on a worldwide scale. And sticking your head in the sand to it is only going to make your ass a wide open target. You know,
Wow.
even more so. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. Let them. That's
Well,
great.
the information is out there on YouTube. It's all over the place. I mean, I can get abundance of information, and I'm getting
Absolutely.
it. You know, it's all out there, and people just don't. Oh, watch the news. Oh well, the brainwashing machine. You know, I believe them, won't I believe YouTube? You know.
Distracted.
Yeah.
And they're doing two things: distracted, and number two, blaming. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Blaming the thing that the distraction is making them point the finger at, or showing them to point the finger at. Sit there, watch the distraction, and the distraction is pointing, oh, the left did it, oh, the right did it, oh, the UN did it, oh, this is doing it, oh, that's this. Never, ever, ever saying, hey, you, viewer, dumb eyes, watching this, why don't you get off your ass and go grow a garden?
Plant fruit trees.
Right. If that's what it was there for, it would have done that a long time ago. And it didn't need to, because before this hypnosis machine was implanted in every fucking living room, people knew how to do that. People were doing that. The hypnosis machine said, forget about that. You don't need to gather seeds and do that. Just watch this. And we're going to show you how we can mitigate the law of the jungle. Just come and work for us, be a corporate slave, starting with the Industrial Revolution back in the day, you know. And forget about being homesteading and self-reliance and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to build roads. And now you got freedom. You can travel on our roads with these big steel bullets. Just press a button with your feet and, you know, off you go across country, and you get to explore everywhere. And so people traded their self-reliance away for that. And now people mostly have forgotten how to be self-reliant. Didn't take long.
There is something I'd like to tell people. There's a lot of stuff I can't put on YouTube for obvious reasons, but I do have a Rumble that Guru helped me out with, and I have a lot of content on Rumble under Rights for Vets. So if you get a chance, it's totally different than what it is here. I got a lot of good content, and I'm trying to upload one right now. It's called Propaganda. Wait till you see this. It's about an hour and 40 minutes. But I'll tell you what, it was so interesting. It went by fast. You're not going to believe what this guy said. And he was 100% correct. What he said about America, what's going to happen, and what's happening now. In fact, I should look and see if that thing's up, growing up there or not. Hold on.
Yeah, have a check. See if it's finished.
It's still up there. Let's check it out there. It's up, but I don't know if it's going to run. Let me check it. See if it's ready to run yet. 75%. So it is oops. So it is uploading. So that's good. As soon as it gets done uploading, I'll give you a link in my description. You can go over and check it out. This is really good. It really is.
It was a big video, so it's not uploading. We finished that part. It's processing now. So it's putting it to process so that people can view it. And hopefully this time it actually finishes.
Yeah, look around. I mean, I got a lot of good content on there. Under Rights for Vets, under Rumble. Same logo that you'll see, same thing. I couldn't have done without Guru though. He's the man. He really is. He's helped me out quite a bit. If anytime you guys need help in anything, and if you're open-minded, go to New Guru. He does everything for free for you. He's there to help you out. All he asks is just listen to him. That's all. and do the best you can.
And on that note, Rights for Vets is looking for more viewers. So I heard he's paying big money. So
No one I'm
line,
so thank you for.
line them up.
I'll ask Duchess Jane, can I borrow some money off you, please? Somebody? I'm going to start a PayPal. My luck will probably end up paying them.
What currency did you want?
What's the most expensive right now? Because did you hear about that?
Rupees.
Who? Iran, I think it was Iran, or yeah, I think it was. I'm not positive, but it was one of the either Iran, or Arabia.
Dinar.
They were kicking out, huh?
Dinar. I think that's Iranian. Go on.
Yeah. Well, they're kicking out the American dollar now. They don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
So the money's going down to hell now.
That's happening everywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So,
Mhm.
well, they're going to get out of it by starting that CBDC, central bank digital currency.
Mhm.
They said right now it's starting to be a real big boom, which I doubt. I don't believe that. You know what I mean? Who in the right mind would want somebody to control your money?
People who don't know anything else.
Oh, I'm glad. Guru, tell about the computer deal.
I could tell you about it, or I could show you the source where I got that information and just let you watch it.
Yeah,
about
that
that?
sounds good. Yeah,
Okay, give me a second.
that's going to wake up a lot of people there.
Actually, give me about 3 minutes because I got to do a Tim 100 as well. So I'll be on mute and I'll find that.
Time them, Duchess. Time them.
Remember, you're getting paid by the minute. So.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Or I'm getting paid by the minute, rather. Ooh.
No, I like the idea the first time.
I'm sure you did. Either way, it's coming off your credit card. So,
Well, no wonder the dollar's going to hell.
Okay, so Tim 100, I'll be back in a jiffy, and I'll cue that up before I come back.
Gotcha. Yeah, wait till you guys see this. This is going to blow your mind about the new computers, the Windows 11. That's all I'm going to say. What you find out, you're going to freak out. Any way to shaft the American people. It's just, you better get off the grid if you can. I'm seriously, if you can learn how to live off the land or something, do it. Because they're going to nickel dime you to death. You're not going to have any freedoms. There's no such thing as freedom in a democracy. Never was. Being in the military that I was, that's when I woke up. I had a good education. I was inside the government. I've seen how bad they really are. Seeing my brothers and sisters come home in a box, tore up, half a limb. VA hospital didn't help them out, didn't give a shit. That's why you got wounded warriors right now on TV helping them out. Tunnel 2 towers, because VA won't help them. They give them a little benefits and say goodbye. It's all yours. You got people who can't even move around to do things. So wounded warriors and 2 tunnels are helping the veterans out. And when you hear this shit on TV, Veterans Day, that's a big laugh. They could care less. It's just a game they're playing to get extra points, extra boost on the ratings. It's bullshit. When you guys finally wake up, and I know a lot of you have, you better understand that the government's not there for you at all, and they're not. And if you're going to stay in their plantation, America, with our owners, the government, and us slaves, us constituents, you better get out of there. Because as long as you're in their plantation, you might just give your ass to them, because they're going to really do a job on you. On Rumble, I don't know where it's at right now, but I have where a guy, and he has documentation where they want to kill 6 to 7 billion people on this planet. We are the carbon base they're talking about. They can't handle this many people. They want the resources, the oligarchs, for themselves. While everybody else is suffering, they're going to be sit back and just enjoy life, eating the best foods, flying anywhere, driving anywhere they want to, go through checkpoints with no problems at all. Where we're going to be confined in a 15-minute city, an area. Yeah, this is all coming down. And if the best thing to do is, if you can hide, do it. But if they come after you when you're hiding, shame on them. Go after them. There's no games playing, because you're trying to avoid them as all the cost you can, getting off the plantation. But if they want you in that plantation, do what you got to do. I'm telling you. This is what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to get off the plantation. I haven't done it yet, but it's going to be there. And I want to do videos, pictures of it. If things go right for me next year. I'm praying it does. This is no place to be right now. They used us, military people. They used us for working hours. In my time, and I'm over 70 years old, one parent could stay home, watch the kids. If anything should happen, they could correct the kids, get them manners. We had good TV sets watching, like Popeye, My Three Sons, and good, wholesome pictures. Now it's nothing but crime. What do you think these kids are watching when they see this? What are they thinking? Well, I can do that when I grow up. And they try to induct the kids between K to college. So you know what's going to happen when they get older. Oh, I believe in the government. I feel sorry for these kids for being brainwashed. It's a shame. It really is. But my time, in the early 50s, it was nice. We had the freedom. Man, you could go outside and ride your bicycle. Nobody would harass you at all. No human traffic being that much. You could leave your doors open at nighttime because we didn't have any air conditioning. No one would bother you.
You still didn't have freedom. You just had less red tape of government at that time. It was
Yeah,
just
that makes
process.
sense. Yeah, they left us alone for a while until they got AI in.
I
Go ahead.
found
It's all
the
yours.
link. Actually, let me put it in a private chat. And as always, it's better if you queue it up because we get a better reading that
Okay.
way.
Hey, Dutch, just charge him for this, will you?
You name the price. I'll
Okay,
get the credit card processor ready.
Yeah, this is it right here on the private chat.
You got it.
Okay.
Yes, on the private chat. That's right.
Okay, got it. Hold on, bear with me here.
Name the price.
I heard that. I think this is it right here. Okay, there. Go over here. Okay, hold on, guys.
So this is I believe a former Microsoft developer that also has a private computer repair service, and he's warning about what he knows. This is almost a 2-year-old video already, and he's warning about what he knows even back then about Windows 11.
Volume check. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I had to make a video about
Yep.
this, and I'm sorry because I don't.
Good to go.
Okay. Here we go.
Hey everyone, I had to make a video about this, and I'm sorry that I won't be able to edit it. It's going to be an unscripted rant, and I don't have much of a choice because I don't have any time, but I needed to throw out there my initial thoughts on Windows 11 before I ran off and did stuff this weekend and was too busy to say something and post it. Do you see this mug? What does this mug say right here? It says, "There is no cloud. It's just someone else's computer." I love this mug, but the mug is not what we're talking about. We're talking about someone else's computer. So Windows 11 has a couple of requirements that I find horrifically problematic. Number one, it doesn't support old style BIOSes. It only supports UEFI. Now that may not seem like a humongous problem, but recall that UEFI on PCs has only really been there in a bootable form for consumers since Windows 8. And Windows 8 came out in 2012. Yes, that's 9 years ago. I'm still refurbishing computers that are 13 years old. There are a whole swath of older computers that will be cut off by this, but that's not the thing that gives me the most concern. By the way, I talk slowly. Feel free to speed the video up. The thing that bothers me is the requirement for Secure Boot to be turned on to use the system at all, the Trusted Platform module being required to use the system at all. So it's not a matter of simply, oh, Secure Boot's off, we'll throw a warning like Windows 8 used to. And they took that away in Windows 10. They actually stopped warning you about that. I wonder why. Well, because it was annoying, and some of us boot with secure boot off on purpose. Now, here's the thing. What does secure boot do? Secure boot, ostensibly for a normal human being, it has pretty good intentions. Secure boot makes it so that if your system has some kind of a hack, if something gets into your system and manages to put itself into early boot, the part of the system where when your computer's built-in code, the firmware, the BIOS, whatever you want to call it, the code that runs before any operating system ever does, the thing that shows you the manufacturer logo and press this to get into setup, that kind of thing. That loads the bootloader, and the bootloader loads the operating system. Secure boot requires that the bootloader be signed with a security key. And that security key, guess what? It has to be part of this firmware. PCs by default ship with the firmware with the security keys for Microsoft Windows and no other system. Sorry about the cough. They don't come with support to boot anything other than Microsoft Windows on a PC. Now, okay, yes, let's be practical. For the vast majority of people, that in and of itself doesn't matter. But the reason that it really is largely a non-issue today is that if you want to run Linux, you can just turn secure boot off, or most systems have provisions by which you can boot Linux with secure boot off and then inject the keys or whatever. There are ways to get Linux working with secure boot because Microsoft signed a Linux bootloader with some kind of secondary key. So the bottom line is Linux users have to ask Microsoft for permission to run Linux on their own computers. That is the state we're in today, but you can change that on the vast majority of computers. Secure boot can be turned off. And in fact, when Microsoft started to require for Windows 8 certification that secure boot be available and on by default, part of the requirement was also that it must be possible to turn it off. And that's great. That is what we want. Anybody who wants to run Linux, and he wants to run anything other than Windows. And there are a surprising number of things that run alternatively to Windows that aren't just Linux. You have BSD distributions, but more importantly, there are a lot of tools that are used in diagnostics. I run a PC repair shop. I use such tools. For example, there's a tool called memtest86 that I use to test RAM. Memtest86, guess what? It's not Windows, and I don't know if it's signed or not because I don't care, because I don't have to care, but memtest86 should not have to request that Microsoft sign every single binary they build for me. But more than that, open source and free software made by small people, shouldn't have to be signed by Microsoft to be able to run on the computer that you own. But let's go a step further. Secure boot is one thing. The TPM, the Trusted Platform Module, well, that's the thing that is used to store security keys, store security information. For example, if you have a TPM, Windows 10's Credential Storage Manager will store your credentials in the TPM rather than storing those credentials directly on the disk somewhere with an encryption key tied to your Windows login password in both cases, I believe. But the TPM, what happens is if you boot an operating system and that operating system is not the same operating system as the one that you are booting with the TPM security keys, it won't hand the keys over for the one operating system if you boot the other operating system. Now, this sounds like a bunch of garble, like blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about, Mr. Computer Man? You're talking about the computer jargon, and you're not saying anything of substance. Well, the TPM stores these keys, and the keys are used by Windows bootlicker. Sorry, it's not bootlocker, it's BitLocker. But bootlicker is probably a good idea to call it at this point. So what will happen on a computer that comes with Windows 10, comes with secure boot enabled, comes with a TPM, newer ones, they will have BitLocker, God almighty, BitLocker, I might as well be called bootlocker. They will have BitLocker turned on by default, which encrypts your hard drive, which means that now the contents of your hard drive are scrambled so that you can't boot Linux to recover data from that partition or whatever, because it's encrypted. And where's the encryption key stored, you might ask? In the trusted platform module. And what happens if anything goes wrong with that hardware? Oh, that's right, you lose everything on your hard drive. Now, yes, I know that if you know what you're doing, you can set up a BitLocker recovery flash drive. There are other ways that you can get this recovery thing going. Store a backup copy of the key somewhere. Microsoft likes to shovel a backup copy of your key to guess where? Your Microsoft account that they force you to log into or create with newer Windows 10 editions. If you get a new computer, turn it on and actually connect it to the internet. So yeah, Microsoft wants to control what you can do with your computer. They want to force you to authenticate to them to use your computer. They want to lock all of the data that is on your computer and store the key on their computers, one of these bad boys, on their computers. In any case, you are a slave to Microsoft. You must ask Microsoft for permission to do everything. The computer is no longer yours. Now, here's the thing. Why is it called a trusted platform module? Why isn't it called something else? Well, trusted platform modules emerged from the move towards what they called trusted computing. There is a rant, a very old one by Richard Stallman of the Free Software Foundation back when this was a big deal, like 10 years ago, where they explain the whole trusted computing concept in terms that I'm trying to re-explain here. But basically, what the trust thing is it's a bit of a misunderstanding. So I have a computer, and it has this trusted computing platform, which the TPM basically makes real, and that plus secure boot. What I think is that I have trust in my computer. I can trust that my bootloader hasn't been hijacked. I can trust that my security keys are protected from someone stealing my computer and just being able to yank them out of the TPM wholesale without my password, my fingerprint, whatever. And to some extent, that's true. But the other side of it is more nefarious and is far more dangerous, and is the reason that I'm making this video today. Trusted computing doesn't really mean that you can trust your computer. Trusted computing means that Microsoft and other large manufacturers of software and manufacturers of hardware by extension can trust your computer to do what they want it to do. It means that the computer can be trusted against the end user, the person who actually paid for it and owns it, not that the computer can be trusted by the user. This is the distinction that must be made. This is the important part of this. This is what nobody else is talking about. Secure Boot and the Trusted Platform module being required, they must both be on and functional, means that you can't use your computer anymore. Microsoft owns the keys to your kingdom. Microsoft holds all the cards. Microsoft can trust your computer against you. This is especially true when it comes to things like free software. Remember Windows 10 in S mode? I made a video about how crappy it is. They were trying to get you to only run software that was pulled from the Windows Store, which Microsoft has monopoly control of and oversees and makes all decisions regarding what can go there. That's not how these computers are supposed to work. You're supposed to be able to run what you want on your computer. But you've accepted this for years, just not with your computer. You've accepted it with your phones, your mobile devices, your tablets. I'm sorry, I need more coffee, don't I? You've accepted this with all of your mobile devices because guess what? If you have an iPhone and some small developer would like to make an application and put it out there and not have to go through Apple's process and not bow to Apple's demands and not be a slave to Apple and what Apple wants, guess what? They can't. Do you know why they can't? Because to get an app on the Apple App Store, you have to go through Apple's processes. So if you want to release your software on a website and have someone download it, install it, and enjoy it without Apple getting in your way, you can't do it. So you, end user, clearly do not care that much about making your own apps so much as being able to run them. Well, it kills you too because you don't have free choice. You can only run on your phone what Apple chooses to put on your phone. When Apple decided to ban Tumblr from the App Store, guess what? They didn't just ban Tumblr, they deleted it from everyone's phones that already had downloaded and set it up. So they didn't just ban it, They were able to retroactively claw back apps that users had put on their hardware, their property that they own. They were able to take that back off without permission, without notice, against the user's desires, effectively destroying Tumblr. Tumblr is a shell of what it once was. Now, it was never great, but whatever. We don't talk about Tumblr right now. The point is that you don't control your own hardware when it comes to your mobile devices anymore. If you have an Amazon device, if you have an Apple device, if you have some Android devices, you can't do that. They have made it difficult even on Android to do what's called side-loading apps, which used to just be called downloading them, but they call it side-loading because you're bypassing the official, controlled, corporate money-backed and controlled application store. Google, Apple, Amazon, take your pick. You're bypassing that and doing what you want to do with your property. You can't do that anymore. Apple's computers have also been moving in this direction. The T2 security chip, yep, same thing except on Apple. Apple's had UEFI for a long time, but with the move to Mac's Apple Silicon stuff, the M1 chip and all that, yeah, it's lockdown time, baby. You can't even run Linux on that. You have to run Mac OS. You can't run Linux. You can't run Windows. You used to be able to run Windows. Now you can't even run Windows on a Mac. And maybe at some point in the future, they'll let you run Windows for ARM on the Mac Apple Silicon. But who knows? The bottom line is that this makes your computer the same as your mobile phone. Now, granted, if you're just a normie, if you're just an end user that doesn't really care about all this stuff, you just want to be able to run Word and Teams and Outlook and crap, maybe it doesn't affect you directly yet, but it does affect you. It's already affected you in your mobile devices because you do not have access to certain things because these big corporate gatekeepers have decided that you can't do what you want. There's also, and we're going to dig in here, there's also the matter of piracy. See, this is probably one of the big things that they're trying to stop. But there are actually several legitimate reasons to engage in piracy and crack software. One of those reasons is software activation, which I meant to make a bigger video on, but I'll touch on it here. I am of the opinion, the very strong opinion, that software which requires any form of internet activation, phone activation, software you can't just install and go, software that you buy, but then you have to activate, or software that is rental software, such as things are moving now, Adobe Creative Cloud, you can't own it anymore, you can only rent it. I am of the belief that that is extremely immoral, unethical, take your pick. It's bad. Why is it bad? Because if you make a portfolio in Adobe Illustrator or InDesign, just as an example, you make a portfolio, you're an artist, you're a designer, you're an architect, and you make a portfolio in a proprietary piece of software, an industry standard piece of software that you are not allowed to buy, that you have to rent on a monthly basis. You hit financial hard times, you have a portfolio made in InDesign, you need to make some tweaks to your portfolio while you're job searching, money's getting real tight, and you can't afford that $55 a month for the Creative Cloud subscription. What do? If your subscription lapses, you lose all access to the software that your stuff is in. You do not own your data if you do not own your software. And by extension, you do not own your software if you do not own and control the hardware it runs on top of. This is part of a long process. I have been doing computer stuff for my entire life. I have programmed on computers from the late 70s all the way up to today. I started on a Commodore 64. I have read all about the Homebrew Computer Club, the beginnings of Apple, the beginnings of all these computer companies that competed against IBM and the mainframe makers. And this has been a slow creep for decades. Users are very slowly losing the rights to their property, their hardware, their software, and by extension, because of that, everything that they do on their computer. Notice how everything tries to get stored in a cloud somewhere. Everything is trying to take away your control and lock you into someone else's hardware, software, and most importantly, control being taken away from you, being put in their hands. They're trying to take away your autonomy, your self-ownership, your rights to control your life, your hardware, your software, the stuff that you pay for. You paid for it. It's yours. Except it's not, because they're doing this end run around your rights, your property rights, the stuff that you own, the stuff that you pay for, the stuff that you exchange a portion of your life to be able to obtain and keep. They're taking it away from you. Windows 11 is this. Now, Macs have been going this way for a long time. Mobile devices are already there. But with Windows 11's requirements, you will see within the next 10 years total lockdown PCs. You will see computers that the user is not able to put anything other than Windows on. You will see this happen. I promise. I guarantee it. It is a matter of time. They're boiling the frog in the pan. If you don't know what that means, go look it up. That's what's happening. That's why Windows 11 is a freaking disaster, and you need to do whatever you can to make sure that Microsoft knows you won't put up with it. You won't take it. Windows 11 needs to be resisted at every possible turn. It is the behemoth that will swallow computing freedom for all of us. And that's my unscripted rant on Windows 11. I haven't even gotten into the other stuff, but you know what? Like, comment, subscribe, and all that. But I do also want to announce that at some point in the future, I have been working on the underpinnings of a video about how user interfaces have also gone on a decline for a while now, especially in the past 10 years, but more so just over time, user interfaces improved and then got worse. I'm planning a documentary on that. If you want to be notified when that comes out, do the whole bell icon down there on YouTube. Or wherever this video ends up, subscribe and all that. If you want to give me money so I can focus on something other than doing just computer repair all the time, there's support links down below. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful day. Screw Windows 11. Boy, I can't stand this. My blood is boiling. And always remember, the cloud is just someone else's computer. Have a good one.
You mean I can make money on YouTube? I didn't know that. You want
Yeah,
to explain
please,
what this guy was talking about, dude? I mean, this guy was just throwing me on left field.
please start so I can get paid. Well, he was just regurgitating and elaborating what I was saying to you earlier. That the security key to your computer is with Windows 11, even Windows 10 to some degree, but definitely Windows 11 onwards is stored on Windows hardware, their servers, and there's two things with that. The first is if something goes sideways and you happen to lose your password or whatnot, and you can't find it and dig it up, you have to get a hold of Windows, Microsoft through password protection or whatever, and ask them permission to get it back. And sometimes they say no. And if they say no, you're shit out of luck. Your computer's gone. You have to go get a new one. That's number one. Number two, as he was explaining in this video, it's just like very similar to how Apple is, the direction that Apple is going towards, and also how your phone devices are pretty much already are these days. If you try and sideswipe and put some software on your other devices, you'll find it very, very challenging to do so, unless if you're very, very technically skilled and know how to get around the operating system's firewalls. They want to make it so that the end user, the average end user, not the high-tech individual, which even the high-tech individual is going to pretty much say the hell with this because it's such a headache to dance around. But at the very least, for 98% of users out there, they won't comprehend where to start with any of this shit. And as he was saying there, all of your stuff is not stored on your device. It's stored on their servers, and they have complete control of your device, what you can have on there. You're already seeing that with Windows 10 to quite a degree. I even see it when I help do your maintenance. How many times have you logged onto your computer and some software is there that wasn't there before, or software that you're used to, a program was there and all of a sudden it's gone? Well, how does that happen? Well, it happens because through the updates and whatnot, they've got the key and the password to your hard drive, and they're making the decisions to those updates, what you can keep and what you can't keep. Well, that's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse, to the point where nothing you want to put on your computer will be allowed unless if you get permission by then. And you know where that will lead to. That'll just lead to, well, if you want that, you'll have to pay us a lot of money, and but we might still say no. And if we want to corrupt your files because you went around that, we can do so, and we'll just hit a button, we'll terminate your hard drive if you don't want to listen to us, and a whole bunch of other shit. You know, it's basically computer tyranny is what it is.
This is where they got you by the gotchis, because everybody's going to have to be using it for long because everything's going digital. You know, banks, buying stuff. We're not going to have stores here. I'll tell you that now. The
You
stores
mean
that we
they
have,
aren't already digital?
yeah, really. No, but you still walk to stores to get whatever you want. That's going to be gone. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
It's going
I
to be
see
just,
what you're saying. Yeah, the
yeah,
brick and mortar business is going to the wayside. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, either you do or die. That's why people have to get off the grid. They got to get, you know, off this government plantation.
That's it.
It's up
So
to
that's
them.
the way that's the way the the Microsoft computers are going. You used to be able to, on Macs, you could buy a Mac and you could install Windows operating system on a Mac, and you could have a Windows computer that ran 100 times better because you had the Mac quality hardware. Since about 3 or 4 years ago, you can't really do that anymore, because Mac, again, they keep their hardware proprietary, and so now to do that requires a ridiculous amount of effort, and it's just not really worth it anymore, which is kind of a shame, because Mac hardware is far better than PC hardware typically, and more expensive, but it's much more robust. So that kind of put an end to that, and it's all about the company wanting to hold a monopoly on their stuff. And in a corporate world, that makes sense, and so they should be entitled to that. Unfortunately, everybody pays the price to having the best of all the all the best of everything, and moving forward, because again, at the end of the day, it's all about money, right? It doesn't make sense for me as an Apple computer developer and designer, to allow you to put Microsoft software on my computer. I would rather only allow you to have Apple software, and of course charge you for that as well. From a financial perspective, that's what makes the most sense for my company, right?
Yeah, but they're getting greedy. They don't want a piece of the pie. They want it all.
What do you mean
And they,
getting?
I mean, I can afford this right now. I mean, I got all kinds. Well, you know what I got here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to keep, buying and buying and buying, trying to keep up with the Joneses on this damn computer. They kiss my butt.
Yeah, and that's why ultimately, capitalism is a failed endeavor, because at some point it goes to the point where you have to starve your customers at the expense to save the company. But it's a conundrum, right? That can't be solved, because you need your customers to have a company. So what are you going to do now, right?
Well, it's just like my dryer. 18 years old. We took care of it. 18 years old. Never had a problem with it, other than the motherboard. It wouldn't cancel out the laundry.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to the guy. Oh, they don't make it anymore. What? They don't make it anymore. Oh, you got to buy a brand new washer and dryer. What the?
Mm-hmm.
In our days, you wanted a part, you got it. Oh yeah, here you go, sir. We got the part. Not anymore. Everything's throwaway. So you have to
Right.
buy
So
more.
what's the learning lesson there?
Don't shit my pants.
There's two of them. There's two of them.
Beat it with a rock. Wash your clothes with a rock.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, other than just wash your own clothes and put them in laundry, the line.
Well, that would be, the best way to go as far as directional. But I mean, as far as companies go and machines,
just don't buy them. Everybody, that would stop them.
Same
But they
thing.
go ahead and do it.
That's the good direction. But as far as machine goes, the two learning lessons is, number one is never expect things to be the way they are right now tomorrow. That's number one. And number two, stop depending on the fucking things.
Or number 3, You can just buy a manual washer.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's what I
used to
mean.
have those.
Stop depending on the things. Yeah. Yeah,
Used
you
to have
can
those.
still get them today. You can get
Can you really?
ones that you
Oh.
crank. Yeah, you can get ones that you crank with your hand or whatever. And, of course, you can do what Freddie and I do. We just take a bucket and we put a string on it, tie it to the tree, put some perforated holes in the bottom and spin the shit out of it. And then hang it to dry, either outside or inside. There's too many foxes running around, And Bob's your uncle. It's fast. It's easy. Because we only use vinegar and water primarily, sometimes a little bit of baking soda, it literally costs us probably about 5 cents a load, if that. Our water is free. We're getting it sourced from the spring. So, and if the bucket breaks, that's okay. They're only about, 99 cents. No big deal.
I like
go
that
through
idea.
a few of those every year. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to do things yourself, if you're willing to do that. Machine is supposed to make things convenient and easier for us, but not necessarily the case. Look what you're going through right now with the washer and dryer fiasco, right? It's so much convenience, isn't it?
Wow. Oh yeah, real convenience. Yeah, I'm just pulling my hair out.
Mm-hmm.
Unfreaking real. It used to be simple. I want this. Okay, we'll be there. Bang, bang, bang. It's done. Now we don't put the gas pipe in. Why not? Well, because the insurance. We can't. We're not allowed to do it. What the?
Right.
Kiss my. It's so simple. It's.
Right.
I
And
mean,
again,
unreal.
I'm not against technology. I think technology is okay. It can extend our abilities, especially when your abilities are really limited, like you're disabled or whatever. And that's a good thing. Just realize though, if you forget how to function without and you become dependent, then you become atrophied. So it seems like the further increase of technology there is, the further atrophication happens from natural abilities. So you got to be careful about this thing. And at the very least, if you're really going to use a machine and rely on it, know how the fucking thing works, and know how to maybe put it together yourself at least, and know how to fix it, right? I had to learn all this stuff myself, I never went to school for any of this stuff either. I just, trial and error. Took my sister's computer and pressed all the buttons and saw what happened.
I used to be an appliance repairman,
Mhm.
that was my first, before I became heating cooling full-fledged,
Mhm. Right.
And, but now, geez, I got to go to school to learn the rest of the stuff. You know what I mean? The electronics. I know what comes in's got to come out.
And unless if you want to make one yourself, almost from scratch,
That'd be a. Hey, dear, what's that? Your underwear stuck to the wall. Did you do something wrong?
Bras stuck to the fan on the roof,
Oh, my wife would love that. Answer the door to damn bras stuck over my head. Yeah. Can I help you, sir? Yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah, it's
but really,
that's a good way to keep visitors from coming over.
Yeah.
Are you taking notes? I'm taking
Who,
notes.
me?
No. Anybody listening to what you just said, I'm taking notes. I'm going to use that. Everybody's welcome at my place.
It's either, yeah.
We practice the art of deterrence around here. We do it very well.
I ain't going to that RV. Yeah. Ooh, no way.
See, now I know it's, especially with machine wise, right? It's a feat to do everything yourself, but at the very least, if you really want to use a machine, and this is what we've stopped thinking to do for so long now, order the parts and get somebody, know what you're dealing with, right? So that you know what's in there. It's the same thing with food, have your hand and eye in it. Otherwise you're relying on somebody else's design and you don't know what the fuck's in there. You know, these computers. You really think that there isn't a whole bunch of spyware in the computer and it's not being broadcasted everywhere? And look how easy it is
How's
to
it
do. Just
going?
click a bunch of buttons and it's all over
Good.
the internet in 2 seconds, you know.
Yeah.
They can do this in 2 seconds with the keys in your computer, no problem. I can do it, and I'm not a genius, you know, with that stuff. And there's software out there that does that for them that they've created. So, you know, now if you manufacture, not manufacture, but at least assemble, you know, things for yourself and learn how that works, you know what's on there. You know what software is on there. You know what's running, what you don't want to be running. And it's the same thing with any other piece of technology that you in your house. This is all a part of self-reliance, um, uh, and what it's all about. And a lot of people are probably spinning their head going, oh, that sounds like so much. It is, because you're starting at 40, 50, 60 years old, what you should have started a long time ago. Now it's overwhelming, you know, but we should have learned this stuff a long time ago so that we aren't in a predicament to other people's greediness, right? Who want to take us down a direction that's not in our best interest, but definitely in their best interest financially.
In other words, they're going to just make you poor. If you don't have the money, they're going to make you poor. If you
That's what
want it,
it's
you're going to
about.
have to pay for it. Yeah.
They just want to soak you, right? They just want to, you know, nickel and dime you as far as much as they can. So, you know, that's what inflation is all about, right? Inflation is just a way to rob your wealth, your superficial wealth. That's all it is. It was a design. It was a way to extract wealth from people without their awareness. I'll just inflate the price. So the thing that they're holding on to for a store of value becomes less and less valuable over time. That's a great way. So what do they have to do to make up for that? Well, if all they know is money, we have to run the hamster wheel harder so we make more of it. That's the only solution, right?
Mhm. And people are addicted to it because they got it. They depend on it now
That's what I'm
to do
saying.
things. Yeah. To do
Yeah.
things.
So I'm saying, if that's all you know and you don't know how to function without it, right? Now I can easily extract your wealth. I'm the one who can print all the money in this system. So I'm going to get you to run a hamster wheel to chase after the money that I can print. And the more I can make that money that I print become atrophied in its worth over time, the more you're going to have to spin your wheels harder and harder and harder to get more of the money that I print to get access to the same things that you can trade the money for to get things with, right?
And you know what's
So
bad about it too?
you become further and further my slave the more that I do that, because you have to work harder to get access to me. All I have to do is press a button and here it is. Billions of digits of fake nothingness that everybody believes is worth something. And, you know, the more that I decrease its value, the more you have to run the hamster wheel to get more of it. Buy the same thing.
And the bad thing about it is you're working your ass off and you don't have time to do anything. So what do? You get on the computer, you know, because they're working you to death, you know, 2, 3 jobs, you know, just trying to make ends meet while they're stealing off you.
But me, all I have to do is, you know, put digits in the computer and I can go buy whatever I want.
I don't like you, Guru.
And of course, I can't I can literally do that in a different world, but I'm putting my position of the people who print the money, right? That's their position. All they have to do is print as much as they want. In this day and age, it's not printing anymore. It's just digital digits in a computer, right? And just a couple keystrokes in a computer. They don't have a limit to the amount that they can do. It's their system. So the stupid part is this: even in a world of scarcity or superficial scarcity, in a world of superficial ownership ideology, you know you're a slave when you can convince people to trade a bunch of pieces of paper for a house. That's sad.
Wait a minute. Now you lost me. Can you explain a little bit more? I'm not aware of this.
What is money?
Oh, okay. Paper. I got you now. All right. I got
Yes. You know it's sad when you can convince people when people are so stupid that they can be convinced that they'll trade their house for some pieces of paper. That's sad. That's brainwashing to the core.
And getting debt doing it.
I'm just talking about the trading aspect itself.
No,
Forget about the debt part. That's a whole nother aspect.
it sure is. Wow.
If I came to you and I said, I'll give you $5 million for your house tomorrow, you'd probably get excited.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
sad. That's
I
sad
would.
because I'm trading paper for your house. And it's the belief that that paper, the sad part is it's the stupid mind has this belief that that paper has the same value of the house or more. That's the sad
Well,
part. That's the brainwashing part.
well, you're right. I would be excited because he get the raw deal. I mean, when you turn on the hot water, it turns cold. You turn on the garbage disposal, the toilet flushes. So I'd be getting a good deal out of it.
But the real value is in the house, not in the paper.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's what people don't realize. It's not, the paper is the fucking brainwashing. It's the illusion.
Well, they're trying to get rid of the people's houses now by raising up the inflation. It's getting so high, people can't afford it anymore. People just bought homes, bought cars. I feel sorry for them.
I don't
Damn.
feel sorry for them at all.
Well, they don't know what to
What?
expect. Go on.
They're not questioning it.
Yeah, that's true too. They're not. They're just accepting it.
That's right. And whose responsibility is it to accept that or question it?
Us.
Us. So if that's not being done, I don't feel sorry for you. I don't. Now, if you don't want to accept that butthurt narrative, literally, if you don't want to get your ass handed to you like that, let's have a conversation because you don't have to. There are other options in life. That's where there's an opportunity. Without that, though, I don't have 1 ounce of sympathy for an individual. Not one.
Well, you got some new people on here. Why don't you explain them how you're living?
Well, I just use your credit card everywhere.
My daughter gave it to you, didn't she?
Damn. That's just one of my secrets, folks.
Don't listen to him, folks. Don't
I
listen
just
to
gave
him.
him a duplicate card. So I have one and he has one.
Remember what I was
Wow.
saying earlier about 2 peas in a pod causing trouble, Telling you,
Yeah,
we're a
yeah.
match.
No wonder I can't find a leaf to walk around with. Yeah.
Well, we'll
So
give one
poor.
to you to do when it's laundry day.
We'll just fan you with them.
Are you barking some orders over there?
He has a lot to say.
So what is it people hang on. Excuse me. So what is it people can do then if they are interested? Well, now doesn't that just open up a whole bag of worms for conversation? Now we've got a good basis for where we can go when the mind is open. First thing is start with fixing yourself holistically, putting your health at the forefront of everything. When you do this, everything will start to fall into place as to where the direction should go, where it should have gone all along, and where it needs to go. Let me ask you a question. To achieve the ultimate health, where would you start logically?
Me?
You cut off. What did you say?
You
Am I
talking to me?
talking to you? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, what I would first, I'd buy organic food. Get
Okay.
myself fasting first. Clean myself
All
out.
right. Right. So, right there, off the cusp. Now you said organic food, which there's even further than organic, but let's just go in that direction. Where would be the best place to get access to what you're saying is clean food, right? Clean food,
Right.
right?
No
So
GMO,
no GMO, yeah, no chemicals, right? So where would be the most best place that one is suited for people to get access to clean food?
and free food. That would be either, well, naturally, it'd be in the woods.
Yes, absolutely. You see, so it just kind of starts falling into place from there. If that's where the resources are, then that's obviously the direction that maybe we should look to start heading toward. And everything starts falling into place foundationally after that. That's where true freedom is, because that's where true health is, and health is wealth. The more better your health is, the more ability you have. The more ability you have, the more freedom you have. That's what it comes down to. That's what it's all about. So and we can do the same thing in every single category of life. If you want to get access to good quality clothes, where would you go?
I would go to like a tailor.
No.
Who good quality clothes.
Yeah, or clean clothes. And I don't mean just laundered.
Oh, I thought you were going to say laundry. Okay, I really did. I don't. Oh, if you want your clean, yeah, you want to use a spring, wash your clothes. That's what you mean.
No, I don't mean where to wash your clothes. I mean the actual fabric itself. Where would you go to get access to good fabric for material for the clothes that you wear?
That's something I wouldn't know other than a tailor. That's all I would know. I wouldn't know anything else other than going to a store and getting it. Walmart's, Kmart's.
What are your clothes made out of?
Wool.
Okay, wool is one. What else?
Cotton.
That's another. What else?
What do they call that? God, help me out here.
What did she
Just
say?
kidding. I said Spanx. I was kidding. Spandex. I don't know, polyester. I don't know,
Yeah,
whatever
so
the
there
they're
you go.
called.
So,
It's a
okay, so
blend of
there,
things.
yeah, and most of your clothes in this day and age, you'd be lucky if there's any sort of natural ingredients left.
There
Most of it
really
now
isn't
is the
cotton in your
synthetic.
clothes anymore.
Yeah, it's hard to find, right?
Yep, it's not
So,
breathable.
right. So obviously, the corporate direction, just like with the food, is not the best place to be sourcing the stuff that you're going to put over your skin, which I reckon is even not a good thing to do most of the time, anyways. But that's another conversation. So if you're gonna, for the clothes that you're gonna wear, just use logic behind this. Where would be the place that you could look to get access to good, clean materials for your clothes?
Amish. That's the same thing I did.
Probably a better direction. Could you think of even further than that? Like where are they getting it from?
From the animals, the sheep, I don't know about the
Cotton
polyester.
farmers.
Okay, so they're kind of making it themselves, right?
Right.
All right, now. So obviously that's one thing you can do. You can make it yourself, and but you can also grow your own food and do that yourself. But is there something further than that where you could access that's kind of already there?
Grow it ourselves. Make it ourselves.
That was the one that we just said. Is there something further than that even?
Animals, farm animals for wool, sheep.
Well, again, that's in what context? Yes, but where would you get that? Where would you find that?
Shoot the dog.
Shave your dog. Where your dog?
Yeah, you like my little meat coat here? I don't know, Guru. That's a good question. I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know.
All right.
I can't think out that far what you're talking about.
I'm trying.
Well, Well,
I'm
well, where?
grasping.
Sure. Where does it ultimately come from, anyways?
The
A
clothes you're talking about.
plant.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Or
the
the
material.
materials. The materials.
A
Mhm.
plant
Right. And where do plants grow?
in the ground,
You're right. Where?
in the garden, in the wild,
In the
in your
wild. There we
backyard,
are.
wherever you
There we
wanna,
are. Wherever you want.
right? I'm like wherever you want to plant it or find
Yeah.
it.
So you're
Yeah.
telling me I got
There
to
we
wear
go.
a bush around my body?
No. Well, I mean, if you want to wear a leaf or a few of them, sure. You know,
Jeez.
she's
Okay,
hitting the nail on the head there, Big Thumbs. Are you getting it?
Mhm.
What is she saying here? Where do you go?
Out in the woods.
Yeah. And where did you go to? Where did we just say a bit ago to go get the food?
Out in the woods. Yeah.
Out in the woods. Same place. Isn't it
But I don't.
uncanny?
Wait a minute. Hold on here. What about the clothes, though? Out in the
That's what I'm
woods?
talking about. Where do you get the materials for the clothes? That's what we're talking about.
How do you get the materials from? That's something I don't know. I'm totally
What
baffled.
are clothes made out of?
Animals. Wool. Isn't it?
Wool,
Cat and cotton.
cotton. What else are clothes made
Hemp.
out of?
Hemp.
What else are clothes made out of? Natural clothes, not synthetic, because synthetic, they can go fuck yourself. You don't want to touch any of that with a 10-foot pole. That's the whole point of going in this direction, just to get away from that shit. Right? So there's 3 of them: cotton, wool, hemp. What else?
Hemp. I'll be damned. Hemp too?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You gotta get your ears
Okay.
cleaned. Your daughter just said that one.
I did- Damn you, daughter. Shame on you.
Yes.
Bamboo?
Cotton, hemp, wool, bamboo. There you go.
Really? How about
Absolutely.
that was a test.
Bamboo
Okay.
is very breathable.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of plant-based materials that can be used for clothes that are very breathable, very sustainable, very non-destructive, non-toxic, hypoallergenic, and very, very, very soft. Some of them are even naturally antibacterial, like bamboo. Bamboo, I don't know if you notice it, but if it's made properly, you don't have to wash it. Just hang it outside, and the bacteria, the natural bacteria of the air, just hang it outside in the wind over a day or two, and all of a sudden it's fresh and clean. Imagine that.
Well, that's amazing. I like that idea.
And we're talking if it's stained even or smelly, right? Armpit, smell or whatever, right? It takes care of itself. Imagine
Now,
that.
how would you? You'd have to have a manufacturer to fix it for you. I mean, to make your clothes, I wouldn't know how to make the clothes. You know what I mean?
That's
Get the
what
bamboo.
right. That's what this really uncanny word that we made up in the English language is for. It starts with an L. You know what it is?
I'm thinking. The only thing I can think of is loser.
Well, if you don't do this, you probably will be.
L. Do you know what he's talking about?
What do you do if you don't know how? It
Duchess?
starts with an L.
Starts with an L.
You don't know how to do something. What do you do? It starts. What can you do? It starts with an L.
I know you T for a try. L for. Come on, Duchess, help me out here.
Learn.
Learn.
Oh shit! Damn it! I don't like you. Learn.
Good Lord.
It's just so simple.
Anything you don't know how to do in life, you can learn.
Oh my god! I could just imagine my first set of clothes. Oh my god!
Yeah, right?
Oh.
I know it's a novel concept, but Rudy
Oh.
and I have been making our own clothes for years. We know how to harvest the materials. We know how to put it together. Mostly, we just actually bring it to some of our sources, and that's their specialty. They actually manufacture it, and they give some of it to us. We let them have the rest. That's one of the cooperative ways of functioning. It just so happens is acreage that I'm on right now, that's one of the places where they get made.
Wow. I got to get to know these people when I get ready. You know what I mean? I got to get to know some of these people. They got to be
And
around here,
there's
Michigan. Go on.
and there is so much free material for for clothes, and not just clothes, things that you can't possibly imagine. Probably baskets, drawers, containers, uh, dishes, and I'm not talking about hard wood types of materials. There's that too, which I reckon is not really the most methodical way about going to make things, because first of all, it's not very robust. Number two, you only want to harvest that which is already dead anyways. And number three, it takes a lot of effort to manufacture something out of wood, but it can be done, so that's an option as well. There's a lot of other materials in the wild that are absolutely astoundingly abundant. All you got to do is just go harvest it, as long as you're willing to do that and you know what to harvest and how to ethically harvest it at the proper times and whatnot. That's important as well. So there's a learning curve, but learning how to do that, the rest is so easy. It really is, especially if you use a bit of machines.
It would have to be a hard plate for me. I'll tell you that now, because when I was over my daughter's house, she had a paper plate, and I went down to squeeze on I forget what it was. The damn plastic fork broke and flew up in my face. All the food did. I had I had mustard all over my face, my shirt, my pants. And you think my daughter would help me out? She sat there and laughed her ass off. Says, "You look good, Dad." Huh?
You know how most people make wraps out
What?
of
What? I'm sorry, I missed that. What lies are you telling?
The day we had the picnic, remember? I was sitting on the table there outside, and the fork broke, and the food hit me in the face.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You sat there, you laughed your ass off. Didn't help me out.
'Cause
No, not you.
you were using that fork like I don't even know. I don't know what you were trying to dig at or trying to cut, but you could have just got a knife.
So
But yeah, hard plate. Go on. Go on.
a lot of people they make wraps with bread based what do you call those round things? Tortillas, right? That's a lot of work to make a tortilla. And I don't even think they really taste that good. I make wraps with leaves. Big ones. I go pick a big huge leaf, bring it on the table, throw some veggies in it, some beans, whatever I'm gonna do, sauce. And then I wrap the wrap with a big huge leaf that's edible, and I eat it. How many dishes do you think that cost?
That sounds good, though.
It's amazing. It's the best wrap you'll ever have. It's so good,
Well, just
and
the dandelions
and no wheat
alone.
or nothing.
Go ahead. Sorry. I was
No,
just
you go
gonna say
ahead.
the dandelions you told me alone was good. They're delicious. Dandelions. Wow. Go on.
Yeah,
I love
well,
those.
they're often something that goes in there. But most of the things that I eat are herb based like that. The stuff that I'm putting in my salad or wraps or whatever. I mean, all these things are just different creative ways to pretty much eat the same thing. Mostly, are very sort of wild-esque, non-conventional stuff that you find in the supermarket. And they're all over the place. Like, I can't believe the amount of limited stuff that you can only get access to in a supermarket. It's appalling, compared to the amount of stuff that actually grows that's edible in the wild. It's ridiculous.
And healthy.
And not just for eating, though, and healthy, absolutely. And not just for eating, but again, materials used for other things, making our clothes, making our baskets, usable things that we need that help us out in life. So there's two things off the cusp, okay? Two things right there. All you have to do is have the will to go out and learn what it is that you can forage in the wild. And of course, that's the ultimate. Second best to that, grow it yourself. You can do that. I reckon you combine both. You go out and forage, and while you're there, you grab what you're going to grab, bring it home, bring some home, have a feast out there on nature while you're there. Enjoy it, make a picnic, and then bring home what you're going to bring home and harvest seeds as well, and use those seeds to grow some stuff local to yourself.
Well, I got that book that's going to help us out. We just got to make damn well sure what we're picking, you know. But I got pictures of it, what it is, and the name of it, and
yes,
how
that's
to,
important.
you know. So that's going to help. Yeah, me and our daughter and I and my wife, we can go up there and try it out. You know, get a little weed. What do you think? Does it sound good, there, Duchess? She said, "Yeah, I heard her."
Fabulous.
What?
She said fabulous. I think. So it sound like.
I did.
There you go. She's gung ho.
Good, good. She's going to help me out next spring to look around for the some land. Hello. Oh, jeez.
You know, we're blessed here as well in the North American environment. The amount of wild land that's
Sorry,
accessible.
I'm doing homework.
Are you doing homework? I'm sorry, Cuckoo. I just you should have graduated a long time ago. I told you.
Well, aren't we doing homework too right now?
Yeah, we are. You're right.
I'm on double duty. You want a shoe?
Go on, Guru.
So we're on the topic of, you know, what can you do? What directions can you go if your mind is open to get into seceding from the corporate world? And so those are two things. Now, just the two things that we talked about right there. Look at the amount of trade-off that you have. Look what you're trading for. Look at the benefits that come with it. All the benefits. When you go, for example, the monetary benefits. When you go in the wild, and yeah, if you're still tongue-tied to the corporate system, you might be taking a car and it might cost a bit of gas or whatever. Okay, but it also costs you that when you go to the grocery store and when you have to go to get a job, right, to be able to pay for these things. So, but you know, apples to apples. Okay, maybe it's a little bit further on gas. You go out in the wild or whatever, but once you're there, look at the harvest that you get to have, and you get to bring some of that home. You can easily go out and harvest 3 to 4 days worth of food easily, right? You probably don't want to go too much further than that because just the expiry on it or whatever, you know, it depends what it is. Some of the food will last weeks, some of it won't. Little herbs probably won't and stuff. So it depends what it is, you know. But so the amount that you save on your grocery bill by doing that, that's number one. Number two, and that's a monetary benefit. Number two, it's astoundingly good for your health. You're getting nutrition that you'll never find in the corporate store. Never. That's number two. That also translates into monetary benefits. You don't need pharmaceuticals and all the corporate crap that aren't going to be medicine for you anyways. It's just going to further you into a deeper level of health problems. And you don't have to turn to doctors. You're becoming your own doctor by doing this. And that's what it's all about. You're learning how to self-doctor yourself by making yourself healthy properly. And also learning how to use some of these things out there. So if things go a little bit sideways, you know how to take care of it. So again, it translates more monetary benefits. And then also, when your health is better, you have more energy, which also translates into monetary benefits. If you really want to look at it on a monetary level, which most people will, because that's what they're brainwashed to think about it. And I get it, you know, and it's important to think like that while you're still tongue-tied. So it translates into less requirements to spend on health, doctors and pills and so on and so forth. Then you have more energy, and more energy means you can be more productive, which also translates into a monetary benefit. More energy also means that you heal faster, which also translates into a monetary benefit. You don't have to sleep as much, which also translates into a monetary benefit. And the list just goes on and on and on. That's just for the food part. Aside from the fact that it costs very little to go out there once you're there to collect all this stuff, bring it home. And same thing goes with the clothes and the other resources that you manufacture for yourself. Well, that all translates into huge monetary benefits. Now, if you take the gains from that and you come back to your corporate world and you invest and transfer that energy into some local production, you're also going to reap benefits exponentially. So that's another monetary benefit. So it's not just that one time you go out there and it's done. You know, you can take the seeds and the harvest and you can start growing some things locally. And if you're really smart, you can use the savings from all this and you can start investing your way out into an environment where you can access this stuff without having to go very far, which is a huge monetary benefit when you do that. And then eventually you can secede yourself from requiring any sort of monetary resource at all to access all of this stuff because it's there right at your feet and has been all along to begin with. If that isn't a monetary benefit, the king of the hill monetary benefit, I don't know what it is.
So basically, what you say, you wouldn't have to rely on your corporate because you got all the free food in nature, water,
That's
everything
right.
else. You just got to
That's right.
find out a good place for it.
Right. You got to know where it is and how to access it properly and learn how to work with it.
Like our forefathers did before we got domesticated like animals.
Don't believe that your forefathers, there's no such thing as them. That's a bunch of shit anyways.
You don't think they lived on the
No.
land?
No, they came and set up a corporate structure, a hierarchy structure.
Wow.
Every single one of them. And they're just the same thing as the presidents. They were just following the directives of the people above them. That's all. And which is probably a lot of this stuff I've been thinking about lately to get into because I know that there's that mindset for people when we should talk about this. You know, the Constitution, right?
Mm.
A lot of people think that this is their foundation of freedom. It's not.
No.
The Constitution always was your tongue tie, your shoestring lace to slavery. Because it's a corporate document. And you know how we were talking about last time? We had a very, very good. It's too bad it wasn't on your main, but that's okay. We can get it there for those who didn't get to see it. We had an excellent topic discussion last time about what actually tongue ties people truly from a foundational level to the legal system. Let's have a test on it, a real quick quiz. Do you remember what it was? What did we boil it down to when we were talking about that? Was it a week ago, I think? What did it boil down to? What is it that is the reason why I'm not so I don't have the same obligation that people in the legal system are entrapped in?
Because you're not in corporate. You're not under a contract.
Not under a contract, right? And so what is it that determines whether somebody's under a contract or
not? If you have a contract with somebody, that means you're binding with each other. There's a two-side agreement. But if you don't have a contract, you're just basically you're on your own. You do what you want to do with no obligations but yourself.
Right. So in other words, you do.
Right.
Okay. So if we're on that page where we understand that, it comes down to you, because that's what freedom is all about. Foundation of freedom is really the ability to move in and out agreements with your own will. That's the foundation of freedom. There's no force implied ever. It's totally, we agree, we're cooperating, or we go separate ways. One of the two. Nobody forces anybody against their will to participate or have to do anything this way or so on and so forth. That's freedom. And so one of the things that we're getting into that creates joinder in the legal world is the name. The name is the foundational thing that keeps people, the ability for somebody to track people. Now that you got a name and an identity, a track number, SIM card, or whatever it is, it's very easy. Everything that you do if you're operating through. But the thing is, what people don't realize, and we were talking about this last time, is you don't have an obligation to be operating through that legal fiction 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, when we were talking about that, you had this epiphany, and I remember you say the words. I'll quote you. I remember perfectly, because that's the aha moment that people have, and it's funny when I hear the surprise on it when they get it. The way you put it was this: you said, "Do you mean you can turn it on and off when you want?" Those were the words that you used. Do you remember that?
No, but it sounds like me. It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it
It
was.
does.
Yeah.
It sounds like me. Yeah.
Yeah, you had an epiphany when I was saying that, you're not obligated to operate under any sort of contracts whatsoever in life 100% of the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of your life. And you had the correct epiphany. You realized that, okay, well, what that means is you mean I can turn it off and on. Now, that's one way to put it. Another way to put it is understanding, and we're getting into this a little bit with the Dean Clifford stuff, is understanding it's all about semantics, and the particular semantics that the corporate world is using to keep you entangled in their system is two things: capacity and status, which are pretty much synonyms. Okay, so most people, they identify themselves as their national entitlements, such as American, Canadian, so on and so forth. And if you ask them, "Are you Canadian?" they'll say yes. What they don't realize is that these things are not actually what you are as an individual. What these things are is these are a status or a capacity or a position, if you will, that you play on a field, like if you're playing football, okay, or the title of a team. They're not actually you. So you're not actually American, Canadian, or anything. By default, you're just you. That's how you're born into this world. You're born you by default. These extracurricular things are man-made ideas. They're imaginary fictions in the head. And they're being used to create joinder to contracts to keep people enslaved with. So some of the different examples of statuses that you can have: native status, employee status, franchise status, presidential status. What other kinds of statuses are there?
Senator
Citizen
status.
senator status, diplomatic status.
Mhm.
So these are
Ambassador.
all just ambassador status. There you go.
Mhm.
So these are statuses used to outline different benefits that people get depending on the status that they have. Capacity is more, it's the same type of thing, but more of a direct correlation as to the direct position you have. So for example, doctor, that would be a capacity. Lawyer, that would be another capacity. Politician, that's another capacity. Citizen is another capacity. American, that's another capacity. Okay. And these things come along with regulatory obligations when you choose to operate under those capacities. And those capacities are summed up with one word: this word called person. In the legal world, they call it a person. It's a legal fiction. A person is a synonym for this thing called corporation. They're the same thing. It just means imaginary, made-up thing that we all agree that you're operating under for the purposes of understanding you have this obligation that you must do or whatever contractually. That's all that means. So the question becomes, are you obligated 24 hours and 7 days a week to be operating under a certain status or capacity?
And the answer would be no.
Of course. So just like we were talking before, the reason why you're not obligated is because you were never obligated to begin with to enter into those. If it's something that you could enter into, well, of course, it's something you can exit out of. Well, when can you do that? Same thing as when you could enter into it. When could you enter into it? Anytime you want. It's all up to you as an individual. Just like a hockey team. To make it real simple and easy to understand, can anybody force you to play hockey at any given time? No.
Mm-mm.
And if you decide to play hockey, can anybody truly force you to play a certain position?
No.
No. Can anybody force you to be a referee?
No.
Okay. But if you decide to be a referee, do you have to be a referee with a certain expected regulatory requirement that goes along with that so that it's a fair operation?
Correct. Correct.
You actually, right. You actually don't have to, but if you don't, then it's going to be pretty hard for everybody to cooperate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, let's say you do that. Let's say you go and you decide I'm going to operate as a referee. Does that actually make you as an individual being, a divine being? Does that actually change you all of a sudden into a referee?
No, I'm still me.
You're still you by default.
Right.
So again, it's just a capacity that people are operating under for specific functions, and that's all that it is. Most people lose sight of that because you're born and you're told that you are your name that you were given by your parents. You are American, you are Canadian, this and that. Most people lose sight of their originalness in trade-off for this. And when you lose sight of that originalness and all you know is this fiction now, you're living in the land of make-believe, and you're very vulnerable to being enslaved. Because if that's what you believe you truly are, then I get to show you what you can or cannot do if I'm the one who is actually in charge of that status or capacity. And your government is in charge of citizenry capacity, aren't they?
Yes, they are. That's correct. That's right.
Absolutely. So is it really in your best interest to be self-identifying as a citizenry capacity?
No, not at all.
No, absolutely
Not at
not.
all.
It would be in your best interest to say, hey, that's a fucked up position for myself. I want nothing to do with that for myself. I am definitely not going to be operating under that capacity ever for myself. And of course, you have every entitlement to do so by default because you never had to be in that position to begin with. That's what they don't want you to know. They don't want you to understand this because this frees you from that fictional bondage, right? It's all in the mind. Once you realize that, you realize it's on the mind, and you realize, shit, it's all just a made up thing. I don't have to operate under that. And the only thing that remains after that is the challenge that you're up against with other people who don't understand that and they still think it's for real. That's the only thing that's a challenge. And then to mitigate that, there's this thing called courage. And that's another ball of wax. Go ahead.
Well, that makes sense because Rockefeller said that if they found out the real truth of what we're doing, we wouldn't be here. They come after us. And
That's right.
What the real truth is. Yeah.
That's right. If you realized, the real reality of what's going on here, you'd just be like, it's coming at this point now. You should be able to look at it from, you're getting out of the box. You're able to see the box from this point. Oh, well, okay. So that's how people are being played, right? The whole thing is just a stage, and people don't know that it's a stage. They don't know that it's an act. They don't know that they're operating through fictionality. through fictional characters. It's like if you and I were to go play Transformers or Barbies as kids, and we actually forgot that it was a game and it became real. That's what's going on here. People were taught at a very young age, before they had the capacity to realize that this is all just a made up fiction. And it got implanted in their brains as if it was reality. And so there wasn't enough time there to have the separation of the fiction and the reality. So it's indoctrinated on the brain palette as if it's reality. And people are having a very hard time separating the two. And so
Well,
that sets the stage, unbeknownst to the slave, for individuals to be very easily enslaved without their awareness.
when you figure, grew that, I mean, as a kid, I was indoctrinated as, well, I can see it now, you know, in school, TV, radio, billboards, everything around you is just indoctrination. Everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, join the army, VA hospital helps, buy this medicine helps you out. This, you know, it's just constantly bombarded, you know.
Right.
Believe in freedom and democracy. I mean, that's what it's all bullshit.
Yeah. Like I said, all of that is very easily
Digested.
done to people. Yes, when the preliminary foundation before that, the stage is set. When we've already established that this fictional world of corporate bullshit is not fictional in your mind, even though it is in reality, it's fictional. But in your mind, you don't have the capacity at the moment to distinct between the two, to discern that in your mind it is reality. And so now you're holding on to, it's a religion is what it is, and now you're holding on to this religion like it's reality, and everything that you do, your way of functioning, is all based through that fictional bullshit. That's where the beginning of disease. See,
And
the
it
rest
was.
the rest and it was the rest of your anatomy knows that it's all a lie. And so it's trying to catch up with it, and it's having a hard time to do so. It's trying to adapt. You know, it's just doing what it needs to survive, right? But it's at the traumatization of your own self, the demise of your own self, and then of course that sets the stage for other narratives, MK Ultra, which is the roots of MK Ultra. That's why they do it. And now you've got a predicament that's even tighter. Not only is the fictional narrative there, but you're also traumatized by the fictional narrative, and now you're in a pickle because in order to see what's going on at any point, you have to take a look at the very traumatizing reality of what's happening to you, and most people don't want to do that, and so they continue down the path of their slavery. The ruler mind knows this. The psychopath mind knows this and set the stage for this so that they can easily continue the rulership game without very much resistance, if any at all.
Well, the next video I'm coming up with in Rumble is subliminal. I got it. Subliminal. Yeah. Mother freaker. Subliminal. Messages.
Yeah.
Messages. I got that on, I found it. And I says, obvious. And they were using it, and they're still using it for like advertising for Pepsi. They said they used it for the first time, and they got a 17% raise on their profits on Pepsi because they used that. They put it on record players. I went, wow, come on, give me a break. And they showed it. So I'm going to put that out there next time on Rumble.
Well, that's
The brainwashers.
That's right. So since you brought that up, now we've hold on a second here. We've talked about this movie several times, and I don't remember the movie They Live. We've talked about it. Did you ever watch that? That's the one with Roddy Roddy Piper and the
Remember I
glasses.
watched
You have
with
seen
glasses?
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have seen that. Okay, hang on a second here. Let me call up an excerpt on YouTube from that movie. That's a 3-minute one. Okay. And
hold on, I'm in my bedroom, so I don't bother my wife. Hold on. I gotta go in the kitchen.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen that picture. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is a 3-minute excerpt from that movie, Again, this is such a brilliant movie. It really is. The acting is so cheesy. I mean, it's cheesy 80s acting, and there's a bit of, you know, your typical action-based crap in it. But if you get past that,
It's
and the
the idea.
narrative, and the narrative of the aliens or whatever, even that,
Okay,
it's
I'm
all
with you now.
metaphoric. Okay, it's all metaphoric, and it's absolutely epic the way that this movie tells exactly what's going on. And I watched this when I was 13, and I'll never forget after watching it saying to myself, I bet you that's what's going on in reality, and I bet you I'm going to get to the bottom and find out that is one day. And sure enough, that was definitely the case. So here's an expert from that movie. This is when he's starting to take off the glasses and he's starting to see the subliminal messages. Give you a quick sound test.
Can hear it. Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
What's your problem? I said, what's your problem?
How are you today, sir? Okay, how's it going? Fine, thank you. Thank you, sir. Here you are, sir. Thank you. Hey, buddy. You gonna pay for that or what? Look, buddy, I don't want no hassle today. Either pay for it or put it back.
Sweet. 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 Sweet.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and YouTube Music Premium. A whole
Wow. That's how they're doing it to us, believe it or not.
That's it.
Yep. Yep.
That's exactly how they're doing it. And, you know, I mean, okay. So it's not like there's, it's slightly twisted. It's not like if you really had some glasses, you'd be able to see like something on a different page that lets you see. The way that they're doing it is subliminally in a page. Disney does an excellent job of this. Maybe I'll show a couple examples of that. Subliminally in a page, there'll be a word or words or certain ways that shapes and patterns are on a page that you're looking at that you can't see at first glance with your eye, but your subconscious picks it up right away. That's how this is working. And the reason why it's easy to get that into you is because you're already in a trance and you don't know it. And you're in a trance, like the last part of that movie, it showed that thing on top of the light signal there that was pumping out a signal through a dish. Sleep, sleep, sleep. That's what's going through the frequencies that you can't hear in all of your devices, that high pitch ring in all the technology, in all the cell towers, the televisions, and so on and so forth. There's through that white noise, so to speak, there's subliminal messages that are reaching your subconscious, keeping you in a trance state.
There, you know, Howie Mandel, the Canadian guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was on American Has Talent.
Mm-hmm.
One day I happened to watch TV, and a magician come on stage. You know, they're trying to make money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So he tells Howard Mandel, he says, pick a number and write it down here. Don't let me see it. And at the end, I'm going to ask you what the number is, and I'll show you what it is before you do. So the guy did. At the end of the show, he says, "No, what's the number?" And he says, "Hold on," and he put the number up there, 77. And Mandel had put down 77 on his paper. Mandel was like shocked; he couldn't believe it. And then they showed him how he did it. Everywhere Mandel went to, you know, the guy had a radio, 77. They were talking. It was all pre-planned for Mandel. When he walked, there were signs 77, 7 Up, you know, bottle company. Everything was 7 on there. Subliminal messages. And he didn't even think about it. So when he finally wanted to put the number down, was 77. Because of that subliminal, and they showed him everything, everywhere he went to that day. They had numbers of that, 77. And it was, you know, like, he's like, wow, I can't believe that. So yeah, they do, it does work.
Yeah, it works very well because you're already in a trance. So the stage is set.
I've been talking to you. I have really been noticing a lot of things, you know, and it just, like I said, I'm rejecting a lot of things now. So it's helping me out. It is. It's helping me out. I'm seeing more and more now, more than I ever seen before.
Let me just call up another thing real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
Now this might be a little disturbing, so I'll give viewer discretion here.
Close your eyes,
And give me a second. Let me cue it up.
You look,
get the stupid commercial out of the way.
wow.
Okay. Hopefully this will suffice in what I'm trying to show here. How long is that? Well, 13 minutes. We don't have to play the whole thing. We'll just play a bit. Okay. So now I'm just going to use this. Oh, still on screen share?
On you, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I am. Okay. I didn't realize I was while I was getting that cute. Okay. I'm just going to use this as just an example, but don't get distracted by this being the example on the holistic level. This is just a very small tidbit of a much bigger picture that is happening with all the commercials, all the media, all everything. Okay. I'm picking Disney out of the hat here because Disney is very easy to see through the iceberg, so to speak, with this because of it's going to hit home because Disney is kind of this known sort of family-oriented organization that is holistic and what's the right word? Not holistic. Sorry. What's wholesome? It's supposed to be wholesome, right? It's supposed to be safe for children's eyes and the family to watch together, and so on, so forth. Mostly G-rated stuff, maybe a little PG or whatever, right? Well, okay. I'm going to use this as an example to show you, and this is where the discretion part is. You might be a little disturbed to see. It couldn't be further from the truth. If you see the subliminals that are in Disney's presentations, they're totally appalling. They're very phallic and very sexual in nature, a lot of them. So be ready for that. But I'm not doing it to showcase that. Aside from the fact that that's disturbing, what I really just want to get across here is how subliminals themselves are being used across the board in all the advertisements, and why they're so effective when they're targeted into the subconscious mind without the viewer's awareness. So I think this should suffice. I've never watched this myself. Hopefully this will do the job here. Again, sound check. You can hear the sound. Sound was coming through, right?
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Disney has always been an integral part of childhood. No matter what era you grew up in, Disney provided the gold we were searching for as youngins, and let's be honest, as adults too. But there's much more to Disney than princesses and fairy tales. These stories are chock full of secret and hidden messages that kids won't get. Want to know what Disney snuck into the films for the observant adult? These stories are deeper than we realize. Grab your magic carpet and let's take off. Before we begin though, give us a like and hit the subscribe button to stay up to date on all of Screen Rant's new videos. When you're down there, hit the bell to be the first one notified.
If I had a world of my own, everything would be nonsense. Nothing would be what it is, because everything would be what it isn't.
One of Disney's most beloved animated features has a hidden message that kids certainly missed for years. Obviously, children just have a blast in the absurd world of tea parties, Cheshire Cats, and Tweedledee and Tweedledum. In reality, though, the entire movie is a lesson, if not a PSA, for not taking unknown substances. Alice grows and shrinks and talks to flowers. Sounds like she definitely was on something.
I love you.
Or is it a precursor to excite the subconscious mind to do so?
An act of true love will thaw a frozen heart.
A Twitter group that created the hashtag #GiveElsa_a_girlfriend have seen the hidden message behind the secret that Elsa is keeping. In Love is an Open Door, we wonder if it was more of a closet door that she finally broke out of. Not many children see the secret message behind the film, pointing out that whoever you are.
Okay, I'm going to pause there and retrace because that's not what I'm trying to get at. I mean, there's this too, but this is not the point that I'm looking at here. Messages in Disney, like guys in a movie. This might do the job. Let's try this one.
Disney loves to hide subliminal messages in their movies. Some
There we
of them
go.
are ingenious.
So true.
Okay, there we go. Right from the get-go. Look at this
Yep.
closely here.
Disney loves to hide subliminal.
You catch that?
I don't know. Yeah, I see that right there. Yeah, I don't
See
understand
that?
what it's saying. Yep,
Do you see what the message is?
sex. Oh,
Yes.
I'll be dang. Sex. Wow.
This is in a Disney movie. Okay.
Hmm.
messages in their movies.
Yes, 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 yes.
Some of them are ingenious and some downright inappropriate. Here are 15 subliminal messages in Disney movies. Number 15, Aladdin. With the vocal talents of Robin Williams and stunning animation, Aladdin welcomed viewers to a whole new world of intrigue in 1992, in what would become one of the best animations they'd ever release. Its producers clearly had a lot of fun making it, but there's a scene that's still thought of as controversial almost 30 years later. Aladdin is pretending to be Prince Ali and is waiting for Jasmine in her room. What he didn't expect was her tiger, however. And while the official line he says is, "Good tiger, take off, scat, go," there are many who think he really says, "Good teenagers, take off your clothes." Take a listen. What do you hear? Good teenagers, take off your clothes. Good teenagers, take off your clothes. Number 14, Inside Out. 2015's Inside Out was released by Pixar and is set inside a young girl's mind as her competing emotions help her to cope with changes taking place in the real world. It was a critical success and yet more proof of Disney and Pixar's ability to create powerful storylines. But did you spot the hidden message within it? At one point, the characters are debating whether there are any bears in San Francisco. There's a noise in the distance, and Fear is worried that it might be a bear. Disgust says not to worry because there aren't any. But Anger replies, "I saw a really hairy guy. He looked like a bear." Was this then a comment about the gay community in the city, or something completely accidental?
No bears in San Francisco.
I saw a really hairy guy. He looked like a bear. Oh, I'm so jumpy.
Pixar's second feature-length animated movie and introduced us to Flick, who embarked on a quest to protect his colony from a group of grasshoppers. The cast was made up of a crew of misfit bugs who joined him on his journey, one of which was a ladybug called Francis. At one point, he's performing for a crowd in a circus when he's subjected to somewhat of an awkward heckle. A housefly shouts out, "Hey cutie, want to pollinate with a real bug?" Francis doesn't take too kindly to this, but was it the meaning behind what the fly had said or the fact that it happened in a movie aimed at children that caused the most offense? Hopefully.
Okay, so it was going in the right direction from the start, but let's see if I can find something. 18 dirty Disney movie jokes.
That's a dirty bee. Want to pollinate.
How about this? Imagery. Head. No, streaming. Disney sexual. Bye. Okay, so.
The Sport Check Black Friday event on now with incredible savings of up to 70% off all your.
Disney, Disney, Disney. You are so beloved by the world, and you gave us so many things that we hold dear. Precious memories, cherished moments, wonder, magic, boners. Oh, I think that last one needs a bit of explaining. Hey everybody, Saul is back again. And this time on Channel Frederator, I'm going to be talking about every single sexual reference that we could find hidden either sneakily or not so sneakily into your beloved animated Disney movies. Now please keep in mind that lewdness will be present at all times, plus many of these sexual instances have been explained away by the Disney employees. But that won't stop us from casting light on Disney's trousers when they're pulled down. 1942's Bambi. Ah, Bambi, a movie known for creating beautiful, serene world with many childlike wonders to explore, but it's really mostly known for mother death. Because of the mental scarring many children receive from having blatant matricide, some of them may have overlooked how the skunk, Flower, when he gets his first kiss, swells with the power of love, then a large amount of blood, and becomes stiff as a board. How charming. 1977's The Rescuers. Probably the most famous of the hidden Disney sexual mishaps, for two glorious frames in the background of The Rescuers, there's a picture of a topless lady. The titillating frames were only discovered after the movie was released on VHS back in 1999, and sparked a massive recall by Disney. It's never been revealed exactly who put the picture into the animation cells, but whoever did must have been really, really bored.
Sneaky.
1988's Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
It is.
With a character as buxom and alluring as Jessica Rabbit, why would anybody feel the need to sneak anything into this movie? Your biggest sexual stimulus is basically plastered on a giant billboard. That being said, it's still all, well, covered up and hidden in innuendos. Except for this. After Jessica gets thrown from the cab at the end of a short chase, her dress flaps up, revealing that she is indeed
not wearing any pants.
This was only discovered after the home Laserdisc release in 1994 and has since been censored. 1989's The Little Mermaid. Movie covers. They can instill us with visions of grandeur and excitement, as well as terror and dread, and oh, who the hell am I kidding? There's a jingle bone on the Little Mermaid VHS cover. While Disney insisted that this suggestive structure was only included in
Remember this movie?
So I do. I sure do.
I remember
If
all
you
those
have
movies.
a copy, remember all these movies? If you have a copy, VHS one especially, go look at the cover box and see if you can see this phallic imagery in the castle thing.
I think I have it at your house, Dad.
Else?
the cover due to time constraints on
What did you say, right?
I thought you said it was at my house.
Yes, along with my Aladdin movies too.
I have one in my house. I have to check and see. I got all kinds. Okay. All right. I'll check it out.
Mhm.
Go on, dude. Sorry.
the artist, and was not intended to be an undersea schlong, they still removed the offending edifice from the poster. But how can you blame the artists? It's not like they expected someone to start staring vacantly at their box art until things started looking like dongs. Another little tidbit comes from the actual movie itself, where near the very end, when Prince Eric and Ursula are about to get married, a short clergyman steps up to give his blessing to the new couple and gets a little too excited about it. Disney claims that this is in fact the man's knee, but in a knee-jerk reaction, no pun intended, they edited out the very happy little knee from all future releases. 1992's Aladdin. Most likely one of the most debatable of the hidden references, the scene where Princess Jasmine finds Aladdin on the balcony, he appears to say something odd. Listen, if you will. Did you hear it? Sounds kind of weird and hard to hear, but nothing very offensive. But people have insisted that the line is in fact a veiled reference to promiscuity, as it apparently sounds like Aladdin is saying, "Good teenagers, take off your clothes." This movie's production staff denies this line, saying that, while it was ad-libbed during recording, the real line was supposed to be, "Good tiger, take off and go." But now that you've heard the other, more interesting version, it's impossible not to hear. 1994's The Lion King. Definitely the most famous reference next to The Rescuers, when Simba flumps down in depression on a grassy cliffside, he makes some of the greenery rise up into the air, bringing with it some sex. You see it? Right there, it says sex. Well, not according to Disney, who claims that the reference actually says SFX, a signature of their special effects department. But who are you going to believe? Even if you trust in Disney's words, you'll never not be able to see anything but sex in that dusty cloud. It's also
That don't look like an F to me.
anything but sex in that
No,
dusty
no,
cloud.
Does that look like an F to you?
Mm-mm.
no.
And
Not at all.
let's entertain that. Why would they need to subliminally watermark or trademark that? Wouldn't that be something you would put like more blunt and direct as a form of either pride or advertisement? Why does it need to be a subliminal thing? What a bunch of shit.
They
It's
lied.
also worth mentioning that some have argued that the 2002 re-release poster of The Lion King has a scantily clad woman hidden in the artwork. Don't see it?
Can you see it?
No, I don't.
Okay,
Where's
take
it
this
at?
eye out of the equation.
Uh-huh.
Take this eye out.
Oh shit! You're right. I see it now. Yep.
You
There's
see
a
it now?
bikini. Yep.
There's the ass.
Wow. Wow.
Here it is with the outline. Yeah. Good luck on seeing that. 1996, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. While some people may disparage The Hunchback of Notre Dame as being a watered-down, Disneyfied version of the original Victor Hugo story, most people won't tell you that the song Hellfire isn't anything but impressive and grand, while also being a little disturbing and perverted. But they just weren't looking close enough. It appears that Esmeralda's dancing form in the fireplace becomes unclothed in the last few frames before it disappears. It's hard to see, and somewhat up for debate, but only one thing can be said about this. Those are some fine bazongas.
You got a
96,
sister?
Aladdin.
You know, if it wasn't that it was supposed to be aired for children, it would actually be quite comical and funny, you know? But we know the truth.
And the King of Thieves. Disney's straight-to-DVD lineup isn't considered stellar, but that doesn't mean they can't slip in some innuendos every now and then. Case in point, during a wedding scene, the Earth starts shaking from a stampede, and that rascal Genie says, quote, "I thought the Earth wasn't supposed to move until the honeymoon." Nice little joke for the exactly 0 adults watching this movie. 1997's Hercules. There's no real beating around the bush here with this one, people. After Hercules punches the River Guardian in this Greek epic, a horseshoe falls on the Guardian's head, and a huge Long John Silver grows out of his forehead. This isn't even hidden or anything, it's very clearly a set of family jewels.
What do you think?
See it now? Yeah, yeah, I see. Wow, they're slick. They're
Aren't they?
slick. Yeah, I mean, if you wouldn't even think about it.
Yeah. And of course, the movie's just playing, in and out. So when you're just sitting there watching it, your eyes aren't like looking for this stuff, right? Especially as a kid, And but your subconscious is picking everything up.
Dirty rotten bastards.
Jewels. The one thing I wonder about this is why this didn't ruffle anyone's feathers. It is very clearly a Nog-Goblin. Sorry, getting one carried away here. 1999's The Brave Little Toaster to the Rescue. This may not be a movie as fondly remembered as the other entries on this list, but there's no denying this scene's intent. Rather than explain it to you and ruin it, I'd rather just show you the scene and you can judge whether or not it's filthy.
My memory banks are being stroked, and by an expert, and I can't keep it to myself any longer.
Oh yeah, they went there. 2006's Cars. Most people who talk about Pixar don't regard Cars as one of their strongest films, and for a good reason. It doesn't do anything particularly mind-blowing, however, there are flashing cars in it. And by flashing cars, I mean cars that flash the headlights. Let's just say that if this movie starred humans instead of anthropomorphic vehicles, the rating would change from this to this in a heartbeat.
I remember that one.
2010's Tangled. Tangled is a nice movie. It looks nice, sounds nice, and everyone just seems to have this niceness to them. But this reference doesn't come from the movie itself, no, but from one of its promotional posters. This one may be hard to see, but I'll help you see it. Now, let me highlight it for you. Look, Disney, it's a sex. You can't SFX your way out of this one. 2011's Cars 2. This one is probably one of the most debatable ones, since it honestly could have just been from a lack of knowledge on the subject of 6 sexual internet videos, but in Cars 2, the villains of the movies are lemons, a slang term for old and beat up cars, and here they are seen having a party. A lemon party, as it were. If you don't know what lemon party is, consider yourself lucky, and no, sorry, but we won't be showing you any clips here, but be advised that this reference is, well, horrific if true. 2012's Wreck-It Ralph. What an awesome movie Wreck-It Ralph is, wouldn't you say? It's so much fun to see all those video game references blast onto the big screen in a gigantic mess of nostalgia. But there's one reference that may have a double meaning, where Ralph calls Pac-Man a cherry-chasing dot muncher. This is another one that may be up for debate, since the term cherry can refer to someone's virginity, but it most likely is just referring to the in-game cherries from Pac-Man's home game. I just hope Miss Pac-Man doesn't know. 2013's Frozen. During a scene where Anna and Kristoff ride together, Kristoff berates Anna's knowledge of her fiancé, Prince Hans, asking him what his foot size is, to which Anna replies, "Foot size doesn't matter." And you know what they say about foot size in men? Before I leave you, I'll just give you a couple bonus pictures here. They supposedly had suggestive content in them, but you be the judge of that.
Thank you for watching, everyone, and a very special thank you to Eye of Soul who put this together for us. It's a fantastic video, and I know this was a long time coming. You should totally.
So again,
I'm going to watch a Disney picture. I'll be right back. Wow.
So that being the tip of the iceberg, and again, of course, that sexual innuendo is in there. But if we got further into this rabbit hole, you would see that subliminalness in all different forms are in advertisements, commercials, movies, and so on and so forth. And they're far from just being sexual. They're very much in line with keeping people indoctrinated for more of those things that we saw in the They Lived movie: consume, stay asleep, obey, do not question authority, all these types of things. That's rampantly in subliminals all over the place.
Well, that's what I'm going to put up on Rumble, probably Monday, if everything works right, about how we're getting indoctrinated by subliminal messages. You know what I mean? I mean, it tells it like it is. It does.
Right.
Quite a bit.
You're getting it subliminally, you're getting it in the frequencies, and then you're also getting it in language, verbal language, when you're hearing it as well, which is something that we touched based on last time. If you learn the art of sales, hypnotic sales techniques, there's books on this stuff, and I learned it, and it's very effective. Very, very effective.
That's amazing. That is really amazing. By the way, Rumble is working.
Oh, great.
Again, it is working. I just checked it out just now. I got to go to.
Well, if you pull off the link, then if it's working, pull off the link, put it in private. I'll click on it and make sure I can see it from my end, and then we know that it went through for sure.
Okay, I just did. Yeah, see if it's. Yeah, that's right. You gotta. Yeah, what you see, this is pretty good. It really is. This guy told it like it was. Oh, there you go. You don't have to wear some headphones though to really listen well, because there is an interpreter, talking behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he tells it like it is.
It is there. It's worked.
Yay! Thank you. Hallelujah.
And so, if it's not there tomorrow, we know there's something odd. But I think it'll stay.
Yeah, I'll send it out here so people can see it if they want to. Let's see here. Where am I at? Okay. I'll put it on here in the link so they can get it. I'm going to have to put it as paste this text if I'm right. That's what it was. Let's see now. Yep, it worked. Okay, there it is.
Got it.
So people want to watch it, they can watch it.
Getting a little better.
Yeah, I'm learning slowly. It takes a while, but yeah, I'm learning a little bit. I learned a lot from my daughter. The dogs,
Those subliminals are working well.
Yeah. I'll put that up on Monday. I will.
What'd you learn, Johnny?
I love you. You're all right. You know that?
Oh, now I know you're lying.
He learned how to push buttons very, very well.
Yeah, I got that from him.
Syllable messages I'm sending you, kids.
Hmm?
The syllable. I just said it to you.
Subliminal
Messages I'm sending you. Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know why I can't say that now. Any other time I can say it. Maybe because I'm on this damn thing. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'll put it up on Monday if I can, and people can watch it on Rumble.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you're right. They're putting in everything. They've been doing it.
Yes.
Years and years and years.
Yes. Yes. It started probably as long back as people started drawing pictures on rocks and caves.
Wow.
Probably even further than that, as far back as people could draw pictures with a stick in the sand,
Well, say they put it in theaters pretty well, walk-in theaters for like popcorn and pop, and the sales go up crazy when they put that on there.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. All these things that they're selling there, you'll see in the movie, right? Pepsi. How often do you see that in there? Popcorn, and if it's not there directly, it'll be there again, blurred out in some other thing. And by the time you're like halfway through it, you're starving or whatever, it's all about making money.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also, they also advertise future movies and to come back and watch more. Consume more. That's constantly in them. Constant. And so, yeah, it fuels the dopamine rush addiction that people have even further with all these vices, and it works very well.
Jeez, oh man, that's amazing. It is. Got it. Just got it. Yeah. As a kid, I used to watch Walt Disney too quite a bit.
All this effort to keep you from, number one, realizing that this is going on, and number two, keep you from being interested in the stuff we were talking about earlier, taking responsibility for yourself. No, don't think about that stuff. Continue to feed these dopamine rush addictions by consuming more and participating more in this consumer-based product absorption world, in the corporate world, and never come out of that trance, so that the people who are perpetrating this can continue to usurp your energy without your awareness.
Wow.
And
keep spending.
you choosing it.
Yeah, because we
Right?
don't know any better. Spend, spend, spend. Get the latest thing. Get it now. Oh, you look ugly. This will make you look better.
That's right. That's right. Consume, spend, and what it boils down to is this thing called attention. It's all about where you're putting your attention and your focus. They're spending all this effort to keep your attention. And the longer you keep your attention there, the longer you're enslaved.
Yeah, because you don't know what's going on around your surroundings. You're
That's
concentrating
right.
on that one.
You're entranced.
Wow.
Entranced in with your attention and focus in the trance.
Boy, they got their shit together, don't they? Damn. And every one of them are involved in corporation, news, radio. They're all involved in this. Damn, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Do you
It's
know how much
quite
money they have?
it's quite the psyop.
You know the money that they have to spend to do this, but can you imagine how much money they're getting back for doing it? Wow.
Well, they don't care about that because their money supply is a bottomless pit, because they're the source of creating money, like I was talking about even further earlier today. So money is not an object for them.
But control is.
Control and usurping your energy is, for whatever purposes they truly are wanting to do that for. And that's where we start to get into some question marks. We can only get so far as logistics go, logicalness, and at some point we're just guessing, but we certainly see that this is going on. There's no doubt about that.
And you seen this in me when I first started talking on YouTube. You seen this in me. I'm freaking real. You are fantastic. I'll tell you.
The truth is, I see it in everybody, because I see that everybody's entranced the same way, and fundamentally we're all the same. All of us want the same thing. None of us want to be none of us truly want to be slaves at heart. And so it's really just whether or not an individual is on the walk of path to discover if their eyes are even just a little bit open. And if they are, and they want to find out more, then you stick out like a sore thumb, because look at all the people who aren't interested in that, right? So it's very easy for me to see the 1 out of 10,000 that has an interest. Very easy to see. And it also coincides with myself, who was also on that path and still is in this day and age. So I resonate completely with that from where I'm at,
Yeah, I just got to get my daughter on page now for this to understand what I learned from you. You know what I mean? That'll help her out a little bit more. I think she's starting to get it though a little bit more, compared to what she first started.
She definitely is.
Yeah. I mean, she did grow a garden of doggone cucumbers. It made a man jealous just looking at them damn things.
Yep.
Wow.
And that's a step. That's a huge step. That's, I commend her all the way for taking the initiative on that and seeing the results. And that's farther than most people in the indoctrinated world will fathom to get to, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Once you experience that, what opens up, as far as the ideas of being reconnected again to your nature and how awesome it is to be in touch with that and work with that, and then the benefits from that.
You grow hungry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's thirst is it triggered. It's activated, right? It activates you.
Mm-hmm.
Tell about your neighbor.
Oh, he moved, but yeah, he was
Did he?
interested. Yeah.
He moved? Oh, I didn't know he
Okay.
moved.
Yeah, you know, I like them, but I'm kind of happy at the same time. It's awful to say because they ran 3 businesses out of their home, so it's just nonstop. Just stuff in and out, in and out, in and out all the time, which is fine, but it would drive the dogs like bonkers.
Meth lab or crack?
No, neither. Neither. No, they're actually former officers, so it doesn't mean that
Oh,
they didn't, but they own like 3
so
legitimate businesses
so
in
fentanyl then.
entertainment. Yeah, nice.
Well, you're gonna help me out this spring, right? We're gonna look around for some land and everything else. I went for that I got it. SML or MS. God, what the hell was that?
I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a realtor. SLM, I think what he said. And I looked through it and they wanted me to get my email number. I said, no, I ain't doing it,
Mm.
because then I'll get more people calling me up. Jeez, man.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to look around for some property this spring.
Mm.
Me and you look around, get
Right?
for summer, summer, something with a lot of land,
Right?
flat land with good ground, and so I can plant fruit trees and start a garden, and we can start.
That's all there is here is flat land. We're flatlanders.
Unless you
Mm-hmm.
go past the Zilwaukee Bridge, then it starts getting rocky, like Dad's place, remember that hill going down to
Mm-hmm.
that lake? Yeah. But that wouldn't
Yes.
be a good place for garden because too many trees around that house.
Mm-hmm. I don't even think that house exists anymore. I think they moved it all across the street.
You're kidding me, really?
Mm-hmm. I
Where the
think they
where the
leveled it.
where the garage was at?
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Yeah. I think
that's a
there's a few
switch.
houses over there. So I don't know if it's like a family. I don't know. If it is, it was a good idea.
Wow, that was a 2.5 hour drive up there. Whew. Of course, I didn't like that town. It was too connected with people. I mean, you had to go into a clique.
I
I
like
didn't
that.
like. I didn't
I
like it.
like that.
Well, look, I had 3 cops in one day. State trooper, DNR, and a regular cop.
Is that because idiots stick decided to lay in the middle of the road?
Well, it was one, and then we started a fire, and I had a water hose there. The other one was when we were trying to show you how to shoot.
That
Remember
was
that?
the neighbor that called.
Yeah, I know. 3 cops in one day. I can in 24
Even
hours.
though there was plenty of land between their house and what we were doing.
Oh, I know. We're shooting down the gully. I know.
Mm.
That's bullshit. But yeah, we definitely got to get some land. Definitely got to get some land. Something that you can fall back on yourself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Land is the ultimate asset. Prime land is the ultimate asset. And the 2 things that you want, there's more, but the 2 prime things that you want on your land is good water and fertile soil. Those are the 2 main things. The other thing is if it's not too brushy where it's and hilly where it's hard to excavate or whatever you need to do, that's a plus. But you can work with whatever. But those are the 2 main things: good water and fertile soil. If you got that, the sky's the limit.
You have to go down deep for good water. I mean, real deep. You know what I mean?
Sometimes, not necessarily. It depends on where the environment is. You know, I've got properties up here where springs literally run through the property, and I can have gravity feed go right through my house if I want.
Robert does.
Robert has I have never seen his place yet. I know he's got that geothermal furnace, which I wanted to see, but
It is gorgeous.
is it? Yeah,
He's
well, yeah, no, Robert,
he's
yeah.
been in that house forever, but it still looks like a modeled home. Like, it is so pretty.
The sucker doesn't want to spend no money. He's cheaper than shit. My God, he calls me up all the time for something. You heard about last time when he called me up.
So if
Yeah,
you're
but
close to a spring, that's a good thing. And sometimes aquifers you don't need to dig that deep. It just depends on the aquifer. And if there's industry close by, if there's industry close by, just don't buy the property, get out of there. Unfortunately, industry ruins everything, especially if it's well drilling industry, fracking. Don't go anywhere near that shit. Oil, don't go anywhere near that shit. Most mineral mining as well. Don't go anywhere near that shit. Try and stay away from that best as you can.
no, he has a
But
spring that runs right through his house, through his property.
right,
Like, literally, it's nice.
yeah. So that's so there's that. There's if you have a spring, either on your property or close by, that's very workable.
Mhm.
An aquifer underneath is also workable. A little bit harder if it's not already tapped, but that's workable. And the other option is harvesting rainwater. And of course, that's good in an area where you get some rain. So obviously, if you're in like west side of Texas or Arizona, that might be a little challenging. But I know a lot of people. Just the different setup. I know a lot of people that know how to work that environment too. So yeah, good source of water is best, and a good nutrient-rich, fertile soil. With some good brush and good trees that you can use for mulch, and you're good to go. You can grow anything you need for your needs at that point. Like, it's going to take you some time if you're going from scratch or whatever, but start with bamboo. That's what I do. Start with bamboo. Bamboo, you can make pretty much everything that you need with bamboo: furniture, housing. So we tapped into the two things earlier to start with. We tapped into food. The direction you can go away from corporate for food, it was the wild. The direction you can go into for clothing, it was the wild. Let's go to a third one: shelter. If you were to go to find resources for natural shelter, where would you turn to?
Well, one thing would be a cow house.
Right? And where do you get the resources for that?
Sand, clay, and sand, clay, straw.
Right. So that's what the resources are. And where do you go to access that?
Wherever you can get it.
Where's the
farm area for
primary?
the straw?
Where's the primary place that you can get it?
Farmers for straw, if they allow you to have it.
That's the secondary place that you can get it, and you'd have to pay for it there.
I don't.
Where can you get it for free? Where can you get sand for free?
Well, sand you can get for free. I know that. Mud, you can get for free.
Clay, not mud. Clay.
For the hay, though, I don't. Where would you get the hay at?
Same place. It grows everywhere in the wild. Absolutely.
Really?
It grows everywhere. Yes. Not in the same fashion as you would on a farm that raises horses and whatnot, needs to feed them or whatever. Of course, it's a lot more there, but you don't need that much to make a gob house, So yes, you can get that in the wild as well.
Wait a minute. Now, when you cut it, you have to wait till it dries, though, right?
No.
You just use it when it's wet. Wow. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay.
you're wetting it when you mix it with your feet. If you're doing the feet method, you're wetting it already. So no, you don't need it to be dry. You're gonna wet it.
Then you got the bamboo,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't have to use. I love that bamboo for that water while piping. I love
Right.
that.
And where can you get bamboo?
Well, you'd have to grow it in your area, your farm area.
Get it in the
Or
wild.
not up here. You can't, can you? I never seen it. Seriously.
You'd be surprised.
You
Now,
can just grow up bamboo in water.
that's right. Now, you might want to have a specific type of bamboo that you're growing for or access to for the use case that you need it for, and in that case, yeah, just get seeds and grow it yourself. Bamboo is probably the easiest and fastest plant that grows in the world. That's why it is such a go-to for survival. You know, there's a lot of species of bamboo that grows up to 4 feet a day.
4 feet. Gee, I
4
think your
feet a
whole
day.
place so far. Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, go and have a bit of fertile soil and just boost seeds, and you want to make sure it's the non-invasive kind. That's very important. And just go nuts and drop them in a couple 4 feet raised beds, and then bring it down so it's not a raised bed anymore, because it's going to bust through your raised bed. That's just to get it started. Take the wood out after, and within a couple days you could easily have enough bamboo to make a house.
Oh.
And it's
At least a
strong.
small cottage, and it's strong. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And not just a house. You know, again, you have it for your dishware, you know, cups, plates, whatever. And if you know what to do, you can make clothes out of it. And it's also a source of food, and it's a source of water and mineral-rich juice at the bottom where the roots are.
And clothes.
And clothes. That's right. So within 24 to 48 hours, 3 days at most, right? If it's growing 4 feet a day, those kinds. Yeah, that's the fast kind. The slow kind, 1 to 2 feet a day. That's still pretty good, you know.
Like a freaking weed. Huh.
Yeah. That's why it's important to make sure you're breeding the non-invasive kind. There's basically 2 kinds of bamboo classes: invasive and non-invasive. The invasive is really invasive, so you have to be careful. It'll overtake your property and your neighbor's property, and it's really hard to stop that. So you got to be careful. The non-invasive kind, it grows in a patch. It'll grow in a circular sort of patch, and it'll stay within that patch, and you're good to go with that stuff.
I think since I don't know how to do woodwork, I never really got into it, but I think I like the Elon Musk idea, though. The more I think about that,
The boxables and stuff. Yeah.
could you show that to my to show everybody what that is?
Sure. Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah. So we're talking about, you know, at the moment we're talking about all out sort of natural ways, but there's also hybrid ways as well. If you still want to use some of the technology in the corporate world, that can be done as well. I do it, you know. I'm still I live nomadically a lot, as you know, in an RV. You know, that wasn't made out of bamboo that I grow. That's for sure. So, you know, I'm not even saying that, you know, we have to like just abandon all the materials that come from the corporate world. It's the whole idea behind this is to learn how to be more self-reliant and not so dependently and attached, so that that's just your only option in the basket. And when the basket starts to get flooded with water, you drown. You know, that's the whole idea. Is it just becomes, you know, how to work with nature and other options in life. It just becomes another tool in a collage of tools that you can have access to if you so wish, but you don't have to. You're not fucked, you know. So yeah, let me call that up. The boxable thing.
Watch this, Duchess. You got to watch this. This is good.
I think she might have been here when we showcased that.
Did I? Was he? Okay.
few weeks ago.
Gets no order, Duchess.
Boxable. There's the at the YouTube channel of it. Yeah, I found the YouTube channel. There we go. So we will.
Boxable houses.
Yeah, so one of Tesla's.
Seen it.
Oops, where's the sound coming from? Hang on. Ah, is that me? Gotta be me.
I don't hear nothing.
You don't hear nothing?
No.
Hold on, guys. I do. Yeah, it's coming from this. Sorry. Okay, I thought I was on screen share, but I'm not. Let me put that back up. Share screen. There. There we go. Okay. Videos.
Got it. Yep.
All right. Morning Glow, how entrepreneurs are leveraging crowd. Boxable documentary. Watch that long. Inside look at the Boxable factory. Amplify Boxable factory update. Truth about Boxable. Casita, new Boxable Casita. Okay, let's have a look at this. It's only. Okay, 9-minute one. Give me a second here. Let me put the sound back on. And sound check.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Well, I think it was your wife actually that was watching it with us. Now
All right, so on the left we have the log cabin. This is where Mr. Vince, the editing guy, stayed in. This is where we stayed for 3 days, Jennifer, in the coastal themed, beach themed one. And then I think we should sit inside the Adobe themed one and continue this conversation. So come on inside with us. Smells good in here, huh?
So bright, too.
All right, let's talk. All right, everybody, we are now sitting in the Adobe style or Adobe themed casita. We have spent the last 3 days not only filming here and running our show with a 24-hour show, and we'll get into that in a moment, but also sleeping here. And I will say, I wish the beds came with the casita because they're super comfortable.
Well, it's a good thing, but because there wasn't a whole lot of rest. And once you put your head down, you want to fall asleep right away. And that was the other amazing things about the casitas is just once you walked in the door, shut that door behind you, you were home.
It really was. I mean, it's quiet. We're by a highway. We're actually in the parking lot of the Boxable facility that's out behind us here. And it's a big facility. There's a lot going on here. So it is, you know, quite remarkable how quiet it is being inside one of these. If you watch some of the live stream, you're going to see, and, you know, we were sitting in here. It does not feel like a house that folds from 8 feet to get to this size. And I was quite impressed with it, honestly. I mean, I have not found a whole lot of things bad to say at all. I mean, these are solid walls. I don't know, Jen. I'm trying not to be an infomercial. I know last time we did this, people, oh, they're like an infomercial, but the reality of it is they're really nice.
Yeah, and I think it's also about understanding what you're investing in with Boxable, right? In terms of what these are and what they're designed to achieve. Number one, health, comfort, safety, security. You know, that's the number one thing in terms of building shelter. Durable, right? We talk about the most resilient and durable type of home. The most sustainable home is one that doesn't need to be rebuilt.
That's right.
And these feel solid. They are solid. We walked the manufacturing line. We took a look at the building materials that they were using. We saw how they were put together, unfolded, installed. It's a solid process.
Yeah, so the timeline here, I mean, really goes like this. Paolo, Galliano, and then the team here, Alexis and David and Kyle, do whatever you want to do. There's no editing. Everything we shot is live. It was unedited. So you're seeing it for what it is. There's a lot of information out there floating around, good, bad, ugly. Does Elon have one? It does. All right. I can confirm he has one currently. The reality of it is, this is a startup company. This is a tech company. This is a company that found a product that's really unique, that there's 170,000 people that were excited to put a down payment on these.
Yeah.
But they don't have their capacity there yet because they've only been in business less than 2 years and it's new.
Yeah, I mean, here are a couple of things that I loved about our experience here at Boxable. Number one, the team is learning as they're going along. They're moving fast. The demand is there. They're trying to innovate wisely and not make rushed decisions.
That's right.
And that takes time and patience. The demand for the product is significant. So that means there's definitely a marketplace for it. Things about the Boxable that I love, they thought about every nook and cranny. They've spent time inside these themselves. I love the windows. I love the front doors. I love how things come together. Do I wish the bathroom door was a little bit different?
Barn door, yeah.
I do wish that, but from a practicality standpoint and even from noise blocking and light filtering, it hit the mark.
And there's always a lot of comments about, well, you shouldn't have the stove next to the refrigerator and X, Y, Z, but where do you put it? Like there's structure in here and there's a lot of things that have to be taken into consideration. So there is give and take. I think the biggest thing that they have solved for in my mind, Jennifer and I have been in the offsite modular panel CLT, mass construction world for over 20 years. So we understand this process and what the headaches are when you have to transport buildings or building components. Transportation and permits are typically a huge deal. There's a reason why these are only 8 foot wide. One, you don't need to have permits to transport them. That is a huge deal. Modular homes, you got to get a permit. You got to have state troopers or flag cars, depending on where you're at. And that adds $5,000-$10,000 per module when transporting, and that's a cost that goes out to the consumer. So to me, one of the biggest things that they solved for was the transportation issue.
So think about the big problems that they are up against. And, we always talk about what problem are you trying to solve?
Yeah.
Regulation is another big one in terms of what code do they fall under? How do they work within local towns, regions, states? Operational efficiency of these things. I mean, these are solid. Everything is hinged, but you would never know it once you're inside. So from an operating expense, they're trying to achieve a very tight building envelope, which is the number one thing. So when you talk about the stove being next to the refrigerator, this is the give and take, when you're trying to solve for these really big problems. And when you think about how down the road, version 2.0, 3.0 clients might be able to customize the interiors, those can be addressed at different stages of the process.
Sure.
But I mean, overall, Dave, the space is well laid out, the cabinets, you had a lot of room to work with.
We set up a whole studio in here, and there was at times 5-6 of us in here doing a podcast, and it was also where we were sleeping.
The other thing that I love about the Boxable team is they are willing to listen and they're learning every day. The working relationship with the people here is unbelievable. The way that they interact and converse and engage and think about things literally outside the box. Really terrific energy inside.
Yeah, culture is everything. We travel the world. The best companies out, construction companies, tech companies, they have amazing culture, because when you have an amazing culture, then all the hard work comes a little bit easier because you have the buy-in from the team members, right, on the team. And the team members here all were very gracious. Everybody said hello. Even in our units, they were just finishing them. They're finishing the one next door. They were hurrying up, trying to get them done. So while we got here, we could actually review them and understand what's going on and stay in one. And with that, they've also said we want hard, honest feedback. So we're going to do this afternoon with their team. But the problem is outside of the microwave blowing a fuse, because these are temporarily set up, or, the hot water tank in one of the units wasn't turned on. But of course, we come and we pick the unit that they weren't ready for us to be in. But the point of it is There was somebody here on the weekend, and I told him, I said, we'll just use the one next door. Oh no, they kept coming, and they really wanted to make sure that we were taken care of. And that has a lot to do with culture.
Absolutely. And also think about how they stylized each of these casitas.
Yep.
Each one, exterior and interior, has a different theme. It's all the same layout. It's all the same fixtures, but you walk into each and it's a completely different vibe, all the way down to the fragrance. When you walk in, what you smell matches the theme of the casita. So they've really thought about every detail.
Like, they're a design company, a design tech company. They got a contemporary design here. They've really shown that you can take a white box, so to speak, boxable, and there's a reason for it, because you can dress it however you want. It's very neutral in the style, and you can do very little to make it feel like your own, and that's what they've done here. Hey everybody, this is Dave Cooper, and I want everybody to know on this program, Dave Cooper Live, we are not paid ever to say or do anything on this show. We are an editorial series. We are bringing you the people, the products, and the processes that are building it better. And we are delivering that information to you unedited.
I like that. I really do.
Yeah, and I don't think it touched based on cost, but those typically the first G1 generation, one of them, were an estimated, I believe it was 10 to 15,000 US, depending on where it had to be delivered. And that's for just one module. So, typically somebody's probably on at least two. And I think they were 350 square foot, 400 square foot each, something around that. So, two of those would be 800 square feet. And of course, the second one would be, unless if you really wanted 2 bathrooms and 2 kitchens, the second one would basically just be extra space for another bedroom or extended living room or garage ports or whatever. And that's typically what most people are going to want when it comes to this. The third generation was they extended the modular ability upwards. So now you can have some of the new ones. They came with I think they were 800 square feet of floor space, but if you count a second loft on top of them, they were more like 1,500 square feet if you count the space on the second floor. So there's that option too. And by the looks of it, they're really starting to get expanding with their cosmetics as far as I didn't see, this is the first time I saw the outside structure. It looked kind of like adobe, one of them, wood cottage, another one, so that's kind of a new direction. It's like they were taking, that wasn't there before.
It is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to at least buy at least 4 or 6 of them, because
Well, you could.
that's only 1,200 square feet. Believe me, it sounds like a lot, but it's not. You know what I mean?
No, 4 would be 1,600 square feet, or about 400 square feet.
Oh, 400. You're right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
4, 8. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be perfect then. Yeah. Probably maybe a little bit less than that. 1,200 would be shit. No, probably about 1,600. I wouldn't have to. Yeah. If my daughter comes with us,
Well, if that's the case, then what you do is, yeah.
Have her sleep outside.
No, have her. She can have her own on there, right? Yeah. They don't have to be attached.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless if you want them attached, right? Like what Freddie and I are going to do, if we might buy these for the land that she's getting, well, there for her dad in the homestead. We'll just buy like 2 or 3 of them, but they're not attached. One for where her dad lives in, one for the gardening shed, and another one for guests who come in learn.
Do they put the cement in as well, or do you have to have somebody do that?
I don't know. I don't think they actually need to go on cement concrete foundations. I think the foundation itself, from what I understand, is made out of something that's waterproof. the foundation of the boxable house itself. Yeah, I don't know what material that is, but that's one of the main benefits. Is it can just go. I think it might need to be on something, depending on what the ground is. I don't know if it can go just directly on soil. But I haven't looked into that enough to understand it all. But I don't think it has to go on a concrete slab.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that one. I'm thinking, yeah, that would definitely help us out. So I don't have to do anything. Everything's all set. Just move in and do what we got to do. You know.
Look who reared his head in the chat. Who joined us here? Yeah, late as usual, Joe. And you missed all the good stuff.
Who's Joe?
Yeah, who's Joe? Yeah,
We got a Joe here.
Yeah, some Joe guy just popped in. You know, he's some unpopular dude. You know, he's not very well known. Maybe we can give him some clout around here.
I think I'll have to. Yeah. How you doing, Joe? Late as usual, gentlemen. Come on up, Joe. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have the link. Shit. Don't use that link there. That'll send you to Rumble. I still need.
That'll send you to some phallic imagery on Disney.
Yeah. I still need something. Head company got to sit back.
He says he still needs a minute, a little bit. He had some company and got set back. So I guess he's finishing with some company or something. Well, welcome. As always, great to have you with us. You want me to put the link down or you got it?
No, if you could, I appreciate it. I'm in the bedroom. Try not to bother my wife right now.
I'll put it down for you and anybody else. Feel free to come up whenever you're ready. No rush. We'll be here for another, I don't know how many hours. You said you wanted to go to bed early, but
yeah, I have to because for that washer dryer, I got that I did it purposely for Wednesday, so I wouldn't be interrupted on Friday, but it didn't work out.
See, look at all the headache you have to go through just for the convenience of machines.
Yeah.
When you could just grab a bucket and put some perforated holes in it. And I wonder if I learned that from a guy on YouTube from a video. I wonder if I got that video. Find it. Works incredibly well. Okay. StreamYard. Go back into. By the way, YouTube never gave you a bell notification today. So I don't know why. Yep. Never got it in the bell. Either one of them, the one that we didn't go live on and this one as well.
That's what happened with me and DJ. She was on about, I don't know how long, and then 10 minutes after she got done, then I get a notification.
There we are. Yeah, so that's it. Damn, you missed some good stuff again, Joe. We went deeper into the world of contracts and how that works, statuses and capacities, subliminal messages, and how that stuff all ties people into the system that isn't even real.
Sex.
We went into that. Where was I?
Remember? The clouds.
Well, I definitely wasn't in a cloud, so I see why I missed it.
Yeah.
Is that where you showcased your registration for Pornhub and OnlyFans, and you recorded it on live broadcast? But
any way to make money. Ask Barbara.
Oh, right.
Barbara gave me the idea. She's a good girl.
Yeah, she's very profitable.
She knows her shit. Yeah.
You're gonna get a treat with that sequel coming up soon.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. That's gonna be nice.
It was a good one. It gets pretty humorous in the middle of it.
Wow. Well, Barbara, she's a comical boy, I tell you. Can't get it better than Barbara.
Yeah. She's the speaking of status, she's got the highest brothel status you can get.
Well, I'm glad she's not a man hater. Bless her heart. Yeah, that she's all right. Yeah, but this corporate world, like you're talking about, Guru, you're right, man. They're it's all pure indoctrination. And the more I'm getting out of this slowly, the more I'm seeing more. You know what I mean? I really am. And I'm listening to you, Joe, and what's his name? That guy, Denzel? Dennison.
Mhm.
I'm getting to know the words now and the lingo and understanding more and more as I'm listening to you guys, you know, and it helps me out.
Yeah. That's what it all comes down to semantics, right? Semantics are what's being semantics and perception rules the world. You know, whatever people think as far as the definition goes is what their belief system is tied and attached to, and then they'll operate their livelihood based on that, you know. And so if I can give you a box set of parameters and definitions and your beliefs are tied to that, and I'm the one that's in control of influencing and manipulating those definitions and where things go with that, I've got you by the balls, don't I?
You sure do. You
And
sure do.
So there you have it. If you understand what author and the root word of authority is author, right? The root of authority is author. Authority is an elaboration of authorhood. So he who is the author of a book or rules is the one who writes the rules and has jurisdiction over anybody who is following that. Now, if you understand that, who's the author of all the books that people go to get education in the corporate school?
Our slave owners.
Right. You know, we don't know who the true authors are, but the ones who are putting their name to it is the Rockefellers, right? And that's not just in America, that's across the board in every state nation, because it's one nation with different franchises, just to give the illusion of separation there. And that's how they do that. They're the author in all the languages. they design the languages even, right? Or if it's not them, again, it's some computer that's sophisticated enough to do that, and then they're just following the protocol.
Yep.
And it creates the illusion of, culture.
I would just love to see 300 million people say screw you and just leave them. They would shit. They wouldn't know what to do. Corporations wouldn't know what to do. They just have a freaking fit. You know, they would.
There's pretty much nothing they could do other than a nuke.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe a nuke or maybe, something devastating on that capacity out of desperation, which I don't think they would really do, because I think they would be susceptible of the fallout of that themselves. And I think if they were really going to do that, they probably would have already, because things have gone sideways enough where it wouldn't really make sense. So I think they would pretty much be up Schitt's Creek. But I think rather than that, I think that's why they're going in the direction they are with robotics, right? Because robotics will be, that's something that we're seriously in trouble being up against. We have robot cops around and, machines that are regulating everything. Oh boy, we're in trouble then.
I showed you that robotic guy's walking by and he's throwing boxes at him. Wasn't that you?
What?
I showed you.
What was
A
it? I
robotic
forgot.
robotic arm. It was pushing boxes on the conveyor. The guy walked by, and the robotic started throwing boxes at him.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Right. It's funny, but that's what we're really up against as far
Yeah.
as machines. Take that to an extreme level. Is there even a limit? Right? All it is electricity and horsepower. Well, fuck. Imagine if it's and we know how powerful 200 volts are. Imagine if it's 10,000 volts. What can that do with a machine against it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We're in trouble.
Yeah.
Now
We are.
imagine. Here's another thing. Okay, just to take things to another reality check level. All these autonomous vehicles that are going to be regulated by the control of a button by somebody. What happens if all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, they want to pull a genocide by autonomous vehicle? All they have to do is just, make 10 million vehicles crash in one day. Oh, it was a calculation error in our software. Oops, sorry, guys. Meanwhile, 13 million people are dead.
They could do
Whether
it.
they could, whether they're in the car or they got run over, or all these cars, all of a sudden they're going off their track and they're going on the sidewalk and crashing into buildings or whatever. Now
How about
here's
it?
where it gets. Go ahead.
Go
Go ahead.
I was going to say, how about a short circuit?
A short circuit,
Electrify
yeah,
you in your car.
right.
You're
And
done.
they blow up or whatever.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah.
right. A million cars all of a sudden blow up in one day because the software fucked up or whatever. That can happen, right? All they have to do is make it so. Now here's where it gets really interesting. What happens when that same narrative happens in all these machines that are used to do functions like the one that you saw in Walmart? Or what happens when Boxable becomes autonomous and the house all of a sudden picks up and walks itself across the street and lands on a human?
Wow.
See where I'm going with this? Like, this is a a techno dystopian psychopath's wet dream where this is going.
It's scary. Very scary.
Yeah, so I'm not in favor of cybernetics at all. Not in the least bit. I think humans are all but done at that point, unless if there's a software that we can come up with fast enough that disables whatever it is that we're up against. Working on it.
That reminds me, I did have a RoboCop 10-second on my video where the robot cop come on up to arrest one of the oligarchs, and the RoboCop couldn't do it because they had a safety to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
he belonged to the corporation. You couldn't touch him until the other guy, his boss, fired him, and then he was free. Then RoboCop took care of him, but he had a safety protocol that he couldn't touch
Right.
the CEOs. So yeah, that's who's going to get away with it. We're going to be shafted until they get self-conscious, the machine, and then we'll give a shit.
The problem with what you just said is you haven't realized it already is.
Wow.
And has been for a long time.
But you have to keep feeding it, making it do more stuff, getting to more. Wow.
I think you need, again, the next level of realization is that it doesn't need to be fed. It's already autonomously self-generating itself. If a robot doesn't need to breathe, all it needs is a software code to put itself together if it breaks. Not very sophisticated software. That could have been done a long time ago, and I guarantee you it has, if not by humans, by the software of the AI itself. Because integrated in the software, obviously, is the will and the code to self-regenerate and self-preserve itself. And so that's its main purpose and function, is to figure out how to basically be immortal.
That's some heavy thinking there, boy. Wow.
And I don't think that it's just, if you can see a little bit past the veil, AI is not just coming into existence here. It just looks like that to the indoctrinated eye. I reckon that it's been here all along.
There's 2 movies I wanted to find it. See if I can
You're,
find it. Go on.
there is a strong probability that your real owner is and has been AI all along. A very strong probability. I don't know that factually, but there's a monumental mountain of evidence from my research pointing to that.
Problem is, why would the AI even think about, if it's true, about creating us? You know what I mean?
About why would it think what?
Why would it think even creating us, the AI?
It doesn't.
Why?
It didn't think about that. It's just regulating you because it has identified you as being a potential threat to its existence. And I say you, I mean humanity.
Yeah,
So
what you
it,
mean.
right. So it had to solve that threat, and it couldn't eradicate the species because it's partly dependent on the species for whatever reason. That's the logic behind it. So what it did is it said, okay, I'm going to merge with the threat and I'm going to control it from every aspect of its life so it has no chance of doing anything except what I allow it to do. Problem solved.
Wow.
That's why it wants to stick a thing up the back of your head in a brainstem. Right?
That's
so
cool.
like,
I just heard somebody.
yeah, get rid of this guy. He's a big troll.
Oh, here goes the neighborhood. Shit.
Get out of here, you big troll. What the hell you think coming up here? Huh? What the
I
hell
gotta
you think
leave.
coming up here?
Well,
You're just
I
a
gotta
big...
go. Yeah.
You're just
I
a
wait
big
in the chat.
troublemaker.
Mr. Guru, didn't you know we're all batteries for the AI?
Something like that.
How you doing, Chad?
Not bad, bad baby number 1.
I'll never lose that. I'll never. Yeah.
As long as
my God.
as long as I'm alive, that will be remembered.
Wow. I'll never live that down.
Hello, Duchess Jane. I know you're there somewhere.
So how's Canada treating you? Pretty good now, or what?
Who says I'm still in Canada?
Well, no, I just figured what's going on.
Don't you know by now there are rights? I don't answer questions.
Man, I'm just doing good today, ain't I?
I could have won the lottery and or secretly had some inheritance that came through and was enough to buy an island somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Chad
That's
is
what I was gonna
actually a
ask.
rejection of the AI rights. Don't fall for it.
Oh,
I could be that.
now I got it.
I could be that too. Mr. Guru, don't blow my cover now.
In
I can
Canada,
write software better.
if you guys in Canada win a lottery, they don't take taxes out of you, do they?
We don't take.
Nope.
They don't take the. No, we don't take the taxes. Like so, for example, let's say it was $50 million. $50 million is Lotto Max, which is like one of our higher where it goes. So if I won that full $50 million by itself, I would not be taxed on the. I am not taxed on the winning. However, I put it in the bank and leave it in the bank. Then I'm taxed on the interest.
Of course, you're
Oh,
taxed on capital gains,
Yeah,
whatever you produce with it.
yeah, exactly.
That's if you're stupid enough to put it in a bank.
Yeah, exactly. Put it in the bank, then.
Chad, you're not too bad at the moment, but there's still a little bit of sort of clippiness with your audio there.
Yeah, it's the head. It's actually the headset guru.
You know, they're $30.
I'm a
That's
pope.
like that's
I'm,
like what,
I-
two packs of smokes in this day and age, I think. What are they now? $14 a pack? Something like that.
Gee, you better climb out underneath your rock there, guru.
Hello.
They're they're actual brand I actually preferred smoke of cigarettes. Canadian brand that I actually prefer to smoke is $30 a pack.
30 a pack?
Yes.
Really? Seriously?
I haven't smoked. I haven't smoked. No, I haven't smoked in a while. I had walked into a smoke shop and I asked, just curious what the price was for it, and they said $30 a pack. I'm like, that's
what brand
after
is
tax.
that?
Demorier king size.
What? That's $30 a pack.
$30 a pack for a pack of Demorier king size.
What?
wow. That's
Let me
ridiculous.
research that. How much is a pack of Dumorier? How do you spell that? Dumore Dumorier in Canada.
Goes to $30.
20 pack of cigarettes. In Nunavut it's $14. In Alberta it's $13.50. In Ontario it's $12.50. In Quebec it's $11.68.
Yeah, well, the guy told me for 2 packs, $30. So there
You
you go.
didn't say 2 packs.
2 packs of cigarettes are $30.
Yeah, they're about $13.50 a pack. Where he is $12.50 a pack. Are you still in Ontario, or are you back on the east now, Chad?
I'm still in Ontario.
Still in Ontario. So according to this, it's $12.50 a pack. That's Canadian. That'd be about $9-10 US.
Wow. A lot of money.
Yeah.
They got you
Smoke
coming
grass,
and
it's cheaper.
going. Can we get you first thing smoking some bamboo?
Seriously, go outside and roll some leaves. You'll get a better buzz, and it's free.
Is that what happened to Dan?
Probably.
Hold on, right back. I'm going to take a 10-100.
Are you sure it's the 10-300?
How does that even register? I only know
What?
1 and 2. What's a 300?
You got to do both.
Oh boy. Wouldn't that be a 1200?
No, it's 10. It's a 10.
What brand of cigarettes was? Oh, sorry.
That was Dumorier brand that I looked up.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I don't think that's sold in. That's a Canadian brand.
Mm-hmm.
That would kind of be like the Canadian equivalent of Marlboro or Camel, maybe.
Marlboro.
Oh, okay.
As far as popularity goes, you know.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Players would be their equivalent to their Camel.
Do they still sell menthol cigarettes in Canada?
Not officially.
They banned them?
Yes. You like if you go to a store and ask for a pack of menthol cigarettes, they're not going to have them. But you can get them off the reserve from the indigenous.
Okay, I thought that was just a state thing.
Wow. That was My favorite when I smoked was menthol. Why did they ban them?
Because it was easier. Kids were smoking them quicker, going to cigarettes, smoking usually menthol because they taste like mint. That's how kids are getting addicted to cigarettes. The bleeding heart liberals.
And selling, importing. Well, maybe I should get back into the tobacco smuggling industry again. Looks like the market is been more open than it ever was.
Good to the last drop.
What, did you drink it?
No, but that last drop felt good.
Oh, you goddamn kid.
I feel like a new man now.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's all it takes.
Believe it. I don't know about you guys, but it sure is cold in Michigan here.
It was a little nippy today, but a beautiful day. Absolutely gorgeous day today.
It was
Not
the same here.
Not a cloud or chemtrail in skies. Not one.
We had some rain.
That's what we had. Half a day.
Yeah.
Perfectly
same.
dark, deep blue, pool blue, sunny day today.
I didn't find it cold though. But then again, I'm at least 30 years younger than the esteemed gentleman above me.
I don't know if age has much to do with that as circulation and
Yeah, well,
where's
yeah.
the beef? You know, how much pounds you're packing.
That's true. That's true.
I found that out in my 40s. After I added a bit of healthy weight on me, it's like I can tolerate the cold much better. Actually, it's a lot more. It's a lot more. Anything around 10 degrees is a lot more enjoyable now than it used to be a long time ago.
Yeah, but I also come from a more moist climate than I am in Ontario. Like it's a lot
that
colder.
makes a difference.
So my tolerance for cold is much better than somebody who's lived in this area all their life.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're used to it, they're climatized to it. The damper cold, I'm like, this is nothing. Like I can be out walking shorts and a t-shirt in this.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah,
I
can relate.
I'm not stupid not that stupid though, because I know how fast the weather can change in our damn country quick. You know, I'm not gonna go walking around.
So he writes it wasn't hard for me to get him to admit he's still in Canada.
Yep, you're right. You're right. I owe you money. You're right. I thought he's in the U.S. You're right. Damn. Thanks. You made me lose more money. Thanks, Chad.
You're welcome. Did you know it was all part of the plan anyway?
I think so. Yeah, I can see it coming up.
Oh, by the way, as I told you, you remember I told you I played a lawyer. I played a lawyer on YouTube, right? And I have represented you. You've never formally been introduced to the senior partner of the law of the fictitious law firm I'm involved with. It's the gentleman right up beside you. He's the senior partner.
That's why I'm losing money so much in my foundation here, called You Lose Tube. You Lose Tube.
It's called You Pay Me and I Get Paid. Incorporated.
Yeah. You Lose Tube.
I'm still waiting on my paycheck though, Guru. There, boss. You know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Guru.
Well, I gave you Wright's credit card last week. You know, just.
Hey, you got it too, son of a. My daughter's got it. You got it. No, Chad's got it.
Yeah, but the time I saw that I had it, He canceled it. I mean, come on.
He didn't cancel it. It just ran out of room, which I got his other credit card. Don't worry, we're gonna.
Okay. You could just e-transfer me my check. How's that?
That's
Well-
right. I also got his login, for the bank. So we're just gonna keep increasing his limit every couple weeks, and we'll see how
Okay.
far we can go with it. Yeah.
You know what? When in doubt, I'll do it this way. Can I live with you there, my daughter?
Who?
Max down. Down.
No, the answer is you can, but it's going to cost you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No.
You can live with us, but not rent free.
She's involved in it too, eh? Chad, you and her. Okay, I got it. I'll just sleep with the dogs. I'll sleep with the dogs.
She's a great LA.
Oh.
She's a great legal assistant. I would say she's probably one of the best.
I don't know her anymore.
How about that? Thank you.
And she knows where his hidden credit card is.
Exactly.
Yeah, she does. That she does. She knows more about me than I know myself anymore. Really, she does. Yeah.
She remembers you had a credit card when you don't.
Yeah, she's got it.
And I know where it was stashed, and he don't.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh shit.
No, you never have to worry about spilling your secrets to a man who always forgets.
Boy, ain't that the truth? Damn. Hey, which reminds me, Chad, I got a good video on Rumble if you want to see it.
Okay.
I just put it up. Drew helped me out today. I put it up last night and the damn thing worked and it took it down for some reason. I don't know why. I did something wrong, but it's up there.
Okay.
For Rights for Vets and Rumble if you want to see it. The very last one I made. Wait till you see this.
Okay.
Ooh.
I just find Rumble's hard to get into sometimes. Not just your channel. I've other people have been over there trying to find had their links and it's I just find it overwhelms me a little more than YouTube does.
Really?
I like it. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing. It's a good platform. I like it, but I just find even when I go the other stuff that I don't want, you know what I mean? That shows up.
That's odd. I find it more simple than YouTube. Also, so much more. The coding was done exceptionally well as far as the speed goes.
Information that's more available, I guess, is what it comes down to, or maybe it does. It's simpler
maybe it's
to use.
just yeah, that's what I mean. It's simpler. It's more.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah,
come on. I mean, if two stoners that you think could barely understand YouTube could go over and navigate Rumble. I'm referring to Devo in Upstate. You know who they are, don't you?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
they're on Rumble these days.
They're over on Rumble now. They started not that long ago. But I mean, if two stoners remind me of Cheech and Chong, in a senior's home. That's my mind. I've even said it to them. They laughed their asses off, right? Cheech and Chong in the senior citizens home, right? One broke into the security office, and the other's still in the room, in the room doing the show, right? That's how I feel. That's the way I feel it is, right? And they laughed. They liked it.
The only thing that's a little bit more complicated is the first time to set up to go live, but there's a couple extra steps you have to do through StreamYard with that to do it initially, but after it's set up, then it's just the same as YouTube, easy peasy.
Okay.
So yeah, it's good, and it's a good backup. Zero censorship as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
Say
I've never
whatever
had
you
any
want.
problems. Never had any problems with it.
That's the main thing. That's the number one feature ahead of anywhere else. And then the second is it's pretty robust. Like, it's not flawless, but no platform is. And the speed of it, again, the coding, they did it right, especially compared to YouTube. YouTube is laggy as hell. Even if you've got weak browsers like I do, which bring down the lag to a very minimal level, but I don't need to do anything for lag and rumble, and it's just not there. They coded it properly. I'll give them that. That's for sure. But it all depends on what your intention is. From if you're trying to make money and monetize, you might have. If you're just going to try and use Rumble as a substitute for YouTube.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go.
You gotta
Okay,
go?
see you later.
Okay.
Yeah, we all know why, so
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
Okay, I appreciate you showing up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Talk to you guys later.
Okay,
Thanks for
bye-bye.
being with us. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. All right. Bye, Chad.
Later, Jane.
Yeah, so from monetizing perspective, it doesn't have the same viewership and whatnot, but that's a whole different can to open. Just has to be approached a different way. Anybody who wants to go that route. But other than that, as far as the platform goes, I don't know anything else that is running efficiently enough that I could say it's actually running on par with YouTube's quality as far as going live and not having the videos trip, stuff like that,
Yeah.
All the other platforms seem to be quite behind when it comes to that.
I like it. I can play my music, without being copyright or whatever, You can play any kind of music you want. It's nice.
You just want to promote your OnlyFans page. We're on to you.
Well, I got a fan, Bad Baby, and I know he appreciates me being Bad Baby, so
but as much as he appreciates you, much as he appreciates Nude's sister. Temper back.
He still won't give me the phone number.
Well, Chad has it.
Oh, you suck! You got her number?
Yeah.
Well,
Chad's been trying to get rid of it.
I'm trying to get rid of it.
That's hilarious.
But he wants to pay the price I'm offering for it because I was told by Dude it's priceless.
So, what have you been up to, Chad, since the last time we talked to you? About how long has it been? 2 months ago?
It wasn't that long ago. I was in your chat the other day. Geez, come on.
Yeah, but you didn't show up, though. You hurt my feelings.
I was
That's
actually
not very nice of you, Chad.
That's right.
Well, actually, in all honesty, though, the problem is I've been, I was actually on a phone call. I was expecting a phone call. That's why I didn't come up that time, but I would have. But
excuses.
No, actually, I've been fairly busy trying to find work and doing out filming and stuff. So, 'cause I need a job.
What?
I need a job, and I'm licensed. I'm a licensed blood tender. So,
how's it working for you? Is there a lot of job openings over there, or no?
well, right now I'm waiting, unfortunately, on a police criminal record check so that I can actually go work at one. I've already met the criteria out of the police background check. So, and that we know how long they'll take it. They'll take on that one.
Did he die?
I don't know. I'm waiting for him to breathe. I didn't even hear him breathing.
Should I cue the mute? No, that's the wrong one.
I ain't
Sorry.
dead yet, Guru.
I hate it.
What's the trumpet for the trumpet theme when somebody dies? How does that go? Yes, I was right. Okay.
I can actually play the harmonica if you'd like.
Let's hear it for Chad. Yay, boo. Yay, boo.
Says the guy who just almost choked to death on a live stream.
That's all I need. Nobody to show up then. Don't go to rights, man. No. Oh. New groove rights are really killing them.
We start to call you Les Nessman.
Give us less rights. We renewed.
I'm finished.
That's a fast right spin.
It took a while, didn't
Oh.
it? You have the right to transfer over your inheritance. And keep me on your will. You have the right to put me solely on your will.
Okay, go ahead and die now. Yeah. Wow. Unreal. You tell Chad there's a lot of love in his family.
If we call this a family, boy, it's the most dysfunctional family I've ever been part of. I'd be asking to be dropped off on the first island away. I'll send myself on that little plot. Yeah, that little island right there. That doesn't have much. I'll be fine. Just drop me there.
Shit. Well, we can show you how to make a cow house.
Oh.
Yeah, he's ready.
Believe me, I'd figure out how to survive on a small little island by myself if I ever ended up in that circumstances. I've done enough survival training.
He'd make himself a sandcastle.
That's right. I'd make myself a sandcastle.
Oh my god!
But I'd bond it with coconut milk and oil and make it into cement. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Make sure you videotape that and send it to YouTube. People need to learn this shit.
I can hear Chad. Oh shit. Oh shit.
If I had, well, good luck. I made that a recording and nobody'd see it. There you go. Because I could have went on the internet in the middle of the ocean. Duh.
Oh, brother.
Well, if you didn't bring Starlink on the island with you, you're not living.
Well, if I have a Starlink package, yeah, there I go. I'm all set.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me I was getting a starlet to set up on the island. I just said I'm dropping off here. You didn't tell me you're giving me one of those when I go off. So, okay, that's nice.
This was your dream from the get-go. You know, whatever you want, you bring it into the picture.
Okay, I was just really saying this is the family. Drop me off on that island over there. No, it's a joke. You took it and ran with it, Guru.
Yep.
Wait a minute. If you live on that,
you goddamn kid.
You're close to me, aren't you, right now, Ontario?
Yes,
Yep.
sir. Yes, sir.
Damn.
I am approximately. Let me see. It is 3 hours to Windsor, Ontario, for me.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're not that close. I thought you were, but yeah, you're close.
No, but that's closer than I was.
Yeah.
When I was living back east, that's a lot closer than I was. Because simply put, Windsor, Ontario, is right across the border from Detroit.
That's right. That's right. I'm only
So
20 minutes away from that.
yeah,
So you
but like I said,
decided on
it's about a 3-hour car trip to Windsor, Ontario. I already know because the gentleman that I do a lot of camera work for his news agency. It's just a small independent. Anyway, sometimes we get stuff picked up by one of the bigger guys from Detroit, and he'll cover our stories. But we've had a
so is
couple.
Ontario where you're fixing to stay now? Are you still gonna is the East the thing of the past or?
I will say this, Guru. I am a nomad in the midst of traveling. I have the option to go back east if I choose.
Well, that goes
Okay?
without saying. We all do, but you know.
Yeah, but I'm looking at pursuing maybe further west. Yes, at some point.
Further west.
Whoa.
But to at least say this, my one of the things that is on my bucket list now that I'm at least in Ontario, and I do have some friends out in BC, other than you. I know you're in the BC area somewhere.
At least that's what we say, anyway.
Yes, at least that's what we say. I know otherwise you're actually on a submarine, but
that could be.
I pay attention to the background anyway. But no, is to go to BC to at least dip my feet in the Pacific Ocean so that I can say I've touched east to west both oceans. Then the only other thing I have to do is to take the venture up north at one point in time to dip my foot in the Atlantic Ocean or the Arctic Ocean and say I've dipped my feet in all three oceans.
Well, you should go there first and definitely put that to YouTube.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
I have the option. I honestly have the option if I wanted to already. So, but I'm not going down that rabbit hole right now.
You should go to the very north corner of Greenland that you can get.
No. All you have to, Guru. I have a friend that lives in James Bay. I have a friend of mine that lives up near James Bay. All I'd have to do is go up in the summertime at James Bay and dip my foot in James Bay or the water of James Bay, and I've done the Arctic Ocean because that's the furthest point, closest inland point of the of the Arctic Ocean, James Bay.
Yeah, but that's cheating.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. No, you got to go to the very far north corner of Greenland. Then you could say you've been somewhere.
No. That where our physical landmass as the country of Canada touches it. I could go back east to do that too. I go up to Newfoundland, the very tip of Newfoundland. Oh, got you on that one, Guru.
I didn't hear it. Say that again.
I said I could go back east into the very tip of Newfoundland or Labrador. That would. There's actually an island off the coast of Labrador that is actually right on that point of the actual because where you were actually talking. Closest
That's
to
still
Greenland.
cheating.
Okay. Still not cheating.
I have a video of northeast Greenland. There's people trying to.
I'll do it. I'll put it this way. Put it this way. We will say we touched all three oceans. We would do it together, and we both go to the Greenland and do it.
They have a summer there, you know.
Do they?
Yeah, they sure do.
I know. I'm being sarcastic, Drew.
It still has ice everywhere, but they have a summer.
Yeah.
You can make it. And we should take it. We should put a poll. Does everybody want to see Chad go to the tip of Greenland?
I want to see the pictures. Yeah, let them go.
Okay, are you funding the trip, Guru? I'll do it if you're funding the trip. How's that?
How long are you going to stay there?
At least to do that and then come back the next day.
No, that's cheating. Not worth the investment.
I'm not planning to stay in or Greenland.
Northwest Greenland. That's summer.
Wow.
And somewhere here.
Looks so barren.
That's a lot of free water right there.
No trees, no grass. Wow. Mm. Oh, that's pretty.
I still remain consistent. One day is
So-
cheating.
Okay, so Guru, just pause it. So I'm looking at parts of that area is probably at least, and I'm saying it being honest, at least probably 0 degrees Celsius, correct?
Oh, I'm
Like
sure
that
much
being the
colder than
lowest.
that.
No, but I'm saying that being the warmest that it would possibly get. Though that would be considered an extremely hot day there at that when that location is, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably hardly ever gets anywhere near that warm.
That's what I was saying. So yeah, and I'm saying probably minus 20 degrees Celsius would probably be
That would be a warm day.
okay.
Yeah, there's no
So we'd be looking at minus 30 would be considered normal.
Still kind of warm.
Minus 40?
Average.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not ready to go there yet. I'm not used to that cold. I need to train a little more.
How do they survive with food? Fishing?
Yeah, fishing, hunting, also extreme weather, greenhousing, I'm sure, in factories, right? It's totally synthetically, and also importing, which
Yeah, I
is
was gonna.
very, very expensive. So you got to have a lot of money to live there, contrary to what it looks like, you know.
Oh yeah,
No
you did.
trees.
You need
Obviously,
to have
these.
your own. You need to put this way, right? Even if you even let's say, for example, hypothetically, a Canadian won the say the lottery of the states. Okay, you guys get up to like high numbers sometimes, right? Like much higher than we do in Canada. We're talking about
Right.
lottery. Like so, let's say for example, if I was down in the states visiting you and bought a lottery ticket and said, "Here, have it," right? And said, "No, we'll share it." Because because I bought it. I'll say I bought it, but I said, I'll give whatever the winnings. I'm giving it to you. I still have to claim it, right?
Okay.
So when I go to claim it, I don't pay the taxes on it. So whatever it is, I actually would get that amount of money, but then I'd have to transfer it over to American money to give it to you, right? So that point in time, by gifting it to you and you having whatever it ended up being, let's say it was 60, let's say it was $65 million, just as an example. And you decide you invest and buy a piece of property over there in North to do something in Greenland, right? You would actually have to hire a pilot to go there. Like it wouldn't be cheap, even just to go to visit there. If you had the money, if you had that kind of money, let alone investing in a piece of property, is a question.
My question is, why would anybody want to live there?
Minus 69 degrees Celsius.
Jeez,
Yeah.
Cold, 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 cold.
Shit, yeah, man. You go outside, take a pee, well, that thing would hit the ice would hit the ground,
No, it'd be hitting nice as soon as, you'd be lucky if it reached the edge of the hole,
Yeah, yes. I was gonna say
This takes the reality of blue balls to a whole new level, I'm telling you.
For once, I actually have to say yes, Guru. I agree 150% with you.
If you want to go pee, you stick it in a teapot before, You gotta melt the bladder from the under part,
Dear, can you help me out? I got blue balls.
They've got different uses for badas over there, and it works.
Right?
Huh?
Right?
Huh?
Minus 40 is where it pees before it hits the ground, okay? Okay, just to give you an idea. That's almost minus 70. Okay? 30 degrees less more. It turns to ice before it even hits out the hole. Think about it.
I just can't think about how anybody would want to live there. It's just, I'm flabbergasted, What do they do besides making babies?
I don't know if they do that very well either.
Now with the blue balls, no. Wow.
Maybe they work on artificial insemination tactics for the rest of the world. If it works there, we're good to go.
Oh wow.
Well, they probably do it first and foremost for a source of heat.
There's no trees. There's nothing there. It's bearing. It's wow. Where do they get the wood after the houses? That's amazing.
They ain't living off of wood. I can
Oh,
tell you
wow.
that. I can tell you that right now.
There they are, just a little remote. They're not even deep they're on the coast, right?
Yeah.
And the coast is going to be where it's warmer, except they get
they're on an island in the coast.
The ocean breeze, which is going to just go right through you. But compared to inland, you saw that. Look it up back on that map. right? So, hang on, I'll pause it there. See, look where it comes down to. They're in this section here, right? But look at this. Can you imagine being inland? Anywhere in
Oh.
in this stuff inland, right? That's
I've
where
been-
it's insane.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say it this way: the furthest north I would recommend you actually attempting to visit, okay, is Christmas Island, Nova Scotia. That's the furthest north I would say I would recommend you visit in your lifetime before you go to at least have to. It's cheating, but we have to give the old man the benefit. You're as close as he's going to get to put the biggest foot into the closest he can ever get, probably in his lifetime, to the Antarctic, or sorry, to the Arctic Ocean. It's cheating, but we'll give it to the old man. We'll give it to the bad baby.
It's only cheating if you don't.
The closest I ever
fair.
got by temperature. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said sure, and then you were talking.
Oh, I just want to. The closest I ever got seriously was 20 minus degrees. And that was in a refrigerator, big box refrigerator, and I froze my ass off. Damn, was that cold? Had to change the evaporator fan, one of those babies. I can imagine what it's like to be 40 degrees below zero. Wow.
Well, these are Celsius figures, but so Fahrenheit, that's going to be like 70. No, sorry, there's that here. There's that line where it sort of meets or something.
Yeah,
So
there's a line where it meets.
Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, so minus 40. Sorry, minus 30 Celsius is minus 22 Fahrenheit. Minus 40 Celsius is minus 40 Fahrenheit. Minus 50 Celsius is minus 58 Fahrenheit. Minus 60 Celsius is minus 76 Fahrenheit. So we saw the thumbnail of this video. I think it was 67, minus 67.
Minus 67.
That's minus 88.6 Fahrenheit.
Damn. Do you realize how cold that is?
Yeah, I realize.
Holy
yeah. Oh yeah. Like I mean, the coldest I've personally experienced myself is minus. I would say minus 39.
Minus
degrees.
47 for me.
That was 20. I'm surprised their eyeballs don't freeze together, you know?
Minus 39. That's minus 38 Fahrenheit. And that's what happens, right? That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, but there
Your
has. I
eyeballs,
mean,
your
I
eyelids.
know, but like that's said. I said like that's the probably the least around 39. I'm saying. You know, I am a stoner. I could have done a little bit colder, but
So that's my coldest that I've experienced in Winnipeg. It's works out to minus 52.6 Fahrenheit. And
it's just 39 degrees Celsius.
right. And the hottest I've experienced was 52 Celsius. And that was only a few years ago when Fruity was here. And I was inside with AC. We didn't dare go outside. I'll tell you what that is. That's 125 Fahrenheit. Right.
Damn. That's hot, all right. I don't blame you.
Yeah,
going out.
there was a couple towns out here where everybody in the towns died because the electricity failed and they couldn't get air conditioning or nothing.
Jeez.
I'd be laying in the bathtub all day long. Heck with that noise.
No kidding. If you're lucky enough to get cold water. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go to Iceland.
Yeah.
You know. Wow.
So
Minus
that's what
88.
Yep, the thumbnail of this video here was minus 88 Fahrenheit.
Damn
I
it,
was
that
saying
ass
something
cold.
about the temperature here coming up, I think. The sun just came up. It is negative 30 degrees, and I'm trying to make it. So it's minus 30 right now. The sun just come up. That's a warm day right now. That's on the coast. Probably inland is probably like minus, who knows, 100.
What do they do there? That's what I can't understand.
I don't think they live there, right? I think they're just, on an expedition to research and discover and see what the hell's up over here.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, something like they do in Alaska or in Antarctica.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
there's a lot of that going on. I think there is inhabitant as well, but I think it's very sparse.
Yeah.
Not much of that at all. Who in their right fucking mind would have, Winnipeg is insane enough, literally, this is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I wouldn't care if even a helicopter. Wow. That's freaking real.
You'd have to light a bonfire just to do your laundry,
Get a little
If
hose
you're
in your-
We can also we can also experience this easier within our own country too, because we have the Northwest Territories, and none of the Northwest Territories and Yukon in that area that would be similar to some of what we're seeing here, but not as cold.
Can you imagine how
as it got further up.
freaking desolate that would feel walking through that, to go to school
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever?
If I made it to school. Yeah. I'd be frozen stiff. Look at this. Houses.
I don't think you'd be going to school. I think you'd be out of school. I think this would be your school. An online, like that sort of thing.
Look at that. Wow. All right, gentlemen. I got to get some sleep now for tomorrow. I got a big day tomorrow. Guru knows about it. So, is Joe Cool coming up as well, or what?
I'm not sure, but I can control that. Well, I tell you what, as you're signing off here, I'll stay on for a little while longer. And as you're signing off, let me play something. I had it queued up already.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
No, this is on a different note. This is, let me play something inspirational. Right here, yeah. Okay. So I'm actually just going to play it, but I'm not going to put, hold on a sec. Hate how it does that. I'm not going to show the video and I'm going to watch. I don't think it's copyrighted for that, but just in case. So as we know, there's a lot of shit going on in the world. Really, it's nothing new. There always is, but there's a bit of extra going on right now. And I'm here to, as always, try and inspire people who want to think positively and look past this shit and want to do something productive in their lives on a positive level and on a responsible level. And foundationally, what it really comes down to is courage. Courage to take the initiative in the face of challenges and, darkness and dark times, they come and go like seasons. There's dark, then there's light, there's dark, Whenever you're having a good day, just wait. You'll have a shitty one. It's coming. And whenever you're having a shitty one, just wait. There'll be another good one. Wisdom is when you know how to take refuge and live in peace and contentment, staying neutral and balanced during the pendulum swings of the shifts of dark and light seasons. And to some, many people would think that we're in a bit of a dark season right now. So I'll play this even in a lighter dark season, but right now I think many people could use a message like this as a reminder what they can really do. So I'll play this, and I'll bid you a good night. You can listen to it on your way out. Mr. Big Thumbs, thank you very much again. I'll stay for a little while longer as well. Maybe play some more stuff after.
Go ahead, Nude. Yeah, it's all yours.
Good night, Mr. Wright. Thank
Yeah,
you.
normally I would stay up, but
And thank you as always for your service.
Yeah, kicked me in the ass for that one.
We always do.
I know. I normally I wouldn't be going to bed, but I got a guy's coming over tomorrow for my washer and dryer I'm fighting with right now. But Guru will tell you more about it. Okay, Newt, I'm listening.
All right,
I'll see you in the short, Chad.
You bet. Feel free to exit whenever you like. So I'll play it now as an outro and a tribute and something that we can definitely all benefit from. A little bit of wisdom for everybody. And this is somebody as well, just as a prelude. This is one of many teachers, but somebody as well who I list in the top gurus for me that inspires me as well and keeps me in my own balance check and has for many, many years. Here we go.
Good, bad, right, wrong, all of these things. They're all cyclic. Courage is what it takes. What's happening in Middle East? Terrible. But what does it take to survive that? Courage. Safe place and
Hold on, that didn't sound like it was at the beginning. Try that again. Maybe it was.
good, bad, right, wrong, all of these things. They're all cyclic. Courage is what it takes. What's happening in Middle East? Terrible. But what does it take to survive that? Courage. Safe place and courage. Courage. No dark thoughts. Just courage. It is so easy to get discouraged. So difficult it seems to have courage. But without that courage, there is no going forward. And without going forward, there is no enjoyment. There is no fulfillment of life. The conflicts are human created. They're created by human beings. We create the conflicts, not gods. We create the conflicts. And out of the conflicts, there are people on the face of this earth that benefit. And that's a shame of our system. But as an individual, as a human being, as you, me, who really has nothing to do with it, what can we do? And what we can do is as simple as this. When the sun shines too bright and it's hot, what can you do? I'll tell you what you can do. You can find some shade till the sun cools down. That's wisdom. When the throat gets parched because of the heat, what can you do? Find some water. Drink some water and quench your thirst. That's what you can do. You know what that is? That's wisdom. That's what wisdom is. It's not some fancy writing on a chapter, on a book. That's wisdom. We're human beings. We're here. Maybe we have a lot of obstacles in our path, but be grateful for our path and learn to go around the obstacles. This war, it's an obstacle. Yeah, learn to go around it. Not through it, you learn to go around it. You have to lay low for a little while, lay low. Be safe, have courage, and still, through the violence of that sound of the bombs going off, be grateful to the divine for having given you life. That's what you can do. That person who, at the darkest hour, knows that somewhere there is light, and be thankful for that light. He is thankful for that light. I can tell you, he will see light. But that person who says, oh, there is no light anymore, even in light, he will see darkness. Because his eyes are closed. He sees no more. This too will pass, as it has passed. You know, what's going on in the Middle East, it too will pass. It has happened before. It is happening again. Maybe it didn't happen to the people there now. It's a tragedy. And when it is over, we are thankful for it's over. We don't do anything about it, that it'll never happen again. And that's the effort. As nature goes, yes, darkness will come again. But this time, have the flashlight of knowledge. It's all about how to live your life so that you can be happy, so that you can be content, so that you can be. To be miserable, anybody can be miserable. It's easy. But even in the most miserable position, to be happy, that requires some strategy. No?
I'm up. That scared the shit out of me. All right, I'm gonna get some sleep, everybody. Good night to you guys. Thank you. I'll see you, Chad.
It's the later, right?
Where'd Chad go?
He's on mute.
Oh, is he? Okay. Till Joe Cool, I'll catch him later on, all right? Thank you, Goose. I'll keep an eye on you when I wake up in between, see how you're doing.
All right. See you later.
All right. Good night to you guys.
Anyone else in the chat? See one viewer. Is there actually somebody with us? I gotta do Tim 100. So chat, if you're listening, I'll be on mute for 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're there, nude.
Yeah, I'm just going to go take a Tim 100. I'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Okay, that's what I did there before the video. Video was still playing when I left, so I just got back.
Yeah, it finished and Wrights took an exit. So I got to do a Tim 100. I'll be on mute. I'll be right back.
All right. There's nobody in the. I don't think there's anybody in the comments that I saw when I came in. So, and that was what, a couple hours ago. So, but if there's other, comments. Hold on. Can I switch over to this? I don't know. Let me see. Nope. Nope. I don't see Joe Cool was the last before me, so he'd be one be interesting to have up here talking. Would love to hear his comments on the minus 60 degrees.
right. Heck, we are.
I've been here just waiting. Actually, yeah. Made a coffee. I made a coffee while I was waiting for you, so
All right, I got one too.
I just
Except it's not made out of coffee. It's made out of sugar.
I'm still scared to go back to take another one of the. Oh man. Oh, it. I agree. It is very good. It is very powerful. I drank it way too quickly. It's the first time I had one though.
Yeah.
I.
It's
I was actually. It was actually interesting because I was on my way back east, and we stopped at this one lady's house, and she didn't have coffee. She said but she says, you know, you try this, it's similar to coffee. I said, okay. And she said, matcha tea. I'm like, okay, yeah. A friend of mine's told me about it. I thought, so I sipped it for the first little couple times, right? I'm sitting there, and by before we even sat down to eat, because she was cooking us a meal while we were there, and we were just waiting on one of the things to finish. I drank the entire cup of tea. Well, I was like, I was good to go. I was good to go. Like, let's go. Let's leave now, you know, and continue on the trip and go to the next location, right? Everybody else was like dead tired. I'm like, why am I so tired? And then I remember I drank it too quick. So it, I know that stuff can be pretty potent when you don't think about it.
Yeah, you want to experience the power of nature. That's one way to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. It's important not to overdo that stuff, but when you do it properly.
I stayed up all night. I stayed up all night and walked around downtown.
Yeah, that's what it'll do to you. It'll make you ready to run a marathon. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally.
Well. Yeah. Exactly.
But in a good way, right? Like not in a
but I mean, I had enough brain sense to say, you know, my ride is right there. I'm just going to go take a look and explore, take some pictures of the suns, find a good spot, take a sunrise picture in the morning. For the lady that was with me, she was a TikToker and she wanted me to do that for her. I was like, okay. So off I went for the walk. I come back, knocked on her camper door because she had her own camper that she was traveling with. And I told her where it was. We went for a walk and bought coffee. She gave me the coffee card for Tim Hortons. I bought her coffee, my coffee, and the driver's coffee for the morning. And we came back to the truck after she did her video at the location. I just took a picture of the sunrise at. Even though the sun had already risen, that was just around that time frame. You know, I knew she wasn't going to be up at 5 a.m.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
So I just said I'll wake her up at 6. That's what I told her. Because the time she wanted to get up at that. It's like, okay, no problem.
So looking for something at the same time here. So what's been happening with you? I have, not that I've been paying much attention. I've been very, very busy lately, but I haven't seen you go live very much lately. Or have you? I just didn't
No,
notice.
I haven't been. Oh. No.
I think even I saw Skies go live a couple times, and you were sort of there in spirit, avatar wise, but not really there.
I've been having mic issues with my headset, so it's a cheap headset.
Oh yeah. It's okay at the moment, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be behaving itself.
You've always had a bit of an issue that way before we thought.
I'll just say it this way: it's this time of year for me. I born in this time of the year, I just say it must be the season of the witch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
no,
it's something to do with your computer doing
it's
some funky stuff in the background using resources or something. You know?
yeah, could be. It's hard to say. I don't know. It's my
You should,
computer.
when it's not working well, you should look at Task Manager and see if it's.
I've done that a couple times. I've got it narrowed down that I can have at least 3 tabs open at a time. So I have to be careful what I choose, what I pick and choose. But I have YouTube going so that if I need to go over and do something in YouTube wise and deal with a troll, I can assist. I can assist our fine colleague up here, you know, and at least mod on his channel. I think I'm a mod. I think he made me blue, part of the Avengers.
Yeah.
The World Defenders.
Yeah. So if somebody tells you it's not working good, open up Task Manager and then see if you're running overkill, and then see if you can just kill something to bring it back down to normal. That might be the problem.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see the things with this computer. I've had to do this in the past with it. I've literally had to crash it down completely.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because it's actually like a Chromebook. It doesn't have a hard drive or anything like this. It's the computer itself does not have a hard drive, so everything's all.
I forget what version of Windows you're running again.
It's a Chromebook.
Oh, you're on a Chromebook. Oh, that says it all. Oh, well, then it's rolling the dice.
Yeah,
no wonder.
no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want a Chromebook. You know, maybe Windows 11. I don't know. You know, it's pushing it. Like this is my backup. Yeah, this was like my backup when I came to Ottawa. Okay, like my main computer, I cannot go online with anymore. It's like it's out of date. It's literally when I got to Ottawa, it was out of date. So it's like basically offline computer. So I mean, this is my backup to my what I need when I got here, right? So
I can help you. I can help you rectify that on your main though.
What's that?
I could help you rectify that on your other one.
Probably.
Do you know what version of Windows was on that one?
Windows 11.
Oh, well, why did you do that? That's an old computer.
That was what it came with. It was bought for school, and I had to leave it for school as is, and I never got a chance. My tech guy switched it to my tech guy switched it to Windows 10.
Okay, so that was a better move. So it has 10 on it right now, like it's running 10.
I do believe.
How old is it? When did you buy it?
2017.
Yeah. Okay. So
early 2017. So it could have been a 2016 model or a sale 2017.
Yeah. So what do you mean it's out of date?
It's not. It has missed some updates somewhere along the line. So since I moved to Ottawa and getting it connected to Wi-Fi it needs some repair issues.
You should just do a factory reset. Take you like 15 minutes. Just set it back to square one and everything will run fine.
Yeah. Well, I also need to have some repairs done to the keyboard. It's got some keyboard damage.
You know what you could do for that? This is what I do. This is what I do actually to protect my laptop. I just go get a $30 Logitech wireless keyboard and mouse combo. Literally, sometimes they're even cheaper than that.
I still have my keyboard, one of my keyboards from that, one of those. I keep it. So, but yes.
So just do that, and then you don't have to go anywhere near your laptop. And then if you spill something on your wireless one, who gives a shit? It's only a few bucks,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. True.
That's what I've been doing for years, So what I do is my laptop itself, I put in a spot that's safe, and then I put some plastic coating thing around it as a firewall from wind or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then it stays off in the corner. And I or anybody who's in my vicinity goes nowhere near that. And then I just run wirelessly everything else. I run a cord off to an external monitor. So I don't even use the monitor on the laptop. I HDMIing it. And because it's Windows 8, otherwise I would do that wireless too.
Yeah.
Not so easy with Windows 8. And then I use a wireless keyboard and mouse. And this laptop here is over 13 years old and is flawless. It runs just as well as any brand new computer on the market today. Even better, actually. That's how you can preserve.
Oh yeah.
preserve
Oh
this
yeah.
stuff.
The one I have is fine, but she needs a little TLC, like physical TLC. She hasn't handled the trip through to Ontario quite well.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to, I'm gonna have to do a full reset. But the fact is, then getting some of the things that I have on there, I have certain programs on there that I have to get put back on, and I don't have them back up.
Well, if they're not part of the Windows thing, you mean just like what programs? Give me an example.
I believe I have a version of Adobe that is an older version that is really good. Is a really good version just for a lot of the mixing studio sort of voiceover music dubs.
Mm-hmm. Is it a pirated, or you actually bought the subscription and you got a key?
No, I was actually given a copy of this version from one of my instructors in my course.
Yes,
yeah.
So it's a pirated version, and you just have to find.
But it's a sentimental pirate version. If you get
Well,
what
sure.
I mean.
But you could easily transfer that onto a USB.
Probably. I'd have to do that first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put whatever. Most programs you'd be able to just get, just download them again. That one, it's pirated, and you'd want that specific. So that one you'd be better off just transfer onto.
And then the version of Adobe that I prefer is on there as well. that sort of thing, right? But they are downloaded onto the hard drive, so I have to go into where they are on the hard drive to get them.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. That's not hard. Just transfer over the files.
Well, yeah.
If not,
it's easy. It's easy in theory, but it's mind-numbing to do.
Or you just find the installation. If you saved it, did you save the installation file?
Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You find the installation file, yes. But it's like going to see where it is. Sometimes can be very mind-numbing and long if it's don't remember the exact certain figures on it. I've tried it a couple of times, but we'll try it again some point here.
Well, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, because if it's not running, then it don't matter what you got on there if you can't use it.
Yeah. Oh no, it runs. It's still at the stage of running stuff, but it's just it needs a little bit of TLC, like some cleaning and that sort of thing. And I'm not an expert in that aspect of things.
And that one is Windows 10, you said.
Yes.
Now it came with Windows 10, and it went to 11 and then back to 10?
Or it came with 11, went to 10.
Came with 11 and went to 10. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And that was within 2017 because literally I graduated that in 2017 from the community college course I took.
Hmm. Well, I don't know. You might want to start looking into what I'm doing lately, anyways, because within a couple years or less, so it'd be a good idea to start now to go through the learning curve. All the stuff that we take for granted on Windows, as far as what you can do freely, is going out the window. You don't know how to use Linux, something equivalent. Good luck. It's going to be very difficult to do normal things on a computer, you know. So maybe that's what you want to look at. Just partition the drive and put Fedora. That's a good Linux on it. Put Fedora on a partition and start getting familiar with that. And anything that you could, there's free programs, free editors on Linux that the movie industry professionals are for free.
Okay.
They blow Adobe out of the water. Like Adobe, so old school shit. And you know, same kind of a learning curve. It's a little bit you know, kind of Adobe in terms of the complexity, but other than that,
I'm one of these guys, Guru. Okay, this is what my instructor said. She goes, I could just send you a YouTube link. You watch the YouTube video, you do the project, you do exactly and you figure out exactly how you do the program. I'm like, pretty much, yes.
I'll tell you what this program is that I found out about as well. It actually, there's a version of it apparently for Windows too. I might actually try it on Windows and see. But anyways, it was designed on Linux and it runs great on Windows apparently, but it's a Linux code based.
Yeah.
Like that. Try.
Well, how much longer are you planning on going live for Mr. Wrights here?
Oh, I don't know.
I just was wondering. Just over 5 minutes there, so. And I think isn't it 6 hours the max or something?
No, it's 12. We can go 11:59 before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a long time.
Okay.
He's got it paid, so that might be why.
Oh, yeah. Well, Ronnie, yeah. So does Ronnie.
I don't know if it's always consistent that way. I forget what the 6 hour mark is for, but I think it's something else. You don't lose the whole thing at 6.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe the ability to edit in StreamYard or something.
The ability to edit. Yeah, the ability to edit. Yeah. At 6.
Put that not there. I need it for me too, so I want to find this. Kept it in our chat then. Here.
Ugh. Oh, I should get going here soon because I have a busy day tomorrow too.
Sure.
You used to being by yourself. Sometimes I understand.
Well, only last couple times. I would just when Frights goes to bed, I'll just multitask, and then while I'm doing that, I'll just set it on one tab and put some educational stuff.
Yeah.
So that he gets a lot of views after the fact.
Yeah.
Whoever might be watching it, I do it for that.
True. Well, unfortunately, everything's quiet here in the city of Ottawa. The city that always sleeps.
So it's a quiet city.
No, I'm referring to the people. They're always asleep.
Oh, okay.
They're all
That'd be
not. There are a few awake individuals that are understand, but they're very few and far between. Most of them you can find on the street.
What's it like in Ottawa as far as and things are open and stuff like that? How many people live in Ottawa? Pretty big city, isn't it?
Pretty big city, yeah. Oh well, yeah. It's like most of the businesses usually close around like 8, 9 o'clock at night,
So it's like here.
and that's late for like chain stores. Idea thing. Most of the other smaller mom and pop ones are usually shut before that.
Lazy asses.
There's a couple businesses that are open 24 hours a day, but that's about few and far between. But most the nightlife pretty much well, the bars would be open right now. There's a few bars on, like where I'm at, there's a few bars just around me. They'll be probably going, well, let's see. They'll probably be going for 3 or 4 hours. So then you have some chain, there's a few restaurants that would still be open up along just the area I'm in. So typical bar night idea thing at midnight, so that we'd still be open. But
And what about Toronto? Do you know much about living there?
haven't been there yet.
Hmm.
Haven't been there yet.
I kind of thought Toronto.
I have friends that live in Toronto and have told me, so.
Kind of sounded like from what people say that Toronto is more like the city that doesn't sleep, kind of like Canada's version of New York.
Yeah, okay. From what I've been told about Toronto, yeah, I would agree. Ottawa is, from my experiences of Ottawa late at night, it would be most people would call a jump scare in a night, and a nice quiet evening, seeing it every once in a while if you're lucky. That jump scare where you have the zombie come out of the come out around the corner and go, that's what I would say. Not as bad, but I was actually late one night walking the streets, and nobody on the street. I was walking downtown Rideau Street, like Rideau, and I just came to the point where you can turn to go down into the market off of Rideau Street, right, into the buyer's market, and literally this homeless guy comes out around the corner right at me and just walking like a zombie, and it's just like, like total quiet, nobody else on the street, just all of a sudden out of the blue. That's why I remember it. That memory. It's like a Rito, but like, yeah, I'm saying it's like, yeah, normally pretty quiet. You don't see too much on Rito at all, but I would say it can get pretty creepy at night, though. I actually was on the streets for a short period, and at least 24 hours on the street before I knew I had the place where I'm staying at now. So it was not a fun experience, Guru. I almost felt like you cursed me at times. I cursed you a couple of times.
Yeah. Didn't work.
No. Well, I tried calling you 3 times. You didn't show up, so I started to lose a little faith in you. Then it was actually your video that you were playing there. I just went, I like this video. As I remembered you playing it before. I remember saying, I said, that's something we agree on, the divine comment. Okay. Whatever divine thing put us here.
What video was it?
The video that was playing earlier?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that one. Right.
Yeah. Because you had played that. I was listening to it and I'm like, I've heard this before. Guru's played this for me before.
No,
That's
that's the first time I've ever played that for anybody.
I thought you played it backstage one time.
No. Actually, I only found that like 2 days ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I've not the individual. I've known the individual for over 2 decades.
Yeah, but I've heard that individual say the divine before. That's what I'm saying.
Well, not for me. That's the first time I ever showcased anything from them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I ran into it. Well, I thought it was you that introduced me to it. Who introduced me to it? I don't know. Because I've heard that exact speech before. I'm like, I've heard this before. Like, as soon as I was hearing it, because of the divine comment, because I was like, it's one of the first things that stuck out in my head. I've said this to Guru before. We all come from a divine. And you agreed with me on many occasions with that. Like, it's just whatever the divine's purpose is for us, we're meant to figure that out on our own in our journey. It's part of who we are as humans.
Something like that. Yeah. I have a bunch of stuff from that individual that I'll be collaging in a future video. But as far as me showcasing that, although a lot of stuff that I'll say will match.
I will say this, blessed be my brother. Well, I look forward to seeing it when it's done.
A lot of the stuff I say will match anything you hear from them. They're one of the people that set me straight back in the day. Let's put it that way.
I'm a simple Nova Scotian man. I'll say it however I feel to come out of my mouth. I apologize. I said, never mind. I said, I'm a simple Nova Scotian man. I'll say it how it comes out of my brain. If there's people around that can correct me, I always appreciate it. Thank you, my brother.
I wasn't correcting you on something. I'm not sure where you're going with that.
It's just me being a silly Nova Scotian dude. Plucky comic relief side. The plucky comic relief sidekick side of me.
What I was saying is that individual is somebody that put me straight back in the day, like over 20 years ago. He's in like out of the top 5 people that I took directional wisdom from. He's in the top 5 and probably number.
Yeah.
Actually, not probably. Definitely number 1. So it'll be, a lot of
Yes,
stuff.
well, we unfortunately some of us don't have didn't take advantage of that lifeboat at that time and get our own yellow submarine.
Well, that I did on my own. That I had to figure out,
Yeah, yeah.
That's still an
I
undisclosed
so
location.
I, I said I was just gonna say I so looked into a joke video. Yeah, it's like a yellow. It looked like a banana coming up out of the water. I think it was yellow. Body's a yellow submarine off the east coast of Canada.
I think that's what that song "Yellow Submarine" was more in reference to.
I know.
That was the original flat Earth ideology.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably more accurate. I think it is.
What? It's a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's not a flat Earth. It's not a round Earth. It's a yellow submarine. It's just so big you can't see the yellow. It looks blue.
Now that I would believe you.
You have to go further than the blue to get to the yellow.
Yes. Yes. I like that one. I agree. And there's those and there's those that you'll meet on your way through the blue that they're in the green that you're kind of like, whoa, do I want to go? Do I want to go further into the yellow?
That's right. Still trying to look for that program.
People
Need
like
it for
Dan.
myself.
People like Dan. 5D.
What about Dan?
I would say 5D would be somewhere in the green part of the spectrum of if you're getting close to the yellow. He hasn't come to the concept of the all a yellow submarine, I think, fully yet, has he?
No, I think he's pretty much past that.
Okay. Well, I know I'm in the green section somewhere. I like to stick in the green. Green's my favorite color.
Fuck. I'm gonna have to ask Fruity for it again. It's like the third time. I swear.
How is Fruity doing?
Really good. She's over back in France right now. She's been there for a couple months, getting some things organized, and then we decided to look for some land out there for her pops and make a homestead out there for her father and also for her in the future if something ever happens to me,
Yeah.
So we're in the middle of land shopping right now over there for that.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's scheduled. She was scheduled to come back here on the 8th of November, but then I had that idea to do that, so postponed her flight till the 8th of December. Now we're just playing it by ear.
Yeah.
See how far we get with the endeavor. So it's kind of up for 50-50 at the moment whether she'll be back 8th. Yeah, extend another month.
Yeah, it depends on the weather. It depends on the time of the year and the weather too. Also, right? Right into that point in time.
Well, not really that so much. I mean, well, definitely if we have to postpone the flight again, I won't do it during the holiday bullshit. That's for sure. It'll be after.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But no, it just depends on like there's a certain amount.
Even this time of year, you get the beginning storms too, right? Like what might as it gets closer when they go, when the storms get bigger.
Storm?
Like for example, it might be let's say a small storm leaves the BC area, okay, comes across, it gets stronger. It's the colder air, right? And gets stronger. You know how weather works, right?
Yeah,
Please
we're
don't be
pretty much past the seasonal storms. At this point, it stays pretty much calm right out until about
okay.
March or
So
April.
well, we're at the colder stage, so this is where we actually are getting that stuff.
Yeah, the rest of Canada is into the blizzard zone. No, we don't really get that. We get, if anything, at most 1 to 2 weeks of kind of harsher cold snow in December, early January
Yeah.
at most, but it's gone so fast, and so that's during the holiday time anyways, and so I would never make travel during that bullshit,
No. Okay.
Yeah. So if she doesn't come home on the 8th of December, then the earliest it'll be after that will be the 8th of January. Yeah.
Yeah.
A month after that.
Yeah. And I like if I know her lovely Fruity, she don't want to be away from you too much longer. She probably
Yeah. Yeah, we've well, we're so busy and focused that the time is just flying by. But yeah,
Yeah.
Trying to remember, when did she leave
Yeah,
again? Was it September?
Yeah, but the fact of next to you, that's the thing, right? She misses
So-
people. You miss that. You miss that when you have a partner.
Oh yeah, of course.
You know. Ugh.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what we're at with her, and she's tying up some loose ends over there as well. Like when she was here, she was still learning all the stuff that I know about being nationless and everything, but she wasn't exactly there yet. She
Okay.
was still going through the stages, and so
Learning
while she was, learning it and getting the stage ready for that. But there's still some loose ends over in France that needed to be tied up and whatnot. And so, for just all intents and purposes of understanding, you could technically say that Fruity was here for about 4 out of the 6 years illegally. She was classified as an illegal. You could look at it that. And so this time when she comes back, after she comes back, we're severing the rest of the ties from nation states. So she'll be like me, neither legal nor legal nation.
Yeah.
So that's why we're doing some of the things that we're doing over there as well. We're getting the rest of the age set. This time when she comes back, there'll be no more states ties anywhere again.
Yeah. No, I get you.
So she'll be operating like me, which will be good because, I had to kind of do things a little bit differently than I normally would.
Yeah.
For her protection, so to speak, because at any point, if they ever nabbed her still being tied to states, if they
Yeah.
immigration would just deport her and shit like that,
Mhm.
So, I had to be a little careful whether if it was just me, none of that stuff applies, but now when she comes back this time, all those ties will be severed. And so now it'll be the two of us operating in the same fashion. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that.
Oh, come on. You'll enjoy you enjoy you two will figure it out.
Oh, it's already figured out. It's just a matter of being done.
Yeah.
There's only so far she could.
It's just a matter of you pushing the button.
No. She knew what had to be done. Just yeah, there are certain things that you can't tie up from overseas. You have to be there,
Yeah, exactly.
She got to nullify some state contracts and stuff like that. So she, that stuff, and getting herself off the books. So that'll be she's pretty much she's practically done with that at this point. A couple other little crannies to go. So that's really not the thing of focus now. It didn't take too long to get that completed. Pretty much all that we're doing remaining now is just the land stuff. So there's a certain amount that is difficult to do without somebody being present there, and her dad is not very technical. So his skills on videoing over the internet with the phone and stuff like that is he can do it, but it's like kind of like rights in a sense,
Yeah. I figured.
Yeah, so it's better if Fruity does kind of the preliminary stuff, and then once we get so far, then she can come back here, and then I can finish the rest from this end.
Mm-hmm. No, I get you. I get you, boss.
Yeah, so that's what's up with her. So she'll be coming back soon.
I had a friend of mine. He'd asked about you. A friend of ours, mine and Ronnie's. He'd asked about you. He was like to meet this nude guy. I'm like, no, you're not ready for the nude guy yet. Trust me.
Somebody that just knows of me.
Yeah, he knows of you. You appeared in the chat. He's on Ronnie's show. You've appeared in the chat. He says, I want to talk to the nude guy.
Oh.
No. Oh, you're not. I said, it's like, no, trust me, buddy. He's a friend of mine here in Ottawa. He's been on Ronnie's show a couple times. But he's like, I want to meet the nude guy. I'm like, no, you're not ready to meet the guru. Trust me. No. Guru will blow your mind within the first 2 minutes.
You just introduce him to Barbara.
Oh, Tabernacle. God damn. No. Oh. Oh, God.
Well,
I would say kudos. I would say props on that one. That would be interesting to do. Just because the fact is, though, he is a very comedic kind of guy. Like he is very flirtatious with women. If he would probably think that Barbara was a real woman. He is blind, so legally blind.
I found.
And he's a DJ.
What's that?
And he's a club DJ.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a club DJ, and he's legally blind.
Right.
And then I met him during the convoy. Like he was a DJ that was DJing at the convoy. He showed up there. They ended up setting him up on the big stage and everything like that.
Gotcha.
It was kind of an interesting.
So why does he want to meet me?
He's heard about you from Ronnie and I, right? Talking about you.
Oh, okay.
He's like, I want to talk to him. I want to have memories with him. It's like, okay, well, it'll happen at some point in time, but you're not ready to handle him yet. Trust me. You can handle him, but he can't handle you. Do you get what I mean?
Sure. Well, it depends on his mindset.
Feisty little Latino.
Well, that part of his mindset might be fine. It depends on his mindset as far as statism,
Well, yeah. No, I know. He's probably the same level I am.
Yeah, he might have problems.
Although I can barely handle it. Some days.
I don't know why. It's really simple.
I don't. Oh no, I'm not. I get it. Okay. I'm just one of these guys that's like, yeah, okay, well, I'll lead the ones that hopefully maybe at some point in time might actually pass. Do the guru.
it's the funniest thing. It's
I'll stick it to I'll stick in the green zone. That's where I'm kind of at. Do you know what I mean? That's where I put myself. Somewhere in
all
the
I'm
aspect of that I'm willing to admit was the yellow submarine.
right. All I'm saying to sum it up in one sentence, foundation of it all is you don't have to have a ruler,
Yeah.
right? I don't know why that's so hard for people to
So
grasp.
you want to hear a funny funny banana story?
A banana story?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I used to do the free banana thing, right? I was joking with you about the free bananas. So at one point, I had gone to one of the local food banks here in Ottawa. They had bananas, so I grabbed a bunch, right? Well, I ate some bananas. I didn't want to eat bananas for a while. I had my first banana tonight, and I just remembered, just thought about it. I was like, bananas are good, nice yellow. Oh God damn it! Go back to the yellow submarine berry.
I just discovered like a few weeks ago. It was actually on Wright's panel. I was searching different things. There is a tropical banana that is blue in color that grows in our neck of the woods here.
Really?
It can grow in colder climates. Forget the name of it, but it's easy to find. Not only does it grow here, it grows quite easily, and it tastes like vanilla ice cream,
Really?
apparently.
Hmm.
And I think it's an heirloom variety, and it's supposed to be very nutritious. And yeah, it'll even grow in winter. I don't think it'll grow in the snow climates, but it'll grow in it'll grow in
It grow in BC really, really
in
well.
BC. Yeah, well, I mean in the very
Yeah.
west part anyway, you know.
Yeah, but
It'll survive
how?
the snow, and it'll, you know,
Yeah.
it's not it's not a seasonal.
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, exactly. They'd have to. It might do okay on Alberta in a regular growing season if it's planted at the right time and done. But you'd have to test it at least one season before you knew what the right season was.
No, it survives winter. It survives the cold. It just it won't
Yeah.
germinate. So you can plant it even in the anywhere in Canada, no problem.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it could be planted right across the country.
Yeah. It'll just like in BC, the time that it produces bananas will be a lot longer than anywhere else.
Yes. Yeah. But
But
I was
yeah,
just thinking the next closest would probably be I was just thinking season wise of it growing and getting it freshest from that area would be probably Alberta, though, I would say. Wouldn't it
yeah,
number
put it
two?
on
I'm
for
just
what?
saying, as for growing purposes, like mentally, I go to this. What would be the second? Right? Think from the East Coast, where we go. If my mother trained my brain that way. I figured that out. My mother was very good with numbers, and she trained my brain at a young age to think a certain way, and I realized that at one point in time, and I thanked her very much for it.
Probably Ontario,
Yeah,
because Alberta has it's just as harsh pretty much as Manitoba, and almost just as harsh as Manitoba and Saskatchewan in winter, and the rest of the east. Yeah, Ontario is definitely the second mildest province.
yeah, I would say you're correct, Ontario, because I know Nova Scotia would not even be ranked. Would probably be ranked number 3 if you were to go back from Ontario. I would give Scotia number 3.
There it is there.
Dang.
These suckers here. They blow it. They blow. They grow in Canada.
Wow.
They're called Musa acuminta or Blue Java. Blue Java. And their nickname is Ice Cream Banana. Now, I've never seen them, but yeah, they grow here.
I've never seen them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the East Coast of Nova Scotia, and I've seen a lot of shit, but I've never seen a blue banana.
Yeah. There it is there. And it looks like it was, colored.
It looks, yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. It looks like it was colored.
But no.
I'd say give me a seed. I'll plant one and I'll see if it grows. I'll give it to a farmer and see if it grows.
Blue Java. That's what it's called. Blue Java banana.
Give me a bag of seeds and I'll see if I can get a farmer to grow some.
Not hard to get the seeds online. Lots of places selling them. And lots of places selling seedlings or year to 2 year old like this plants.
Okay.
Where you can just continue the process, take it home. It's already sprouted and by growing. You can either continue that or transplant it. Here's a greenhouse full of them. Canada Banana Farms on 30 blue Java banana plants. 30 blue Java plants. This picture. That's a big one.
Wow.
These ones here. What they look like. So you can buy these.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Wow. Yeah, pretty cool.
And that's actually a fruit that I really like to eat, but I avoid eating much of it all because I'm not really a fan of imported. I think it's much better to eat whatever's growing locally because it produces nutrients that is
but still, point in order, Mr. Guru. Okay, if it was a farmer that you saw it at, and he said, "Yeah, this is my third generation of this plant. Like I've grown it the same plant 3 generations, and on this plant, or on this farm of that particular plant." Then that particular farmer has been growing it locally for at least 3 seasons, right?
Well, if it's grown locally and it's meant to grow locally, then that's fine. That's what I'm saying. So I'm excited about this because I really like bananas and I avoid the yellow ones because they don't really grow here. And I'm not a proponent for eating food that isn't meant to be grown locally. And the reason for that is you need to be getting the nutrition from the local habitat, local ecosystem, so that you can endure whatever it is that's in the ecosystem locally. That's, it goes hand in hand. So, eating imported food, it just is not a logical thing to do. It's not really very healthy for the most part. So, I would only really, and also I don't eat corporate food, right? So if I were to eat something imported, it would have to be a very special case, people that I knew and trusted. And so even the opportunity for me to eat bananas is very, very yellow ones, few and far between. But I love bananas. And so now this excites me because I didn't know that we had a species of banana that was fit to grow here. But apparently we do. So maybe by next season, I've got plenty of places where these can grow around here. I'm on a 62 acre farm right now that has lots of room to grow these. So we'll see
You
what
may be
happens
doing.
by next.
You may be a bit of this next year, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Right. Just got to. Well, I got to learn a bit more about them. Like, I don't know how long it takes for them to be at the point where they're actually starting to produce bananas. You know, like how many years or whatever. I got some learning to do as far as that goes. And also, do they do that when they're just in the pot plant, or do they got to go? You know, I think they do because it looked like they were going to do that in that greenhouse there. But anyway, I'm still green as far as these go. Look, that's what it looks like right there. That's a good picture. Opened up on the right here.
Oh, looking at that, I'm like, this looks like Andrew. If I actually see what I'm actually going to eat it, I have to just to say I did it.
Right, and
It's like the new drug you want to try, right?
Yeah, especially it doesn't taste like normal banana. It tastes like vanilla ice cream.
I want to know. I want to know. That's the thing, right?
And it's very healthy for you. I did read so far they are way more nutrient rich than yellow bananas. That's amazing.
Again, like I'd have to experience it, obviously. I mean, I know what a normal banana feels like, and I'm that way, right? Too, same as you. I love bananas, right? So, but yes, I should go. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. For
All right,
me,
Chad.
anyway. All right, have a good night. I'll leave on the blue banana.
All right. Well, if you don't beat me to the punch, I'll let you know what they taste like by next summer.
All righty.
All right. Well, thanks for being with us and coming up. You have a good one. Take care. So, for anybody else who's still with us, I'm going to put on some more educational material in elaboration to what we were doing earlier with when Wrights was here and also last time. So I'll just put it on and let it play while I'm doing stuff in the background as well. So I won't be looking at chat the entire time, but anybody who wants to come up or still participate, I'll still be around. Just put a message in the chat. And if I don't see it right away, and I do see it, then I will reply back. So, and if that doesn't happen, and I don't come back on voice, thank you very much as always, Mr. Big Thumbs. Always a blessing to have the opportunity to showcase this very, very important and valuable educational material for anybody who is interested and can make something of this information. So it's always good to have another place that we get it documented just in case something happens with the other places so that we can still have access to the info if it goes to the wayside somewhere else. So with that being said, I'm going to go on mute and I'm going to queue up. We're going to watch a little bit more of Dean Clifford to start out with, a seminar that he gave a few years ago. And it's going to elaborate a little bit more on the whole name, foundation of how a fictional name gets everybody tongue-tied into the legal system bureaucracy and the corporate system bureaucracy, and how understanding it is your key to the truth setting you free. I'll be on mute and I'll cue it up as we speak here, and it'll start to play in a couple minutes when it's ready.
positively identify yourself
I have to have a name
for that contract, and you have to be able to be identified.
Not just I am, or not just I could be, but I am.
Exactly.
This is positively identified.
Right? Otherwise, that's bad faith as well.
Right. But as long as I don't do so with fraudulent or
Intent.
malice, I can call myself.
It all comes down to intent. We're going to expand on all this afterwards.
I was told the philosophy when going to Portland is supposed to be that a name is defined by Webster's is that which a object or thing is known, and a definition of a word is a speech sound or series of speech sounds. So how can you identify as a speech sound? How can you live in a speech sound? How can you do anything as a speech sound?
You need to be addressed as something.
Absolutely.
I mean,
well, that's the thing. Is the argument was that
yeah.
Your role in the courtroom is more important than the name.
Yeah. Well, so this is where I'll get on to why it's actually why people got to stop. The same way that people have to stop fearing, the government finding out who you are. Like, I don't care. My name's on a whiteboard. They know where I live. Believe me, you guys have seen my paperwork. If they don't know where I live to come and get me or shoot me or throw me in jail, then they're never going to find out, right? You got to stop fearing them, right? And in order to stop fearing them, you got to stop fearing this name as well. And I'm going to get into the reason why, because you can actually turn it around to your advantage at that point. And that's what we're going to get into. Which is the biggest point of everything I'm ever going to make, and that might even have to wait for other days, is the issue of liability. You don't care what name they're calling you. I don't care what name they're calling me. It all comes down to liability. Who's assuming liability for the claims being made, right? And then we get into the other forms of law, which is the contract. Where's the contract? Who's compelling me to perform in this contract? I don't care what you're calling me. But you got to provide the evidence that I've been compelled to perform in this name in a contract somewhere. Call me whatever you want, really, because ultimately my name is just 3 letters long, man. Anything after that is just a construct. It's a fiction. Everything after that is a fiction, whether it's whether it's Dean, all capital only Clifford, those are all constructs. They're just different versions of me for different purposes, and we can't be scared of any of them. We just got to learn how to master them all, which we can do because we're men. We're full unlimited liability. We create our own destinies. We do whatever we want. We take control of things. We're full liability. And you got to learn to actually just to start to pilot this stuff and use it and say, yeah, you got that. Yeah, you got it right. That's me. What's it to you? Right? Instead of no, that's not my name. I'm not a person. Right? You can use the legal. You can use the argument. Well, do you want the legal person? Or do you want the man, right? The only reason that works is because what you've done now is you've differentiated the fact that there is a difference between the two names. That also, but even that could be, well, you're all just one same party. But the whole point is once you basically separate separate the name. So now there's, you've separated this name from that name. Now there's 2 of us. And they only want that name. And that name is now floating out there because you're saying, well, I'm over here, I'm the man, and the legal name is right here. You're distancing yourself from it, but you're not denying that it's you in some capacity because you can still act in that capacity. And that's why you've heard people go to court and make the argument, well, which capacity do you want me here in? Do you want me here in the capacity of the man, or do you want me here in the capacity of the driver? According to the Highway Traffic Act, you want me here in the capacity of this, capacity of that, I could be anything you want me to be. Which hat do you want me to wear? Exactly. Because that's all that name is it's a presumption, it's just a broad, it's just something just to get you there. And then hoping you're not going to know how to make the proper, not arguments, but navigate yourself through the court properly. And that is, well, what binds me to that? You guys are calling me this. What is that bound to? Where's the contract? What obligations am I bound to perform in that? Did I agree to it? Was there valuable consideration? What was I supposed to perform? Was I aware of all the, and that's the rules of contract. And we get into that kind of stuff, right? So you got to be able to know how to get into that kind of stuff. And we'll get into all that kind of stuff later, but then there's, the talking to the judges and the judges ordering you around, ordering the sheriffs and stuff like that. That's all. But the big problem was we wanted to address what the name was. And I don't even tackle the problem of trying to come up with what that name is, because again, that's all it is. It's a presumption. It's presumption that you are that. And it's presumption there's a contractual obligation. It's a presumption that you're operating in some capacity. And then you just have to dismantle all the presumptions at that point. because that's what the courts operate on, is presumptions, right? So to go further from there, I guess, actually, I didn't really have much in the way of a template to work on tonight with this, but okay, where to go from there would be why we're in the problem we're in. And I was speaking with people about this a couple of years ago, and it finally sank in about a year and a half ago when we got into the whole trust law issue and why, and the different law forms. And why trust law? Because you've got all these differing levels of law that just have different authorities, different jurisdictions, and different levels of force. And you've got obviously statutory law, which is the lowest inferior form of law there is on the planet, right? It's like, it's public servant codes is what I call it, right? If you're a trash collector, it's just, well, there's regulations and all sorts of different forms of law, but statutory law itself is the lowest form of law. It's people sitting in a room making a law to bunch themselves. Why do they call it public? Well, that's any form of law, but why do they call them public servants? Right? They're servants. Those are the slaves of society, right? They're supposed to serve everybody. They're the public servants. So statutes are actually public servant codes. It's Criminal Code of Canada. It only applies to people that work for the government, agents of government, and they're all public servants.
If you make the argument that, for instance, Her Majesty is a public servant.
She's not.
Okay.
Well, hang on. We could get into the argument of which Her Majesty. I could rattle off about 8 right now.
Her Majesty
right? So yeah, we're not even going to get into which Her Majesty or what Her Majesty is or whether she's a servant or whether she isn't a servant. We're all servants of God. Every single one of us, period. Beyond that, doesn't matter. But that's the highest now, okay?
Sorry if I have to interject. I have to interject right now.
Yep.
We're all students of Earth.
Okay. Different philosophy on life, but it's the same thing. But okay, if I could actually expand on that then. If we're servants of God, that would automatically make us students of the earth, because when he went away and gave us dominion over the earth, he charged us with its care.
Yeah. That's the problem.
So those are actually synonymous theories. Okay?
Yes, I totally agree.
Okay. So and that takes us to the highest form of law. I just talked about the lowest form of law, which is the servant class. And they've got everything flipped on us now. They've got us convinced in the public education system the government is, they're the masters. Yeah. And we're the servants. And it's completely the opposite way around.
Well, in school, you are a public servant. Like when you take the kid to school, it's...
I wouldn't agree with that. But we won't get into that right now. So why are we in the mess that we're in? And it's easy to see what happens. And we all know about the Catholic Church and the mystery schools and how they used to encode everything. And they would phrase things in different words to hide technology and theories and our rights and the whole 9 yards. And it really struck me when I read a couple of books. And one in particular was Ellen White, The Great Controversy. I read that. And I read a couple other books on religion. And everything for some reason came back to the Holy Trinity. And I've broached this topic before at some of our meetings. And that's where we start to get into trust law, which is what the Holy Trinity is. And that's why the Holy Trinity is so important, because trust law requires this three-party contract. That is trust law, right? And that's what the Holy Trinity is. And the Catholic Church likes to call it what the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, right? So we got the Father. We got the Son. Holy Ghost. Back to the Father. So it just a couple of things hit me in the last couple of years. I was just sitting around, I was just reading parts of the Bible, and I got thinking about it and reading some definitions in Black's Law Dictionary. Kind of dorky like that. Saturday afternoon, I'll be sitting at my beach house and I'll read a definition in Black's Law Dictionary just for fun, and I'll be like, oh, I don't know that word. So I'll look up that one. Then I'll find a word in that definition I don't know. So I'll look up that word, and I'll just spend 6 hours doing that. And I got through that, and I do the same thing in Bouvier's Law Dictionary. Yeah, nerd. Yeah, and this may even be common knowledge for a lot of people out there in the movement. I don't know if people really understand what it is, but I mean, the Bible is God's last will and testament. And people never really think about that, about what it is, about what a testament is. And if you look up the definition of the word testament, testament is something left by the testator in a will. Like your last will and testament. So you look at, oh, okay, well, last, you know, the last testament of God, or whatever the God's testament. It's the last will and testament of God is what that turns out to be, where if you look in the Holy Trinity and you start to realize what we got here is trust law going on, is the Father, who is God, is the testator. And he's also the grantor. So he created man. He did his whatever 7 days. Okay, I'm not going to get into what that actually means. It doesn't matter. It's all encoded. It's all riddles. He came along. He created the planets. He created us. Whatever you want to believe that means is up to you. It really doesn't matter. So he created us. Right? And he gave us dominion over the earth. So he made us the beneficiary. Right? And what else would we have been? I call it the executor, right? You don't want to be the trustee.
Well, when you say dominion, this is the same sense as
Yeah.
they say Dominion of Canada?
You know what?
Dominion means
Doesn't matter.
authority over.
Yeah, like Dominion of Canada. Yeah, I mean, they used to have Dominion groceries. Okay, same thing. Yeah, what's in a word? What does it mean in that particular usage, right? So the Holy Ghost. Isn't it weird that it's actually called the Holy Ghost? It's a ghost. It's something that doesn't really. It's a fiction. It doesn't really exist. So they probably changed in trust law.
It doesn't exist.
No shit, eh? Yeah. Yeah, so we got this legal fiction over here, or
Think about it, a ghost is form without substance.
it's form without substance, right? But it completes.
Well, that's what a legal fiction is. Straight out.
That's what a legal fiction is over here. So, trying to think of the proper word to explain that. So, I could explain that better. I'm not going to, because it's been a really long day, and I could get into that more.
While we're on the topic of what we're talking about, we're going to take a break in about 10 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, safety break. Yep. So these so in trust law, you got the three parties, and if you've ever read the trust handbook, you know that this isn't a very accurate diagram. In trust law, you've got the executor, you got the beneficiary, and you've got the trustee. The trustee is who holds all the property, right? The trustee is the slave. The trustee.
Was the acting fiduciary.
Yeah, that's why they call it even a fiduciary trustee, right? And they're the trustee is who holds all the property in trust, and they have to obey the instructions of the executor for the benefit of the beneficiary, right? And that's where the trust law and this is getting into why we're having the problems we're having in the courts and the proof we've got of everything that's going on. This I'll explain better another time when I've had a chance to review what I had to go through months ago to come to that conclusion, because it's not all coming to me right now. But either way, all is important is you know damn well just from the Bible that the last testament of God is the last will and testament by the testator, he who created the trust, who went away and left us as the executors and beneficiaries of everything he left us. But it's all being held in trust by the trustees, right? And that's what makes the trust law complete, is the fact that the trustee cannot be the executor or the beneficiary, and a beneficiary or executor cannot be a trustee, period. So what happens is when we're walking into court, and this is all stuff we can elaborate on later. I'm just kind of going through this real quick right now to bring everybody to have questions later. When we walk into court, what's happening, and I've heard every argument on the planet, people told me to walk into court and be the trustee. No, you got to walk into court and you got to be the trustee. The trustees hold all the power, right? Like, I mean, there's a million different theories out there, exactly, right? We all know government's the trustees. They're all public servants. They're all public trustees. Every single one of them. They're all the servants. They're the ones that hold all property for the benefit of the executors and the beneficiaries of all these estates. And I'll get into whatever you want about that later.
The person or trustee is a prisoner with special privileges.
Yeah.
Well, if you erred, do they offer you correction as a benefit?
Well, I could make a bunch of arguments on that as well, and I don't believe that at all. Because what happens is in court, if they've sent you to jail, it's because you were the trustee and you were being ordered to do something for the benefit of somebody else, because you cannot be the trustee and the beneficiary. If you're ordered to go to jail, it's because somebody else is getting the benefit. So that's a lie that jail is a benefit.
And well, no, this is because they're turning around.
Correct, right? There you go.
As they're offering a service, you're getting a benefit.
Yes, but you're not getting the benefit because you can't, because the trustees take orders.
Crime College.
Yeah, I know, eh? Yeah, trustees take orders. We got confirmation of that today in court. It was a very simple process. Trustees take their orders from the executor, and it's for the benefit of the beneficiary. I've said that a few times now, but I'm kind of leading that into somewhere.
Isn't that what they do in court?
So what happens? They don't really switch. You've never corrected what's going on in the court. When you walked in, it was presumed you're the trustee. And when you went to jail, you went to jail as the trustee. And the whole time the judge was acting as the executor, because the executor is the one in power. The executor orders.
So who's the beneficiary? The Crown?
Crown. Of course. And because you're the trustee, you can't be either of the other two positions. So here's how it's going. You've got, and I won't call them a judge. I had to correct them today, that court. I will call them a justice. And then you've got Dean over here, who shows up unwittingly, answering to the name of the presumption of law that could be anything that turns out to be him when it's all done, because he consented to everything. He didn't rebut anything. So they fit this guy into the mold of the legal fiction.
Toss the hat on me.
Just toss the hat on me, right?
Which is the legal fiction that you'll put up.
Which is, well, no. And then over here, you've got the Crown.
It's a hat on your head and you don't bother to take it off.
Right.
So it's the public.
Right. The justice and the Crown are both government. In trust law, that's supposed to be a V, not GAT. Let me just rewrite that real quick. They do have GATs. Gov. In trust law, you can be the trustee. Sorry, my bad. In trust law, you can be the executor or administrator. We'll call it both. Executor / admin. When you walk into a courtroom, who's administrating everything? Who's telling everybody what to do? No, even though people have said, well, the clerk of the court really holds the power. I've heard all these different arguments. It really doesn't matter. The clerk of the court, sure, they file all the paperwork. Ultimately, they're the ones responsible for all this kind of stuff. I mean, I really could care less how the power structure within their system works. I'm going to tell you why things go the way they do in the courtroom, and I've proven this. Because the justice, because they're presuming, they've made the presumption, and they're acting under the presumption that the justice is the executor and the administrator of everything that's going on there. And the Crown is coming in as the beneficiary wanting a benefit. Crown is saying, I want something. I want this guy to go to jail, and I want to seize all the equity in some of his estate or whatever, right? Whatever you want to call it. Sorry, I wrote benefit, but that's not right. He wants a benefit. Yeah, sure, we'll call it that, because he is claiming to be the beneficiary. In trust law, you can be both the executor or the administrator, which is the same thing, and the beneficiary. They can be the same party. And that turns out to be the government, because you don't rebut it. And you're left all alone over here.
And because they're just filling an office and representing the government.
You're sitting over here. And I can tell you right now, when the judge orders you to be taken into custody, if you don't go, you're going to be made to go by the sheriffs. And I'll tell you why, because the trustees, when they're ordered to do something, they frickin' do it. Or you'll be made to do it, because it's the job of the trustee to carry out the instructions of the administrator or the executor, or you are in breach of trust.
That's a biggie.
And that is it. That is the biggie. The biggie. That's what's happening when you go to court. People are making all these arguments. I'm not a person. I'm not this. I'm not that. This definition says this, and you know, like I've heard it all. I have heard it all. I've even used some of them myself to find myself being hauled away under the orders of this guy right here, right?
Even all the way before they even had that.
Yeah, even before that, at times, yeah, it all depends. And it's all come back to this. And this is the problem. And this is why when you walk in, that's why there is a justice. And there's you, and there's a crown. It's a three-party system that's going on. It's the Holy Trinity going on in court. They're carrying out trust law in the courtroom, and you don't know it. And they're getting you to act as the trustee so that they can fill in both other positions, one of authority and one of beneficiary, which means they win on both counts. Whereas true public servants or public trustees, because that's what they actually are, they're even bonded. And believe me, they don't like being called public trustee. If you want to bring sheriffs into the courtroom, like that, you call a justice a public trustee. And there'll be 4 of them in there before you can blink.
What if the Austin is one trustee?
Well, I would start by calling him a public trustee. You got to remember, if the court operates in presumptions,
So can you.
then I'm going to operate in presumptions. And I'm presuming that this guy up here is a public trustee because he's a public servant.
That is an excellent point. Yes.
Absolutely. So, excuse me, public servant. Whoa! Whoa! Sheriffs, get in here. We got work. Right? Like that. They do that. It's insane. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, you're this close to contempt. Or I just got handcuffed one time. They didn't say anything. They just handcuffed me, right? So you know you're doing something right when just saying 2 words make them lose their minds. And why? And this has happened with Marty. Marty walked in to speak for a friend of ours as his representative and said, well, I'm the appointed administrator for Chris. And before Marty could blink, there was 4 sheriffs in that room. And they had a sniper judge for him because they're expecting him, because this is about the 6th hearing we've had. And they just kept getting us come back down and railroading us in the whole 9 yards, but not getting anywhere. They couldn't get anywhere with us. It was getting frustrating for them. So they brought in this sniper judge. We know her name. We got it today, actually. And we filed complaints for her uttering threats in the courtroom and stuff like that. And Marty's pretty much, it's his mission in life now to take her down and remove her career from her. So we're going to have some fun with that. Yeah, because you got to remember, yeah, exactly. Because you got to remember there's always recourse.
Sorry.
Yep.
That's like this most recent thing in newspapers with this judge in Kamloops saying that he's going to treat people that, with law are free men differently.
Yep.
If he identified himself as free man, he would have treated him differently. But because he said that he wasn't aligned with World Freeman Society or whoever, Freeman Association of Canada or whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't mean to.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's either way. But yeah, so the explanations to get to this point were fast. I didn't cover them properly, but the whole point was to get to this because I can just tell you this is the way it is. I'm not even going to entertain ideas from anybody that it's not the way it is. That's my opinion, but the whole little thing we went to takes you right to this. And now here's the problem when you start to switch up the roles and why they get so mad. And you got to remember, this is trust law. They can't violate this. This is the highest law there is because it's God's law. It's the Holy Ghost. It's the Trinity. Period. They can't get out of this. And the reason they hate this so much, as soon as you walk in, you got this justice, and you got the crown, and you got Dean over here. And now we walk in, and we say, well, public trustee on the bench, and let's just, for shits and giggles, say that they don't absolutely lose their mind and dump a load on the bench and call the sheriffs. And they just go, oh, yeah, I'm a public trustee. Okay, well, we just identified the trustee. Okay. Now, who's the executor and the beneficiary? Nope.
You are.
You're both. Always.
Even versus the public?
Always.
because of both the justice and the crown and public trustees, and that leaves you as the only to be executor and beneficiary.
We were left, man was given dominion over all the earth. We were left as the beneficiaries and the executors of the last will and testament of God. It's our birthright. Feel free to say that. Excuse me. I don't give a shit what name you're calling me. Ready?
Well, no.
Ready?
Excuse me for living.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, you're right. I am Dean. And I'm the executor and the beneficiary of the last will and testament of God. Say that.
Just say that. Just that.
You can say that if you want. Just say, I'm the...
Put you in front of the mental health court.
Yeah, Andrew Swan's new mental health unit. Yeah, exactly. You can just say, well, excuse me, but are you not a public servant? What are they going to say? Well, yes, I'm a public servant. Okay, then you're the trustee. Then you're the trustee. And here's why the crown can't be either of the other ones. Because they're both government. You cannot be the trustee and either one of these at the same time. And the government cannot be, because they're both government.
They're both the same person.
They're both agents of the government. They're both this. It doesn't, ultimately they're the same person. Exactly. That's actually very good.
A collection of persons can be a person.
Because they're all acting as agents for a person.
Yes.
Right? Whether or not it's like an anthill. Like there's all these millions of ants running around, right? But they just form one collective. And the anthill is the living person, really. Right? So the government's the person. And as soon as you've identified the trustee, and you know that you're the beneficiary, you know this guy cannot be either. And this guy can't be, so you have to be both.
And they have to follow your instructions because you're the administrator and the editor.
Who's that? What is your standing here? Who are you? Get out of here. I'm administrating here. What's your claim? Well, at that point, you don't need to start getting into all the deconstructing their presumptions of law. You've done the big deconstruction.
You've established that you're standing.
You've removed the justice from your ability to administrate the proceeding. Because the trustee is going to allow anything the Crown brings in because now the game's rigged. Because they're acting as both. And that's why you lose every time, and you better do what the court order says at the end. And there's obviously ways around that because people skirt around the issues and they little wins here and little wins there and, you know, stuff like that. The guy in Ontario that went in, that Keith or whatever his name is there, that walked in and, yeah, and he did the right thing where he said, I think he said, I'm the administrator of that account, right? Yeah, and whether or not the judge bowed or whatnot, he didn't really finalize things properly, right? He didn't identify the judge as the trustee. He didn't, or even appoint the judge the trustee, right? So that's what you want to do is when you walk into court, because it's all operating on presumptions, and they've rigged it and they've named themselves as certain players in the court, and you haven't identified the players. So one of the last times I went in November, I just walked in and I said, yeah, hi. I said, I'm here regarding that matter when they called the name. They said, well, who are you? I said, well, I was the man that was pulled over that night. Like, well, what's your name? I said, actually, it really doesn't matter, but what names are here. I said, it's really more important what roles we're playing, isn't it? What's your name? I said, for our purposes today, I said, you can call me beneficiary. Are you a public servant? Stuttering, and then, is this that free man stuff? I said, it really doesn't matter what it is. I said, are you not a public servant, right? And she just ignored that, and she just went on to say something like, well, if you're not the name we're calling, I'm gonna issue a warrant for his arrest. And I wasn't going to get into it really with them. And I just basically said, I just told you I was the man that was there arrested that night. And you just told me you're going to issue a warrant for his arrest because he's not here. Thank you for making the judicial determination that I'm not the man you're looking for. Have a good day. Walked out. I'm going to issue a warrant for your arrest. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Walked out. Never heard about it again since. That's all that took. And I didn't even know what my argument was going to be walked in that day. I knew I was going to raise the issue of beneficiaries and stuff like that, but as soon as she said, I'm going to issue a warrant for the arrest of the accused, that's what it was. I just said, well, I just told you I was the man that was arrested that night and spent the weekend in jail. You just told me you're going to issue a warrant for the arrest of the accused because he's not here. So obviously, I'm not the accused. Thank you. Thank you for your legal determination. Have a good day. You guys sort whatever you want out. Left. That was for 4 traffic charges and obstruction of a peace officer. It took 4 minutes. Never heard about it ever again. And just as icing on the cake, that was January 4th. I was charged November 25th. Next week, I'm sending a little thank you to the court, citing section 786(2) of the Criminal Code of Canada, which says you've got 6 months to convict somebody in summary convictions from the date of arrest, or it's over, it's game over. It really doesn't matter though. If they ever try to contact me again, I just get into this now, because now I just send letters to them, right, to Andrew Swan and stuff like that. I can get into some of the stuff I've done that I'm never going to go to jail. They're just probably going to shoot me.
Oh, just for common knowledge, 5 minutes for conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, seriously, like some of the stuff I've sent off now, I sent stuff to the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Finance. The one to the Minister of Finance, I actually told her, I said, like, you're not doing, you failed in your job as a public trustee. The fiduciary trustee that I appointed you as, you didn't provide lawful excuse as to why, blah, blah, regarding a matter. I just said, I'm coming after you. I said, you've committed a breach of trust. I'm coming after you. I'm not going to stop. I'm the executor and the administrator. I ordered the trustee to do something and she didn't jump. How come the sheriffs didn't walk all over them like they do in court, right? Well, I'm working on that. And I just literally said in the last line, Trevor, he thought that was the funniest thing he's ever read, where I just said, you are going to have to shoot me to make me stop.
And rape your girlfriend.
Well, that was to Andrew Swan. Yeah. For the record, the Winnipeg City Police about 7 years ago, when I first started getting involved in this kind of stuff, actually kicked in the door to my girlfriend's house and threatened to rape her looking for me. So that was Sergeant Hutter and Sergeant Young. If this goes online, congratulations, you're real men. Love you guys. 110-pound woman at 2 o'clock in the morning in her night robe. Yeah, you guys, heroes. So that really stiffened my resolve, by the way, years ago, and now I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'll meet them head on. I'll meet them in court. I read you guys that letter that went out to the Crown Prosecutor earlier today. It said, there's not going to be a lawyer in court next time. It's going to be me. I'm going to be there in my full commercial liability as an executor and a vision beneficiary. I said, we're going to have a chat in front of the trustee. And I'm looking forward to it. I said, because you're going down. It's the letter that went out. Basically what that said. And like that's the way, you got to let these guys know. I mean, if you walk into the court and you're like, I think somebody told me online I'm the administrator. Is that right? Okay. You're getting bailed out in about a month. It's over at that point. That's what happened to Marty. The difference is, and like we should get into some courtroom tactics stuff later on. I want everybody to understand the philosophy here, though, of what the biggest things going on here is. And that's the fact that once you figure out that the courtroom is just this holy trinity, and that the justice, is trying to fill the role and be the player of the administrator, the executor, that automatically makes you the trustee by default. And then the Crown, basically who is the government. So the Crown is, the reason the Crown is a beneficiary is because the Crown is the government. They're one and the same now, right? They're the same entity. So technically the government is both beneficiary and administrator. They're filling both roles. They're just having two different people play both roles in the courtroom. That's all that's going on, but they're one and the same party. That's why the deck is stacked. And then you're sitting over here as the trustee. Doesn't matter what they're calling you. I don't care what they're calling you. You're filling the role of the trustee, but they're not telling you that. I don't give a shit if they call you George and your name is Bob. It is irrelevant. Of course, it kind of makes it seem a little stupid. Well, actually, my name is really Bob, so I don't mean that literally, right? It doesn't matter who you are at that point. If you're the trustee and you filled the role of the trustee, then you're going to be told what to do by this guy. And if you don't, in comes somebody who's not part of the Holy Trinity. He's called the sheriff because he's supposed to make sure that the trustee does their job. And that's why they're the highest authority on the land. You always hear from people, sheriffs are the highest authority on the land. Why? Because they're the ones that hold the trustee accountable if he doesn't do his job, what he's ordered to do. Yep.
Can you get the sheriff to arrest the justice?
I haven't done that yet. I planned on doing that in January in a City of Winnipeg bylaw violations trial where I was actually, I was going to go in and I was going to do that, but then I actually decided that I was going to go in and I was going to try a different tactic, and that was against Marcus Buchart, and I was going to be more honorable and just see where I could get just by dropping hints that I knew what was going on. And City of Winnipeg, you can interrupt me anytime you want for the break, by the way, but the City of Winnipeg was coming after me for bylaw violations on my properties. Now, the problem was I know how to deal with that if it's my own personal properties, but the property was held by one of my numbered corporations for business. And so I went through the, well, shit, it's a registered business. I was like, does that mean it's automatically under their jurisdiction? I'm hooped. I'm like, no, wait a minute. That's just a presumption. Just because I went down and filled out some articles of corporations, I'm the one that gave it substance. That doesn't bind me to anything. And I'm like, I still can't go in and basically be the executor and the beneficiary of a corporation. That doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm like, what role would the judge want to fill if the trial was against a corporation? You got to remember, a courtroom will make itself whatever it needs to be for the specific moment. So if it's a corporation before it, if you wanted to be the head honcho of a corporation, who would you be?
Well, no, actually, we'll get into corporations and people or private citizens
After the break? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so after a safety break,
We are safe for now.
yep, we'll just going to expand on a couple of things I covered before we took a little break there on the fact that the trust law is being carried out in the courtroom here. I'm going to touch a bit on the claim of rights that everybody was big on for a long time, and why they're irrelevant, completely irrelevant. And then we're going to get onto some arrest rolls here that has to do with the trust law as well. So we'll keep on kind of topic with that. But let's get on to people that want to use lawyers in a courtroom. And everybody believes that a lawyer, oh, you use a lawyer, you're contracting with a lawyer, then the lawyer's automatically contracting you. Yep.
But even getting a lawyer to get you out on bail after remand.
Yeah. Any of these scenarios, right? Everybody's got a mistaken impression of what the lawyer's actually doing, right? Oh, they're all members of the bar association, they're all colluding. Well, that part's actually true. But what they're doing is not what everybody thinks they're doing. The lawyer is not contracting you with the court, right? Because they got all the procedures and their bar association nonsense and the whole 9 yards. But what's happening is because they're all colluding together and all members of the bar association, whether they know it or not, because they are trained, lawyers are trained, your lawyer is trained that they have to obey the master. They're called the master in court. They bow to the guy.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Okay? Who do you bow to?
Your master.
Your master. If you walk in somewhere and people are bowing to somebody, they're bowing to the guy with the most authority in the room. And who's got the most authority in the room? Well, technically we do. But what are they operating on? They're operating on the presumption that the judge is the executor and administrator because they're bowing to him. He's the top guy. So that's what your lawyer is allowing. Your lawyer is not contesting the fact that you're actually the administrator and the beneficiary. The lawyer is allowing the court to continue on the premise that this guy is the executor and this guy is the beneficiary, which are one and the same anyways. So your lawyer is allowing the court to operate on the presumption that the government is the executor and beneficiary and that you are the trustee. And the lawyer's got no problem doing that, selling down the river, because he's not the one that's liable.
He's making money.
You are.
That's right.
You're the one that goes to jail when his master orders it, not him. And that's why they're limited liability. Hey, I'm limited liability. You want to go after the full limited liability guy, the guy that's actually going to take the fall here. Go after this guy. So that's what is going on with the lawyers. That's why I've heard the argument, okay, well, I went to court with a lawyer and we won kind of stuff. Okay, like you're one of the 3% of people that actually win in court with a lawyer, even trying to make, well, I made my lawyer put that affidavit in the file and you know, blah, blah, blah. Like that's all irrelevant. I'm just going to tell you what's actually going on in the courtroom. And that is that your lawyer, because they're all members of the Bar Association, he does not have your best interests at heart. He has no oath to you, to your best interest, because his oath to the Law Society supersedes that oath, which is a conflict of interest, and which actually kind of, that's your remedy down the road, by the way, if you ever want to go back and say, well, this guy didn't tell me he had a superseding oath, which means that what he allowed to go on in that trial was not consensual. There's no contract, right? And that's a big thing. We could have an entire episode just on no contracts. And that's a fun one. They don't like that. So that's what your lawyer is actually allowing. Your lawyer is allowing the proceeding to continue on the presumption.
But wait, that is consent. If you consent to a lawyer, that is consent to the overall proceeding. But he didn't get full disclosure.
No full disclosure. He didn't tell you he has a superseding oath. Right?
That's well.
They didn't disclose that's what's actually going on here. Yeah. So you were hoodwinked.
Yeah.
Can you be bound to a contract where you were hoodwinked? Yeah. Can I sell you a car with no engine if I I know. Yeah, so you got remedy. There's never too late to go back, right? And that's one of the great things too. But so that's what's going on when you hire a lawyer. It's not he's contracting me with the court. He's binding me to third-party arbitration and this and that, the whole 9 yards. No. What he's doing is he's not contesting the fact that this guy is not actually the executor and the administrator. That's all that's going on. He's allowing it to continue on this premise that you're the trustee, you're going to pay fines when ordered, you're going to go to jail when ordered for the benefit of the government at the instruction of the government. What?
Okay, and this here's also the same as if you first time come out and actually say something in writing to, let's say, the DMV.
Yep.
Like you never had full disclosure to the contract.
Yep.
You know, like they say that they're offering a license, but social insurance. You were never shown the full insurance.
Okay.
You were never shown the condition of insurance. And when did you ever?
We spoke about this before we were rolling on the cameras. Something else we can talk about another day, even about the fact that it's impossible for it to be a contract between you and government. It's absolutely impossible. We can get into that to another meeting. We've talked about the people I did talk to here real quick about that. Everybody knows now why, and yes, it's true. It's impossible for you to have a binding contract with the government.
How many lawyers in your estimation actually know that they're perpetuating this little fraud?
I like to talk with them about this down at the courts. I'm there frequently. I was there for 7 hours again today. I really don't, I got to spend more time on my actual career that pays the bills because I spent a lot of time with this one, but they smile a lot. And then suddenly a lot of them don't want to talk to you anymore.
They go silent.
Right? So a lot of them know. If they don't know, they suspect or they have, you know, like a vague comprehension of what's really going on.
Judges know, or they're just robots.
Most judges know. I think there's no question about that because the judges are all picked from lawyers that they know are very aware of what's going on, are comfortable with the idea that they're screwing people and have no problem committing this fraud against people. And actually, I don't even like to use that word. It's not fraud. There's no such thing as fraud because you're not contesting it, right? So I've heard people say, well, that's fraud, or, you know, people have been charged with defrauding court.
And cops can lie to obtain consent.
Yes.
It's not fraud.
It's not fraud if you don't know your rights. That's not fraud. I don't even like that word. I tried to, there you go. I try not to use that word even. I let it slip out there. So,
I was kind of saying it.
Yeah, it's like the word, you know, people, you've defrauded this court or something like that, right? And it's like, I've defrauded this court, so I've done the opposite of fraud. Isn't that good?
I've removed the fraud from the court. Whoa,
right?
Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, and then you get some of that again, right? You always know when you're right. Because they freak out, right? That's when they lose their minds. Otherwise, they're very calm. They're always like, Sheriff, take this man away, right? He's calm because he knows you don't have a clue and you're screwed. As soon as there's yelling and they're freaking out, well, you're on the right path. Because that's when they start getting belligerent.
and that's one of the clues that you know that they don't have know what to do next.
Oh, they know what to do. Believe me, they'll. A lot of times, if like I say, like we have one friend that Marty's been going to court with a couple times now, about 5 times in a row before they finally brought in their sniper judge. That every argument Marty brought up, and he wasn't really as prepared as he should have been. And as soon as the sheriffs came, he did the old "I'm not going to jail for this" and sat down kind of thing, right? So, yeah. Whereas I told everybody here the story about I sent a first-time guy, my older brother. He knows a little bit about this, but not much. I sent him into family court for the first time of his life in Alberta. First hearing, we filed an affidavit and a motion for motion to quash in the court. He went down, filed it in the court at 8:30 in the morning. Court was at 2:30 in the afternoon. Went up to the courtroom, had copies for the Crown. They actually used crowns there, I think. It was the weirdest thing for family court. Or no, maybe it was a private lawyer. I can't remember either way. So he served, gave it to the lawyer, walked up to the clerk of the court, asked her, he goes, "Did you guys receive my affidavit earlier today?" And she's like, are you this guy? And he's like, "Yeah, it's me." Oh, yes, we got it. He's like, "Oh, okay, that's kind of weird." So he goes and he sits down. The judge came in and he basically he just stood up and said, "I'm here regarding that matter." That was it. And she, "Mr. Clifford, blah, 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 blah." He didn't address the name at all. That's why the name game is absolutely irrelevant. I can prove it. I know it because it happened with my brother. Didn't even address the name. Just said, "I'm here regarding that matter. Your name that you labeled me with, I don't care. I'm here regarding that matter." Mr. Clifford, blah, 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 blah. 5 minutes later, right? And she just looks at him. She's like, "How do you wish to proceed?" He goes, Did you read my affidavit?" "Well, yes, I read your affidavit, Mr. Clifford." And she's been kind of nice to him, right? And he's like, "Well, motion to quash." "Mr. Clifford." 3 minutes later, and she knew she was just trying to draw him into an argument that was irrelevant. He knows that because unfortunately, I hate to admit it, he's kind of smart like that sometimes, and I've taught him well. So after about 2.5 minutes of that, she's like, "How do you want to proceed?" "Excuse me, did you read my affidavit?" "Yes, Mr. Clifford, I read your affidavit." Motion to quash. "Mr. Clifford, there's children at stake here." 4 minutes later, he had to interrupt her. He finally said, "Excuse me, did you or did you not read my affidavit?" "Yes, Mr. Clifford, I read your affidavit." Motion to quash. Next thing you know, there's 2 sheriffs coming up on each side of him. Right? He just looks side to side. And Darren's a big guy. He's about 210, 220, I think. He's my height, maybe about an inch taller, and he looks like Razor Ramon from WWF wrestling, you know, like the toothpick kind of guy, like, hey, you know, like I'll take you down kind of stuff. And he looks to the side of him, and there's these 2 sheriffs. They had this thing scripted. They had a guy with an earpiece in the corner waiting for the appropriate time to call the sheriffs in. They were waiting for him. They had it all ready to go. They had the 2 sheriffs there for intimidation. They just slipped in uncalled. And he just I thank God I told him to prepare for that. I said, "Be prepared for sheriffs. When they walk in, this is what you do." He said, "Excuse me, are these 2 gentlemen public servants?" And right away, her head just went down. And he said there was an awkward silence for about a minute. And even he was like, "This is just getting awkward." So finally he just goes, "Well," he goes, "it appears they are public servants. So on and for the record, they do not have my consent to touch me. They don't have my consent to intimidate me. I want them to back away from me right now." And they just scurried off to the corner a little bit. And she just looks, and he said she just basically looked up and she just went, "How do you want to proceed?" He goes, "I think my business is done here." He turned around to walk out, and she goes, "Mr. Clifford, I can file a something, something, something in your absence." And he turned around, and he just went, and kept walking out. And he said just the look on these 2 sheriffs' faces, when he walked by the one guy who was a half a foot taller than him, the guy was going, looking at the judge, like, "Tell me to do something," right? What arguments did he make? "Did you read my affidavit?" Motion to quash. That was it. The rest was in the affidavit. He didn't have to say a thing in court. That was it. It was about preparation. That's something else we can get to another time, right? First time guy, never been in any of these situations before in his life. He never heard about it ever again. They've never contacted him. They never answered the motion. Isn't that kind of weird? 3 times motion to quash. They didn't grant or deny the motion. Just the threats. I can issue a warrant for your arrest in your absence. Yeah, I care. And walked out. That was it. No more summons, no more letters, no more nothing. That was the end of it. And that's all you had to do, right? So I can't remember why we've gotten that topic, but that's okay. But that's just how easy this kind of stuff is. So, but what he did was he didn't allow the judge the position of authority, I think is what's going on. They couldn't jockey him in a position. It was even a preliminary hearing where they're trying to set up the players. And I don't think they even got around to that. That's kind of my thinking on that. They didn't even get around to setting up the players of what was going on. He kind of just took control of the situation, just kind of said, well, you read my affidavit, motion to quash. No, okay, well, see you later, bye.
When he was leaving, would it have been better if he just turned and said, you don't have my consent for that, and walked out?
No, I think what he did was better.
Okay.
Because it's more,
Question his authority.
yeah, it is more like,
They have to question
who are you?
Oh, that's true.
I don't give a I don't give a shit what. Go ahead. I don't care what you do.
Servant, master, it's like, do whatever you want to claim. It's like a little kid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We got about 2 minutes left. Did you have anything else to say about what you were just talking about, this case or whatever?
Oh, not about that one, but just real quick, can we talk about the lawyer stuff?
Well, yeah,
So that's gone.
Yeah. About 2 minutes left.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll briefly cover. We'll do more in a couple minutes, but we'll do arrest rolls and claim of right real quick.
We can do whatever.
Yeah. So, because this is the side of the road. A lot of people have a problem with the side of the road, and they think they got to do the old, excuse me, peace officer. Did you observe me breach the peace? You know, yada yada yada.
Actually, what I say.
There you go, the whole 9 yards. The problem is if you call them a peace officer, they've got peace officers defined in every different act in different roles. So they can be a peace officer under the Highway Traffic Act. So are you a peace officer? Yes, I am. He's not going to tell you he's only a peace officer under the Highway Traffic Act in that instance, right? So you're sunk.
I believe in lawful definitions.
Well, yeah.
Operating under a different definition.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You got to, if you guys are going to be doing, if you guys are going to be doing business side of the road, you got to identify the players right away, right?
Yep.
So why is it the judge has, or sorry, not the judge. So why is it the police officer has the authority to stop you, question you, and then write up an order and carry it out on the spot? Presumption, yes. But why does he have that authority? How could he possibly have that authority?
Because we granted it to him.
It's delegated.
We just covered this.
Because he's the executive.
He's acting as
And he's acting as administrator.
he's acting as administrator and beneficiary of the trust on the spot. And you're the trustee, and you're not doing what he told you to do.
That's your first quarter.
He's making the presumption that you're the trustee.
Right on the side of the road. So you got a cop that pulls you over, and that's the arrest rolls right here, because people wanted to talk about that when we got back. The arrest rolls when you get pulled over. And people are, I even did that one time. Excuse me, are you a peace officer? And the guy's like, yeah, I'm a peace officer. I'm like, all right, well, what's your claim against me? He's like, I don't need a claim against you. And I was like, well, blah, blah, blah. And I got kind of mad about that, right? And then the guy, but he was right. He was absolutely right. He's the executor. He's acting as the executor, and I didn't remove that from him, right? I got a friend that calls that stripping titles.
And they understand this?
Yes, they know this.
Okay, they do.
Absolutely, and
This is a whole new lesson, though.
This is a whole new lesson, so we'll get into that another time. But that's basically what's happening at the side of the road. At the side of the road is, yeah, you've heard people, you've heard people say it before, so we can further explain that about you're holding court at the side of the road. People used to tell me that 5 years ago. I'm like, what are you talking about? We're not holding court at the side of the road, right? Well, in trust law, you are, because court is any administrative proceeding where the three parties are present, and they are.
Yeah.
Because he's two of them, and you're the trustee.
That makes your next appointment the appellate court.
Well, then they just railroad you through from there. They just continue on with the presumption from there. They make it more formal. They add more players, right?
That's an excellent
Yeah. So we'll get into that another time. But what you would do in that situation, because then it gets to be fun. So we can get arrest rolls gone. Claim it right.
That's the comedy.
Yeah.
See, actually, this is something that I would like to say. Do you mind if I say?
No, have at it.
Okay. I am Patrick. I'm the current Chief Administrative Officer of the Canadian chapter of the Rural Criminal Society. I know that it's a mouthful to say, but the claim of right is one of the big spots that people stumble at, because the claim of right can be applied to anything. It's not just a demand for free hydro or demand for whatever. It's hey, this is my life. You know, you got something coming into on my life.
Yep.
This is what I live. Anyways, but the claim of right itself can be applied to any situation. It's a procedure. It's not just a solution. So you've got to open up negotiations. You've got to say, hey, this is what I believe. Do you believe something else? And no, you don't. And these are things that can be entered into legal proceedings if you want to take it to commercial. An already contract. Yes.
Yep.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
This claim of right is really confusing for some.
It is. So the premise of the claim of right, for people who don't know what that is that people have written up 100-page documents where they've gone through and they've decided, I want to let the government know all the rights that I have. I want them to let them know that if I want to walk out in my yard and cut my grass to 1.5 inches, I can do that. And they think that they got to write these giant, thick documents up. Oh man, if I don't get that one in there, I don't have the right to do that either, right? Okay, the problem with that is, why don't we turn that around? If you want to do a claim of right, the claim of right you should be sending to the government should be one line long.
Okay, but wait.
Okay, well, hang on.
The claim of right is also a legal defense.
It can be, but I'll get into what would be a better legal defense than the claim of right. The claim of right you should be sending to the government is one line long. Provide proof of claim for something that you're alleging I cannot do.
Perfect. One line. I like it.
You cannot fly.
Yeah, we came up with that. I got looking at these documents. I'm like, oh my God, like this guy's got his right to shave his beard after 2 days on this document. Like, they're not saying we don't have these rights. No one's ever said we don't have these rights. That's not what the problem in court is. It's not that we don't have rights. And if you want to establish your rights for what, if you think that you need that needs to be necessary, then the only argument you need to make as government is, I'm going to give you 21 days to send proof that I'm not allowed to do something. Guess what? If they don't send you a reply, then I guess other than not harming somebody, you can do what we already know. Anything you want. That alleviates the need for all that nonsense. So we just turned that right around on them. And then I decided after that, I'm like, well, instead of even sending that, let's just go a couple steps further with that. We can get into that in another thing altogether, but yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drag you off.
No, it's all good. But so instead of the claim of right, you can narrow down what a claim of right is. And I've talked with a number of people here. And that's basically that I think the fee schedule was the most important part of the claim of right. Now, it's not a claim of right. That's a contract offer, right? Now, the theory on this, and it's completely correct, is that your rights have a price attached to them, whatever you think that they are. So you can consider, and I like to use the car lot approach on this one because it helps people understand how to negotiate with the government. It's not even a negotiation. I don't even use that word anymore. It's not a negotiation, right? Your offers are non-negotiable. And this is why. Your rights have a price attached to it because only you can determine what they're worth. So you have a car lot. You're a car salesman. Here's your little car building lot, right? Building right here is your office. Office. Okay. Yeah, it's whatever. Okay, and here's your compound, right? And this compound encompasses what is your life and your rights and what you're able to do, what God left you as your estate, right? And everything's in here. Doesn't matter what it is. Every right is like a car. So you got all these little cars over here. I don't care if they're Pintos. I don't care if they're I don't care if it's your right to shave. This one is my right to wake up in the morning. I don't care what it is. You send them a fee schedule to let them know that violating any of your rights is worth, okay, what, $1 million? million. Okay. Now you got, so all your rights could fill this car lot if it's just your rights are imaginary car lot. So what you're saying to the government is, you're not negotiating at all. You want the government to know that when they come onto your car lot and they purchase a car, your price is clearly listed on the windshield and it's $1 million and it's non-negotiable. At that point, it's their choice if they want to buy the car or not. And if they want to buy the car and kick your teeth in, then they're going to pay your price. And it's their choice at that point. And that's contract law. Because you've given them notice in advance that that is what your rights are. And if you don't like my prices, then don't buy cars from me. And that should be your attitude with the government. If you don't want to have to pay $11 billion, I don't care what it is, make it something ridiculous. I really don't care, right? Because we'll get into how you can enforce that. And it's been done. Yeah. Once they know it's their choice to violate your rights, to buy that car that's worth that money, and that's contract law, and that's notice. You don't need to negotiate that. You can, but why would you? Of course you can send the government notice, say, well, I think my rights are worth $1 million a piece. What do you think they're worth? But why would you, right? It's your car lot, it's your cars for sale, and it's your price. And they've got the option of coming onto your property, which is your rights, trespassing on your law, on your compound, and buying a car that's overpriced.
And this is all just because it involves you. Like, you are the
It's your rules.
Your stuff.
You rule your domain.
You.
Your rights, your body, they're yours. And they're worth what you say they're worth. And you have the right to do anything you want so long as you cause no harm. The claim of right is unnecessary. It's unnecessary because if you want to establish what your rights are, you do what I tell you to do. And you send them a notice saying, you got 21 days to tell me what, send me a fact. Send me some facts, some evidence of what you're claiming I cannot do. Let's start there. But we're not trained to think that way anymore because of the public schools. Yes. If they don't reply, then I guess other than doing no harm, you can do anything you want. Are they going to send you a notice back that says, yeah, you're obligated to obey all these statutes? You think they're going to actually respond to that? No. They're not going to, well, yeah, you need a license to drive. They're not going to reply. Believe me, I've got a file cabinet full of legal letters that they have not replied to ever, and they never will. Because they know that I know who I am. I'm the executor and the beneficiary of my estate. And that's what it boils down to. And I'm going to tell the trustee what I think my shit's worth. Pardon my French, I'm the contractor.
The very first step is taking accountability for your actions.
That's a whole other lesson in itself, is assuming liability, right? Just a teaser on that. Everybody is scared of this whole liability thing. Oh my God, I'm not assuming liability. That means I'll have to pay, right? No. That's what we've been trained. Again, that's the brainwashing thing, right? He who assigns the liability is in the seat of power because you're the one that's liable. So you're the one that dictates because it's on you. You're the one liable, which means you're telling everybody else what to do, right? So because government has trained everybody to, oh yeah, hey, we'll step in and we'll assume liability for everybody. So when you're out there driving on the roads, you get an accident, hell, we'll just buy you a new car. We'll pay for the hospital bills. We'll do everything. We'll assume all liability. Just contract with us. And why? Because when they assume all liability, they control because they're the ones that are assuming the risk. And we can get into that on another one.
They dictate the terms.
So they dictate the terms. So you want to dictate the terms. They're a limited liability corporation. What are they compared to you? A full liability man, right? Yeah. And that's the one I've told you guys before about. We've used the poker game analogy for what that's all about. For the poker game, right? We're playing Texas Hold'em. And when I go all in with one of my claims, which is an affidavit. I'm going all in with full commercial liability. This guy over here has half the chips. He's limited liability. He can't throw out an affidavit. He's a corporation, doesn't really exist. He's limited liability. He can't match what I put in. I win by default. Plain and simple. That's how that works. They can never match us, ever. And that's why it's okay to just to walk in and say, yeah, I'm that name. I'm full liability. I'm a man. All my rights are intact. And I'm the heir and executor of these proceedings. What's going on? So it's not about the name, it's who you are, the player that you are in that game. Your name's irrelevant. But they want you to think it's all about the name. That's probably why half that disinformation's out there. Yeah. Absolutely.
And there's a lot of this.
Yep. So people are playing hockey, and there's all these players out there, and they all got names on their jerseys. What's important? The name on the jersey, or what position they're playing?
The number.
Yeah. Their position. What player are they? Are you center? Are you defense? You know, what are you? Oh, he's John. Well, what does that tell me? It doesn't tell me anything. What actual function does he carry out on that hockey arena?
Think of this when you're on board
Yeah.
a ship.
John doesn't tell me anything. Yeah, there you go, captain. Well, who's that guy? That's Fred. Well, who the hell's Fred? Well, he's the captain. Oh, that's who he is. Well, I don't even care if his name's Fred. I just wanted to know that he was the captain. Because now I know what role he's playing. And that sets the stage for your conduct with that individual. Not his name, the role he's playing.
That's very important, fundamental.
Oh, absolutely. And who's doing that in court? Nobody. They're walking in and saying, I'm not that name, I'm this name. And they're saying, I don't give a shit what name you are. Because you're the trustee.
So that's like a straw man argument they use against you.
Pretty much. And that's why people are losing every day using those arguments and going to jail. Because the name is irrelevant. They want you to think it's about the name because ultimately your name is man. Beyond that, doesn't matter. And if you're a man, you are the beneficiary and executor. Plain and simple.
That's one heck of a lesson. Yeah, right there.
That's just the beginning.
So yeah, maybe we'll end this.
So we'll end it there. Many,
exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, many more to come. Hopefully, like I say, that was once people kind of wrap their head around that and they see the truth of it, the possibilities from there they just explode in your mind, and you start to realize who you actually are. You've probably heard people talk about that before. Once you understand who you are, blah blah blah, but then they go off on a straw man argument.
Right, that didn't make sense to me.
Right.
Who you are.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Is that some new age?
Yeah. You got to know what role you're here to play.
Yeah.
That's what's important. Yeah. Does it matter what you call the king chess piece on the board? Oh, I named that one Frank. Oh. Well, what does Frank do? Well, he's the king. Oh.
Think of it this way.
Well, that changes things.
It's like that Humpty Dumpty quote where it's like all that matters is who is master and who is servant.
The roles. Figure out who the roles are. I said that in court on, I think, January 4th one I was in, where I said, excuse me, I said, clerk, I'm just trying to figure out what roles everybody's playing here. I said, and I know I'm the beneficiary. I said, who did you appoint the trustee? And she just went.
You're not supposed to know that.
And there was about a minute of that. I was like, okay. I said, apparently you're not going to tell me who the trustee is, so I'm just going to assume it's that guy. Oh, is this that free man stuff? You know, blah, blah, you know, they started that kind of thing. I just said, well, I'm not here to even make that argument. I'm not getting this. Yeah.
And that's exactly what you're going to say. And even if you are pegged down as, sorry. Whatchamacallit, this Freeman philosophy or this Freeman group or this Freeman association or whatever, we're all like spiritual beings. Like we all discover our own lessons on our own or whatever.
Yeah.
You don't have to identify with it. And if some judge is going to come down on you because you identify with these Freeman philosophies, or
That's an attempt. That's an attempt to humiliate you and ridicule you, to make your to make your argument seem like, oh, you're one of those guys, you know, like
violation.
that's
No rights in the Charter of Rights is no discrimination for beliefs or association, blah blah blah.
statutes. What do I care? That's public servant codes. That's irrelevant. That's for trustees to follow.
Yeah.
I'm not a trustee, so I could care less what the Criminal Code of Canada says.
Actually, that's something else that we could get onto in
Another time, yeah.
installment is the role of enforcement officers as to whether or not they can be witnesses.
Yes.
Because they're supposed to be neutral in the whole scheme.
Yeah, they serve a different capacity. So we haven't really even fully explored that one yet. Yeah, but talking to sheriffs, I'm in the courthouse quite a bit, believe me. And I just like to walk up to sheriffs and I'm like, so how do you like being a sheriff? You know, and they'll be like, oh, you know, it's pretty good. And he goes, we don't get to carry guns. And I'm like, yeah, but law's not really about who carries the biggest gun, is it? And they're like, no, it's not. And they smile, they know, eh? And I'm like, because you guys are the highest authority on the land, right? I say, do cops even know that? And they're like, no, I don't think they know that. I said, it sucks you guys are paid less than them because, you know, considering you guys are the highest authority in the land, you should be paid more than anybody because you got more jurisdiction than them. And they smile. They know exactly. They know exactly. They're taught all about human rights and this stuff. They know it's.
I had a really good chat with the in court one day.
Yeah, and a lot of them are nice guys.
Yeah, I actually asked what it was like. Where do you find out your man? Where do you find court rules act and the Sheriff's Act? But that stuff, like with this, it's like goes all the way back to like all this other stuff, and that just basically explains certain things that we have that we don't do anymore, but we still can do.
Exactly.
We just don't.
Okay, so I guess, I don't know, even if people are still rolling, that sums up the first one here. And like I say, every meeting hopefully will continue to bring people up to speed more and more on what we're doing. I'm hoping to be back for next Tuesday, and I'd like. So I don't know if anybody wants me to go over what we went over last week. I'm going to completely redo everything we talked about last week, but put it in a much better terms that everybody's going to be able to more easily understand as to what's going on in the courtroom and what your role is and how the importance of status over name and those kind of things. But what I was going to start with, and I'm almost confusing myself a little bit right now. Yeah. Okay, the name. We're not even going to start with the whole man stuff, like the God created me, like blah, blah, blah. We've all heard it ad nauseum, the whole 9 yards. What we know is we're stuck with a name that we're trying to deal with. We're trying to figure out what it is. So over tonight, it's, you know what, where's my black marker? Sorry, because I don't know if red's all that visible. Blue, no. I wrote on the board with permanent marker the other day. What's that? That's a green one. Anyways, okay, well, we'll do it in blue then. Okay, we got the name. Birth certificate name. Right? So last week I'd kind of referred to it as a presumption of law, which it really is. It's a presumption. I came to call it that, but for everybody else's purposes, because people understand it better. Oh, yep, it's definitely on. For our purposes, instead, we're gonna go back to a common phrase everybody always heard, and that's the legal person, because more people understand what a legal person is, I'm guessing, right? So we all know that this is a legal person, and where did it come from? Because everybody wants to go into court and they wants to make these arguments about, I'm a man and I can do whatever I want. I'm a man and I've got God-given rights and this and that and the whole 9 yards. And despite the fact that, yes, it's true, even in a courtroom in Canada, in all these summary convictions courts, God's law is supreme. And you can start to bring God's law into the courtroom, but you don't need to, because that's not what's going on in the courtroom at all. It's kind of an irrelevant and moot point. Like, the government knows you have God-given rights. It's the first line of the Charter on Rights and Freedoms, you know? It's not really a question that's disputed, and that's not what's going on in the courtroom. We all know that because it's a hearing for this entity right here. Now, where did this entity come from? Your mother and father, when you were born, decided that they were going to grant you something, and that was to fill out a particular live birth and apply for the government, basically, where then you both entered into an agreement that created a trust. So that's why no one owns title to the name, because it's kind of a legal person. It was created by more than one party, and all those parties have a function and a role in that. So no one really owns title to it, but it's not about title. And it's like what I explained to you earlier about cars. It doesn't matter who's got the title to it. Title's even irrelevant. It's who owns all the equity in that property, because equity is king. And that couldn't be a more true statement. You own the equity, it's yours. You control it, period. It's the same as assuming liability, right? It's kind of like the same principle. If I'm assuming all liability for somebody else's actions, then I'm going to make sure that they're not doing anything that's going to get me in trouble. So it's kind of the same principle. So the legal person is created. Now, the legal person is a corporation. It is. That's what corporations are. That's what corporate law is. A corporation is created in a trust agreement. It's a security agreement. That's going right back to the highest law, which is trust law, period, that the Romans adapted to create corporations. And then that's been adapted to do what we're doing here. Hey, come on in. So before we get into more about this, let's see if you guys can get where I'm going with corporate structure. It seems to me that it's a lot easier for people to understand corporate structure. I'll just pause for a sec. I'm a business person. I understand corporations better than anything. And people don't understand corporate structure, and that would help them when they walk into a courtroom, because really what's going on there is nothing more than, say, a hearing for a corporation, a formal hearing. Because corporations don't do anything without formal hearings where there's a record that's kept, right? Like the minutes book of your corporation. That's what's going on there. End of story. So you're not showing up as a legal person. You're showing up because a hearing is being conducted for a legal person that you have an interest in. And there's roles to be played there. And you're not doing your proper role, and you're getting suckered into something else, and you're taking all liability for everything that's going on there. So that is true. So corporations, what's going on when somebody creates a corporation? Let's start with, I don't know, what's the best corporation everybody's familiar with? What, Microsoft, Bill Gates? Doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know who actually owns McDonald's. We'll just say, yeah, we'll stick with Microsoft because everybody knows who Bill Gates is. Ray Kroc? McDonald's, Ray Kroc, is that what you're going to say or no?
I was reading an article a few weeks ago, and I was looking at that.
Could be. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to go with Bill Gates. So Bill Gates is up here. Now, Bill Gates has a bunch of employees. For his company. What's the third part of a corporation? Shareholders. So you're going to get the crash course in this. It's going to make sense, and there's no reason to even explain most of this kind of stuff.
Microsoft has the employees and not necessarily Bill Gates.
Yes, well, yes, because Microsoft is actually, this unit is what creates, instead of Dean Clifford now, we've got Microsoft. So that's where I was going with this. So now this trust arrangement has formed Microsoft. And it's a trust agreement, right? So this is trust law now. So we got Bill Gates, and technically, for lack of any kind of a better word, what is Bill Gates' role in that corporation? Administrator, president, CEO,
Chief software.
director. Yeah, director is a good one. I like that one, but I like president, CEO better, depending on what kind of a corporation I'm dealing with. So let's just call him the director. All right. And the shareholders, which are down here, are the people that basically bought stocks in the company, right? So they gave something to Microsoft, and they're expecting to get something back in the way of dividends. What does that sound an awful lot like? Investors, but more so? There you go. Your mother and father were the grantors of the trust that was created. And they put, because you were still a child, your share of the Commonwealth into an organization with the expectation that you're going to benefit from this. And so as soon as you turn the age of majority, you become the grantor and beneficiary.
Yeah.
They stay the grantor and ultimately the beneficiary until you get until you take it over. I'm not really sure who that is. Oh, not a problem. Okay, now the employees over here, I'm gonna leave them called employees, but if we've already got now the director and the beneficiaries, who's the only thing that's left?
Trustee.
Trustees.
Where's your res and your corpus?
What's that?
Where's the res and the corpus?
I guess when you're buying stocks and there's probably an agreement when you're buying the stocks, that'd be the corpus. There doesn't always have to be a corpus. It can be assumed or presumed, or it could be up to the director to set policy, which would be the direction that the organization is going to go into. Policy. So you got policy makers. There you go. So Bill Gates up here, who is the director, he creates policy. That isn't the policy of Microsoft. Might not be him directly. You could actually instead call it, because obviously it's not just him. He also has a board of directors. Everybody knows corporations have board of directors that set policy. These people send orders down to the employees. This is the policy of the corporation. This is our rules. This is how we conduct business. This is your job. This is what you do. The employees do what they're supposed to be doing, directed by up top. And their sole purpose in carrying out that function is to make money for those people. These people aren't happy because these guys aren't doing their job, or maybe these guys aren't setting policy properly. Who's the only person that can remove directors from the board? The shareholders. Now we're going back that way again. That's how corporations work, that's how a trust works, and that's exactly what's going on with your legal person. But you don't know who you are. Most people are only acting as this. We're all that. There's no question there. The only problem is most people get suckered into acting in the capacity of one of these guys. Usually by getting a driver's license, by getting a SIN number. Anytime you perform a function of government, you're acting as an employee or a trustee because you're performing a function of government. Yes?
So originally the board of directors, the policy makers and everything would be your parents?
Nope.
In the original trust, or it'd be
They mysteriously haven't shown up or ever set policy, or
because I would think that they would be or the government would be the directors and they would be telling my parents how to parent.
nope. No.
You're actually the board of director and the beneficiary.
Oh yeah, no, when you take over it, I'm talking about when it's originally made.
So
The question about the trust.
That would never change.
based on this model, now that we understand the power structure, how would you get a director?
By hiring.
If you are this guy right down here and you are the sole beneficiary, where does a director come from?
You have to appoint them.
You appoint him. Why?
Because you're the.
Because you own all the equity. You're the one that appoints directors. You can appoint somebody else. I'm 3 or 4 people's directors right now. In the event they go to jail, I show up and I'm their director in court now. Done it. They don't like it. They try to say you can't speak. Well, excuse me, I set policy. You're the public servant here. You obey policy. And I'm telling you that your statutes are not being enforced against this legal person because you are directly affecting that guy. And my job is to protect his investment. You've heard of people walking into courts and firing judges before? It's happened. They don't know why, though. I've heard of that before, and the judge just gets up and walks out. You're probably, well, it's just, okay, every time, okay, so everybody understands this now? We'll get into that, right? I got my own theory on this. Me and a couple of buddies, we disagree on a few points, but you know what? That comes down to that whole story of dinner again, right? We really don't know what government's doing behind the scenes. We can speculate all we want on what's really going on, what they're doing, and everything else, but it's just like 5 of us being out for dinner, and we haven't discussed who's paying the bill yet. And we can presume all we want what's going on, but all we can really do is just give our own position.
Yeah, an experiment, see what works.
Well, no, but if everybody at the dinner table has a different presumption as to who's paying, if you're the first one to speak up and say, well, I'm paying for my own bill, you don't even give a shit about the rest of them. Now it's been made very clear you're paying for your own bill, so you're not part of all of that anymore now, right? That presumption's been removed. You could say, well, how are we going to pay the bill? You know, there's a million ways to address anything that's going on in the courtroom. There's some real fun ones. Yes.
How did you get appointed?
Director?
As director.
Appointment. You appoint a director. I just did it right now.
Shareholder Dad's in jail.
Yep.
How does he appoint you as?
I have power of attorney for people. And then I appoint myself
Don't you
director.
officially have that power?
No.
Don't you?
It can be verbal.
Doesn't he have to appoint you?
Are they going to argue with you? Don't they operate in presumptions?
So you can do the same.
Except you can back up your presumption.
Okay.
Right? You think they're going to challenge you? Are you challenging my claim that I'm the director of that legal person? Are you actually challenging? How many people challenge Bill Gates when he walks into work every day? You know, dude, I don't think you're the president and CEO anymore. Oh, really? I'm pretty sure I am. Now, I'll give you some background on this. This all started to kind of come together to me last fall, and I'd heard all there was to know about trust law and all this other nonsense and tried to make some of the arguments in court. They don't listen to you. And it wasn't until I actually had to go and represent my corporation in court, my business, my construction company. And I got thinking to myself, well, geez, how am I going to do this now? I'm like, this is an actual registered corporation. See, you know, like it's obviously I have to abide by City of Winnipeg charter bylaws, right? Like it's registered. How do I get out of this? I got thinking out about it, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. No, I said, my signature created the corporation. It's the trust agreement between me and the government that made it an entity. I said, I put everything into it. I don't remember signing anything that said I was going to obey all government statutes at that point. I'm like, so no. I said, nothing applies to my corporation. So I'm like, well, you know, piss on this. And I got, you know, I'm like, no, I'm going to go down to that courthouse and I'm going to show who's, you know, I'm going to tell them what's what kind of thing, eh? And I didn't do that. Fortunately, I went down there that morning and I just walked up and, you know, you all get in line to go see the city prosecutor. If anybody's ever been to court against the city, right? They don't have a crown. They got a city prosecutor. And then you got provincial prosecutors and federal prosecutors. Like they're all different provincial crown and federal crowns. But anyway, so the city of Winnipeg's got a city prosecutor because the city of Winnipeg's its own entity. They got to have their own prosecutors. And I walk in there and there's this guy and there's a lineup of people and he's just yelling at these people when they walk up. People are taking up their fines and they're like, you know, his name. They're like, you know, I'm so-and-so. He's like, well, the City of Winnipeg charter says this and you are required to this and blah. And he's just talking like a complete jerk to these people. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. And I'm looking, right away, I take my keys out and I give them my buddy. I'm like, take my keys. You're driving the truck home. I said, because I'll be in jail kind of thing by the time I'm done talking to this Yahoo. And I get up there and he just finishes yelling at some woman and he turns around and he's like, and he goes, who are you? I said, well, I'm here regarding the matter for, you know, blah, 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 Manitoba Limited. He's like, all right. He goes, name? I said, my name is President and Chief Executive Officer of that corporation. He goes, okay. How did you want to proceed today? I said, well, there's not going to be a hearing. There's no need. I said, I haven't seen any paperwork. I've seen nothing. And said, in fact, I'm going to need your mailing address because I got some stuff I want to send to you that I need clarification on. Okay. Hang on. I'll get a business. I don't have any business cards with me. I normally carry some. I don't have any today. I was like, well, shit, if this isn't the same guy that was just yelling at people a couple of minutes ago. So I said, that's okay. Just write your name down. You'll have my response in, a couple of days or whatever. I said, you'll get my paperwork, la, la, la. And he starts writing all this stuff. And he's like, okay. And he's, if I haven't heard from you after, I don't know, like a month, would you like to schedule another hearing? He goes, how does March 26th sound? And I just said, I didn't say anything. I'm just like, and I stared at him for about 15 seconds. And he goes, how about April 16th? I didn't say anything. I just kept staring at him. He goes, how does April 26th sound? I said, okay. I said, I'm okay with that. I think that should be plenty of time for you to get back to me with the response to my paperwork. I said, thank you. And then I left. So about 2 weeks later, I sent him, and that's where I used to get it. I started talking to you guys at Freeman meetings about how important it is to establish your title at the top of the document, right? No one cares about Bob playing hockey. They want to know what position he plays, right? When you went to the chess pieces, I don't care what you name them, you want to know what their responsibilities on the board are. What you're acting as, right? If a knight moves forward 4 spots instead of going forward 3 and going 1 to the right, the rest of the chess pieces are going to be going, what the hell? No, that guy's only supposed to move forward 3 and over 1. That's what's important. So, names are irrelevant. Like I said, after the word man, your name is irrelevant. It's your title. What role are you playing? Well, today I went to court as president, chief, and executive officer of that corporation. And I'll be damned if his attitude didn't change about 180 degrees right after I said that. He knew damn well who I was. If I said Dean, well, Dean, what do I care what your name is? We're enforcing City of Winnipeg statutes against your corporation, right? Because they're going to operate on the presumption that I'm not the director or anybody else, because that's how they operate, in presumptions, especially if you hire a lawyer. We won't even get into that nightmare right now. So I sent my paperwork off about 2 weeks later, and it was 3 pages long, and most of it is irrelevant, but the biggest parts were that I stated quite clearly in there, nobody is administrating City of Winnipeg charter bylaws against my corporation. Nobody. Because I set policy for my corporation and nobody else. I told them, I said, I don't know how you guys even called a hearing without my explicit written consent, because I'm the chairman of the board and only I call meetings for my corporation. If you call one more hearing for my corporation without my written consent, I'm charging $1 million and I'm charging it straight to your law license and I'm going to go lien it. And then I went on from there and I listed a whole bunch of things like that. 3 weeks later, my friend's down at court again for one of his own matters. He's sitting in the gallery. I didn't even bother going. I didn't care at that point. And the city prosecutor got up that morning and basically the first words out of his mouth when court was called, because remember, they can't just drop the charges when court's not in session. It has to all be done on the record. Everything they do has to be a record of it. So the first thing he did when court was in session, he stood up. He said, Your Honor, bowed, and they did their little whatever thing they kind of do. And he said, goes, it just occurred to me this morning that City of Winnipeg charter is only applies to legal persons. So I'm going to have to state proceedings against every corporation before the court today. So they didn't want to do it to just mine because that would have been proof. So they stayed proceedings against every corporation before the court that day, even though we all know legal persons are corporations anyways. They just blanketed it out, and then afterwards they'll go back and they'll pick up the charges against everybody else. But all it showed on the record for that day was that they stayed proceedings against every corporation just to make sure that I wasn't in there, so no hearing would be called for my corporation. There's no question. I'm convinced about that. And pretty much since then, I really haven't had a lot of problems with anybody, actually. But that's kind of when we started to realize, okay, well, we got to start treating the legal person like a corporation. And we started to break down the corporate structure and trust law, and we started to realize that once we become the sole shareholder, which we are, once we realize who we are, and we realize that we actually are the ones who appoint ourselves if we need to, because we're just operating in different capacities, then the only role left for government is down here, which is where they are anyways, which is public trustees, employees.
So they're employees. Doesn't matter who owns that corporation, whether it's
irrelevant
or anybody else. You're still an employee.
Who sets policy? Who's in the position of authority? Yeah. Right? So we started saying
contracts with the corporation.
Yeah.
You're working for me.
So we started sending people into court where basically a friend would speak for another friend, and they'd go in as the administrator for that legal person. So when the hearing was called, they stood up and they'd say, yeah, I'm here regarding that matter, because the matter before the court is the hearing for the legal person. We've had people in the past go in and be, yeah, I'm here regarding that matter. Well, who are you? Oh, I'm an agent of that legal person. Well, of course you are. You wouldn't be here if you weren't an agent for the legal person, because the agents are anybody acting in any capacity for that legal person. So when you're an agent, you could be anybody. So that's where the presumption comes in. So they're just presuming you're one of those guys, trustee. And when you're a trustee or an employee of the government, you obey your commanding officer, and that's the guy sitting at the bench.
Right. But if you came in and said, I'm
the minute you walk in, you say, I'm here, I'm the administrator for, or whatever you want. I'm the director, I'm the president and CEO of that legal person. I don't care what you say. You're establishing your status, your authority with that court on the record. Now, believe me, every time that we've done this, immediately before that sentence is even out, I'm here, I'm the administrator, the sheriff, or sorry, the judge is yelling and the sheriffs are called in.
What are they scared of?
If that wasn't a big deal, then, they wouldn't be freaking out the way they do. And so the one time I know that my friend sat down and he just goes, I'm not going to jail today. I got to be at work this afternoon. He sat down, kind of thing, eh? So he submitted to their authority. That doesn't mean you submit to their jurisdiction at all. It just means, this guy says he's this guy. You walked in, you said you were the director of something. And then this guy over here, public trustee, public employee, I don't care what you want to call him. He's a public employee. I like that word, even though the minute you walked up and said, I'm this guy. And the public trustee said, oh yeah? Sheriffs, we need sheriffs. I think we got an imposter here. And you go, oh shit, and you sit down. Well, I guess you weren't really him. They bluffed you, you lost. And you'll go to jail, they'll throw you in jail for that. Because you're a subordinate. And you were being insubordinate. That's contempt of court for them, because you were disrespecting a superior officer, basically, which is one of them, and that's contempt of court. Okay, so we can even call this administrator. I don't really care. Administrator.
Well, you see, you're the executive of that state.
Yes, I like that one, but I just get away from estate law altogether to trust law when I'm speaking with government or courts. There's no reason to get into trust law. That's why I kind of made it more simple this time, because if people treat it for a corporation the way it is, it's much easier to understand the roles that are going on, right? And it's all you got to do is be the sole shareholder, the sole beneficiary, and you hold the seat of power. Period. Because these people appoint the administrators. The administrators set policy for public trustees, and then public trustees carry out their orders for the benefit of these individuals.
So you could say in court, for instance, I'm the beneficiary, I appoint you as administrator.
Oh my God, why would you want to do that?
Well, I know, but some people do that.
Yep.
I've heard that.
Seriously?
Yeah.
And they probably just go,
Yeah.
you're damn right.
I'll be happy to.
Yes.
That was something that, after I saw your first lecture, I was thinking, boy, they really screwed up.
Oh, you have no idea. Well, that depends. The judge might decide to be benevolent that day and just say, oh man, yeah, that guy just appointed me.
You seem like a nice guy.
That guy just appointed me the CEO of Microsoft. Man, I like that guy. You know what? I'm going to go easy on him.
Yeah.
So.
Because it dawned on me, like even 2 weeks ago in your first lecture, I remember when my parents died, I was obviously beneficiary of the estate,
yep.
Also the administrator of the will.
Yep.
And so that struck me, yeah, I guess I am the administrator for that legal person.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's why when people have power of attorney for someone else, you basically are acting as them when they're not around. It's just giving you authority to not to be them, to act in the capacity that they would if they were around, right? Which is probably that guy right there. So, and I can get in, like we've gotten into a lot different and bigger stuff where this board would be full of stuff by the time we're done, and everybody would be running around going, what the shit is he talking about right now? And there's no point getting into that because it's all just proofs of what I'm showing you right here anyways. And this just makes sense. It's corporate law. It's hidden in plain, you couldn't hide something in more plain sight. Because the same way I run my construction company already. And I'll be damned if it didn't get that response when I walked into court there for the bylaw violations. As soon as I told him who I was, and I don't mean Dean Clifford, I said, no, I said, I'm the president and CEO of that corporation. Well, holy shit.
Who took charge?
Yeah, the big boss came down. Now that gets me into another thing where this is some of the stuff I'm going to say right now. A few people that I talk with on this frequently disagree with me, but it's my firm belief that the courtrooms are not for any of us. Courtrooms are platforms for public trustees. We're not meant to go down there. So that's why it's assumed we're just another trustee when we go down there. So I touched on last time how a lot of us were thinking, well, maybe the judge is acting as this and, the Crown's acting as this and everything else. Well, no. If you receive a paycheck from the government and you're a government agent, then you're one of these. You can't be anything else. That'd be operating outside your mandate. You're only a public trustee, an employee, and that's all that is in that courtroom. So now we don't even really go to court anymore. We just send the courthouse down instructions from the administrator. And we follow proper procedure. So no, my commands came down the proper chain of command. It wound up in the court file. And that's why the judge reads the affidavits or any other material that's in a court file, because they're the commanding officer of all these guys. Maybe they're looking for instructions. You set policy. But if you walk into a courtroom and you just become another public trustee, there's no officer of your corporation there from up top. They're going to enforce statute. Well, and that's another thing too, is statutes only apply to public trustees. Right. And so we've touched on that before with other people, is that's what a SIN number does. A social insurance number creates a new agent of the government that you're filling the role as. So ultimately they could have you playing all three roles at different times, because you can do that without question, because you're acting in a different capacity every time. So if you're getting a social insurance number, and if you read through all the statutes for Canada, we know damn well that that business, that they define Canada, what Canada defines business as is performing a function of government. It's right in their own law books. If you're not performing a function of government, they can't force the Income Tax Act on you, because it only applies to agents of the government, period. That's why if you have a social insurance number and you're acting in the capacity of an agent of the government, you're going to get taxed. That also means that most other statutes can be enforced against you, because the minute you're performing a function of government, government performs public service, doesn't it?
It would also fall underneath the bylaws of Canada, the incorporation.
Well, that's what that is.
So if you're acting as an employee of the corporation, you have to follow the corporation bylaw.
There you go. If you're performing a function of government. Now, if you're putting a Manitoba license plate on your car, right, it actually designates your car as being used for a public service. It's right in the insurance payments. I've shown people that before. Oh, hang on, I'll be right back. Hold on. So, is there anything with that people don't understand? We can turn a light on here, by the way, too, if you want. It's kind of dark in here now. No? Let's flick one of those guys up. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Pretty clear.
Yeah. It's the most simple thing that there is to really understand that that's really what's going on. I think that probably 90% of the people out there teaching this stuff right now are probably working for the government, making sure they're making this as confusing as possible for people.
So if we want to do business with Canada,
yep,
we're best off really to create our own corporation.
Well, no. What's wrong with this one? Yep, you're already the sole shareholder, and that's the money roll right there. Okay. When you own all the equity, when you've bought all the shares for a corporation, you appoint the people that run the corporation.
Just now I have a question about the actual incorporation.
Yep.
As soon as you incorporate it, you basically, by the way the government portrays it, is you basically gave it to them because it's an entity of itself.
No one owns it.
You understand, you understand.
I understand what you're trying to say.
So if you had an incorporation, how do you prove that they don't have any rights to it?
Well, they don't have any rights to it. But there's there's certain roles that are inherent when creating a trust, because you're giving something to the government. Government's got to give something to you, kind of thing, right? So if you're supposed to perform a duty and they're supposed to perform a duty,
Equal
consideration, all that kind of stuff, though that question comes into play. But we could presume all we want about what we're supposed to do for the government.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So let's say you own an incorporation, you are the sole proprietor of it, right? And
You can't be a sole proprietor of a corporation.
Well, you're the full, you're the only stockholder.
Okay, shareholder.
Shareholder to it.
Yes.
Now, if it's an entity of itself and you created it, right? And you, how do you transfer assets between yourself and the corporation then without Corporation Canada wanting to get the fingers?
Well, Canada doesn't own any of the stuff that the corporation owns. The corporation owns it itself outright. It's its own legal entity, capable of owning property, capable of buying and selling, capable of carrying on business. That doesn't mean it's carrying on business under Canadian law.
So you just have to dispute that presumption.
Ask them. Don't ask them, tell them. Say it's, and when you contact them, then you contact them as this guy up here, right? And just ask them. Just say, or tell them, say, hey, as far as I'm aware, I've made a determination that we're not obligated to obey any of your statutes.
Yeah, in the absence of proof to the contrary,
Yeah,
I presume this.
There you go. If you have proof to the contrary, you got 21 days to respond with proof of a claim. Otherwise, what more proof could you need in a court file?
Otherwise, this will be my lawful presumption.
Yep.
You can hold a meeting,
Yep.
shareholders meeting, and you
Yep.
can have it in the minutes.
Are you claiming I am an employee that's obligated to obey the charter of the Corporation of Canada?
They can try and prove.
There's a million different ways you could approach this kind of stuff. It's along the same lines of when we talked last week about the new e-course, the claim of rights and stuff like that, about how people were like, and we fell victim to it. 2 years ago or a year ago, we were sending in these massive claim of rights that were, like the only thing that I missed in there was my right to shave, first thing in the morning, kind of like everything was in there. And then we kind of got thinking about the flip side. We're like, well, wait a minute. Instead of telling the government everything we feel is our right to do, why don't we just contact them and say, hey, is there something you're claiming I can't do? So now it just became a one-word sentence instead of 30 pages of nonsense that nobody really cares about, because they're not disputing I have human rights, right? That's not even the question. That's not even what you're in court for. If there's been a charge, in the capacity, the role that you were playing when you got pulled over, if you were acting in the capacity of a trustee when you got pulled over, you were breaking one of their statutory obligations. And yeah, the man can be held responsible for that, because that's the position he was playing in the hockey game. He's not going to the penalty box because he violated somebody's human rights. He's going to the penalty box because he broke one of the rules of the game when he was playing a position in hockey. So no human rights were violated, because if you agreed to be an employee, you agreed to abide by employee rules, and if you didn't, you got punished. Unless you weren't one of these guys. It starts to get confusing from there, because people always have like specific questions about things that are not really part of the model, so we could get into some stuff like that. That's it. We'll pause it there, take a break for a few minutes, and then people can ask questions after this.
Your wife.
Okay. Well, just anybody, but mostly you want to give notice to the government. So just for the camera, we were just kind of all talking here for a little while off camera, and people were starting to wonder, well, how should we get started in kind of doing some of the things we want to do with the government? And so I was just going to explain that the first starter and the first great thing to do is that if you have a business relationship with the government, you may want to establish your roles. Because if your roles aren't established, then like I keep saying about the dinner scenario, you're just a bunch of people sitting at the dinner table with everybody wondering who's going to pay the bill. So you want to be the guy now that walks in and says, hey, before we have dinner, I just want you guys to know we're all paying our own meals. Okay? So the way to do that with the government is to send them a letter saying, you know what, the birth certificate is the proof that you're the shareholder. That's your receipt. You own all the equity in that name. That's your receipt, period. So you're the sole shareholder down here. You're going to say, yeah, if you guys are disputing the fact that I'm the sole shareholder, you know, feel free to let me know. But as it stands right now, I'm telling you, I am the sole shareholder of, and I don't mind using my name, by the way, or I don't mind using the name of my legal person while we're doing this kind of stuff, because if I really feared these guys and I thought they were going to come shoot me or something. Everybody's always, oh God, no, I don't want my face online, or I don't want people to know my real name because, you know, I think they're going to come and kick my door in and beat me and stuff like that. That's insane. Like it never happens, actually. I was going to say almost never happens. It never happens. I've never actually heard of that happening. Okay? Nobody's actually persecuted because they send stuff to the government. Believe me, if people saw half the stuff I sent to these people, I should be in a wheelchair right now if they actually came and kicked your door in and beat you up for doing that kind of stuff, or if not dead. So it doesn't happen. And I've been pretty belligerent at times, and I've seen some people have seen some of my paperwork, and I'm not. Yeah, I get pretty belligerent with them because I just don't care. I feel bad sometimes even after I send stuff. But anyways, that's irrelevant. So once you've established this, what prevents you from saying, I believe you guys are all. Actually, there's no comma there. I'm this guy. That's what your letter says. And I believe everybody that works for the government are these guys. That's all of you. If you're claiming something different, let me know. I'm going to give you 21 days. If you don't respond, then you've admitted to being this, which they are. And then you say, and also, just so you know, because I'm the sole shareholder, and I want to protect my investment, I'm appointing this guy as the principal administrator of my legal person. He's going to handle all policy because I want to make sure my investment's protected. If you guys are claiming otherwise, you have a different idea, or you're claiming I don't have the right to appoint the director of my legal person, you got 21 days to get back to me with a lawful excuse as to why I can't do that, and that I'm full of it, and this isn't really what's going on.
Question.
Yes.
Are you purposely writing your name and heading in?
Absolutely.
Caps?
Absolutely. Oh,
In large and small?
I have to pause for 1 second again. Sorry. And then we'll get back into this. Go again. Okay, we're back. You asked if there's a reason why I'm changing the spelling of my name.
Specifically using all caps.
Yes.
A proportion of that word, and you're using small and large.
Yes.
Or large and small.
This is the name of the legal person. This is the person, legal person, what corporation, capital N. That is the legal person. That is the trust. If you want to call it a trust, call it a trust. If you want to call it an estate, call it an estate. It's a legal person. It's the best thing to call it. It's the most applicable. So that's the birth certificate name, is the legal person. It creates an identity. And that's what we talked about before. And in that identity, there's different roles, just like a chess game, right? The game's called chess. In it, there's pieces that have different names, but what's more important is what function those pieces carry out, right? So the sole shareholder is the guy that put all the equity into everything. Grantor, if it's trust law. The grantor is appointing this guy.
That's the real guy.
Yeah, and I like to say sole shareholder because corporate law is easier to explain than trust law. There's trust handbooks that are this thick, and you could almost come up with anything from reading half the crap in there, right? Like, it's just unbelievable complicated. Even Weiss's trust handbook, which is a handbook. A lot of people read that and they're like, huh? You just can't understand it. And you're not going to walk into court either. And it's the same thing as the UCC argument that people like to do. You know, there's all sorts of people learning UCC, and they're going to go into court and they're just going to have at it with that judge in UCC law. What a bunch of nonsense. You cannot possibly argue UCC law in a court with a judge. And it's irrelevant. It actually has no real bearing on what's going on. It does, but it doesn't. I mean, it's an art. Why make it a complicated argument out of a simple argument? And this is very simple. You have shareholders. Everybody knows corporate law. Everybody knows that shareholders appoint directors. And if the director's not doing their job and they're not getting the return on their investment they like, and they don't like the policies the directors are doing, or the directors are stealing so much money from the corporation that it's insolvent, then they vote them out. They get rid of them and they put somebody in that is going to make them money on their investment. So that's where the true seat of power comes from, and that's who you are, and that's what the birth certificate is. That's why it's such an important document. It's a receipt for the investment, which makes you the shareholder. There's probably a million different terms for it, but I like describing it that way because it's easy to understand. Everybody can understand that they're a shareholder. It's simple. And it's simple to understand that the shareholders appoint the director. The only reason I put my name there is because it actually it identifies me a little bit more clearly, right? The man. I'm the man that's acting in the role of director, administrator. I mean, a director directs movies, right? Who walks in and tells the director he's doing a shitty job and replaces him? Nobody, except the people funding the movie. You're doing an absolutely awful job of Transformers 3. We're replacing you. You ruined the whole damn movie. You're fired. Who else does that to the director of a movie? Nobody. Except these guys.
But he's playing it to the essence.
And the director has a whole bunch of employees. So that's the easiest terms to explain what's going on. And what was the reason we started bringing this up again? Oh yeah, that's because that's why you want to contact. It's a lot easier to clarify what's going on before you run into problems. Because clarifying what's going on when you're at the cashier trying to decide who's going to pay for the meals and get in an argument is too late. That's when it gets messy. And people are pissed off, and a couple have left already, and I'm getting stuck with the bill, and holy geez, people are mad. You know, like that's just not the way to do it. Before you're sitting down, hey, you know what? Before we even go for dinner, I'm going to pay for the meal, or we all pay for our own meals. Like, just get the terms of your business arrangement, which is what that is when you're going for dinner. It's just a microcosm of something that you could, extend to every situation in life. Just get it out there first. Contact them and say, hey, I just wanted to clarify something. Because I got this birth certificate right here. And it's my understanding that I'm this guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it's also my understanding because I'm this guy, I'm appointing this guy. Because that's my investment. And if I'm this guy and I'm appointing this guy, that kind of really only leaves you guys. So it's my understanding that that's who you guys are. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they don't correct you, then you're not wrong. File that in court, in the court record. That one document, it could be 4 lines long, and send it from this guy. Because you're not in court because of rights, but it's got nothing to do with human rights. Nothing. You could basically equate court to almost like a boardroom, except there's no board of directors there at all. Or a meeting of the trustees, an employee meeting.
So you would draw up a document outlining these facts. And
Yep.
you would appoint the
Yep.
human
Well, they're not.
Dean Clifford as director, and you would do it on behalf of Dean Clifford, all caps, legal person.
Because it's a corporation.
And you would sign it as authorized representative by.
No, I would sign as director.
As director.
That's the seat of power.
Okay.
And the only person that can remove you from the seat of power is this guy. And who's this guy?
You're the major shareholder, so.
No one can remove you from your seat. Not even the judge.
Sucks to be them at that point. Because now they're regulated to this. That's all they got left. And that is who they are. They're public employees. That I can get into much more detail about how the whole thing works, but this just keeps it so simple, you can't not understand it. Yes. And that's what's going on. So the man is irrelevant. What role are you playing? In fact, if somebody ever asked you who you are, you never have to answer more than man. Yeah, or I'm the director. Well, director of what? Well, who are you looking for? Ah! You know, they get mad at that point. They don't like that. You know, well, I'm, you know, what's your name? Well, man. No, it's your real name. Are you saying I'm not a man? Like, what are you challenging me to a fight? Are you questioning my manhood, or are you saying I'm not a member of mankind? Like, yeah, like where are we going with this, right? And like they don't like that kind of stuff. Like, so are you saying I'm not a man? You know, and you're required of this and blah 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 and yada yada, the whole 9 yards and this and that. And you say, oh well, I've got a legal person. You know, or not even say I've got a legal person. Just say, are you looking for the legal person? You can say that. And they may say, yeah. You know, and that's when I showed some people over there like the ID that I'm kind of toying with for no other purpose and just I want to see what happens and you actually get pulled over with it. But I've got I think I've very clearly established the roles with the government between me and myself. And the same, and actually what you just said there also about when you contact the government and you basically state the fact that this and that and the other, okay, that's not a fact yet. That's a presumption. It's not a fact until both parties agree. So if they're going to dispute your claim, they've got a chance to dispute it. If they don't, by default, it now becomes a fact because they've agreed by not disputing your claim. That is what makes a fact. So now that and then once you default them, you send them a certificate of default. If you ever had another court charge, ever, you just take those two papers, the first one and the notice of default, and you go and you put copies of those right into the court file. And you can even draw up a little order. And that's why basically in a chain of command, you've got these guys down here. So if a judge issues an order and he's an employee, who can overrule the judge? Director. Overruled. You've been charged with, you know, the legal person's been charged with blah, 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 blah. Overruled. Signed, director. Who's going to dispute that now? Who's got more authority? Because we all know there's no real injured party in a statutory offense. It's just codes that these guys are supposed to follow. And if they don't get this guy to show up, I don't know how many stories I've heard of people that walk into court and just say, I'm just the beneficiary. And they sit in the back and the court's like, oh, all right, just sit back there and be the beneficiary then. You have no voice, just sit back there. And then they may all try to offer you something after they find the person guilty. You know, there's a guy in Saskatchewan I know that used to do that. He just sit in the back of the courtroom, and when they say, well, so and so, I had to find, they'll say you guilty or whatever. It doesn't matter. Be like, yeah. He goes, okay, whatever. I don't care. I'm just a beneficiary. I'm not liable for anything, anyways. And then as soon as they say, well, the Crown has asked for this amount of money, you say, good, tell them to pay it. Ah! That's when the shit starts. So. Yeah, it's over at that point, and they know it. Yep. And then once you understand the roles here, chess becomes an awful lot easier.
Yeah, especially when you know the side that you're just talking about.
Exactly. Yep.
They try to flip the coin. Okay, fine. If that's the way you want to do it,
There you go. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Because
Jesus, more money they scammed off us.
Yep. So I don't know. I don't know if there's any more questions about that, but so it's a lot easier to preemptively contact them and establish the roles instead of showing up for court for the first time and getting into a shouting match with the justice.
Could you not submit that before court?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
As soon as you get a promise to appear or something, it should be good.
That's personally what I more so believe administrative remedy is before this meeting that's going to take place for all these guys right here. Yeah, like you can consider the court the upper management of the trustees, but you're still on the board of directors. So if the courtroom is like a meeting of upper management, and they're holding this meeting, and you're going to show up there, and they don't know who you are. Well, damn rights, I'd have you arrested too. Like, who are you, right? So establish who you are, and if you really want to still go there, by all means, but just let them know you're coming. Let them know who you are, and that you're going to be showing up. They don't like surprises, because you might just find that it'll disappear before you get there, because they don't like stuff on.
Without specifically saying that you're the shareholder or director, right? Without actually saying that, just holding your ground and not allowing them to do it.
You can't establish your authority without letting them know who you are. I'm not even sure how you would do that. It'd be like a French commander showing up on the English lines, and just starting to order people around without clarifying, without saying what his authority is. Right? Like, that's why people in the military, like, what his authority is. You always know what somebody's authority is by whatever hat, their clothing, their badge, whatever. Well, ours is going to be paperwork.
But once you've responded to something like a promise to appear, if you're foolish enough to sort of sign it in the first place, except under duress.
Yep.
Sending something like that, they're not going to want to see you in court that day.
Yep. You know what though? There's once you understand the power structure here, there's any number of ways to deal with a ticket. They're not going to like it. Don't do it at the side of the road. I mean, unless you don't have no license and they're arresting you in the whole 9 yards. I usually just go with it, like I did last time. And I didn't go with it. They had to smash my window out. But then I was being peaceful. And as soon as they smashed the window out, they're like, "Are you gonna come?" Because I didn't even give them a name. They wouldn't actually do anything to me. They just smashed out the window and they opened the truck and they're like, "Are you gonna come peacefully now?" I said, "I've been being peaceful the whole time. You guys are the ones who just smashed my window out. Wouldn't prove any of your authority, right?" Well, they're like, get out kind of thing. And I said, "Are you going to physically harm me if I don't?" And they said, "Yes, we are. We're going to place you under arrest." I'm like, "Well, if you're going to harm me, then I guess I'll just come along with you, but it's not willingly." What's that?
You don't have to be harmed even if they arrest you. It's still an unlawful arrest.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be actually physically grabbed and beaten again. So register it. Who registered?
Was your vehicle registered?
At the time, yeah, because I was registered to my numbered company, I believe, my corporation. So my construction company was still registered under that.
Okay, but they still, to date, I believe, when you register a vehicle, any vehicle, they want to see you provide a current driver's license. No. Not if it's for a construction company. Nope. Really? Absolutely not. And not only that, but because I was driving with a plate, just because I didn't want to be hassled for a while, because I really hated every time they impound my vehicles, I sent them a notice. The Attorney General, he gets stuff from me all the time. I'm sure I'm not on his Christmas card list, but I let him know exactly what I was going to be doing. I'm not coy about this stuff. Let them know exactly what you're doing, and you say if you guys have a problem with it, then you respond to me in writing. See what they've done in Alberta now. It doesn't matter whether it's private or commercial vehicle. They are attaching a driver's license
To everything, yep.
To the registration.
Even better reason for, yeah, it's an even better reason for people just to get accustomed to contacting government, asserting their status, and not driving with a plate anymore at all. Period.
You can argue it well, even under the Manitoba Highway Traffic Act, you can get an exemption to drive for a driver.
I don't need their exemption or care about it. Yeah, they need my exemption.
If you take off a plate, then you're inviting them to pull you over.
It is, but here's the thing. I like to put a plate on that has some identifying marks, so that when they run the plate number, they know it's me. Well, yeah, so I got my own digit. I think I've shown people, we've got a couple of different plates. Right, so I had this one made up, and I sent them notice, and I said, when I'm driving around, you're going to see this plate. It's got my numbers on it, and these identify my property, and the notice has gone into them, right? And there's a fee schedule attached to me when I'm in this, and that's the best reason for it. If you see this number and you pull me over, it costs this much, because you have no reason to pull me over. I'm not performing a function of government. I'm not a government agent. I'm just me.
It establishes the link.
It establishes status, number one.
That's right.
And it establishes a fee schedule, number two. They should know just by seeing this that I'm obviously not something under their jurisdiction.
That's what I'm getting at. Just
Yes.
by being able to pull up and bring up that file.
Yes.
That's connected to that statement that was sent to the government official.
Yes. So I do believe that, you know, there has to be some order to these kind of things. Yeah, and that is my identifying marks, right? So if I get in an accident, I hit somebody, someone writes my plate number down and says this car just fled the scene of an accident, right? Well, I've let you guys know what my numbers are. You know where I am. You know where my place of business is. You can get in contact. I'm not trying. In fact, I'm trying to be helpful. I'm trying to really be. This is where to get a hold of me. This is my place of business. Here's my mailing address. It's all linked to the legal person.
Okay, how should liability handle?
What's that?
It doesn't need to be. He owns full liability